5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. This is our first council meeting of the year. Today is Tuesday, January 21st. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order for our afternoon session. And we have Dr. Barber, who is participating remotely. Dr. Barber, are you with us? Maybe we can come back to the remote if Dr. Barber ends up joining us. But we'll go through those questions when that time is right. In the meantime, let's go ahead and jump to roll call, and then Clementine, if you can also share some announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber, we'll wait to hear from. Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Rash, Councilmember Smith,
Here.
and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees must keep their phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine.
We brought Dr. Barber on. She is now joined as a panelist.
Perfect. Okay, Dr. Barber, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. So we will have teleconference participation at this meeting from Councilmember Barber pursuant to the California Brown Act rules for just cause attendance. Can you hear me well, Dr. Barber?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Please give us a brief general description of the circumstances relating to your need to appear remotely. I understand you're traveling on official business for the city.
Correct.
Okay. Is anyone over the age of 18 with you in the room?
No.
Can everyone clearly hear Councilmember Barber?
Yes.
All right. I've got an audible yes with some head nods. The Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call, and that each member participating remotely shall participate through both audio and visual technology. All right, and with that, we'll jump to our presentation. Item number 1 is to adopt a resolution mourning lives lost in Palisades, Eaton, and Southern California fires of January 2025, honoring City of Monterey firefighters responding to the historic wildfires, and expressing hope for their continued safety and appreciation to their families, and receive report on city's wildfire preparedness and response capabilities. So first, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the city manager's office for getting this request in last minute. And I think the draft resolution is sound and really expresses I think what we're all feeling right now as it relates to what's happening in LA. Our hearts go out to everybody. I've heard from residents who have families that have been, and friends that have been impacted by the fires there. So for those that do feel a closer connection to those that are down there, our hearts are with you and your family, and your families. Also to our firefighters. Our city employees are down there. I understand that over the weekend, we had some firefighters return to the city. So thankful that they were able to return back safely. But as the last that I heard, we still have firefighters down there fighting. So our hearts go out to you and wishing you a safe return as you help combat those fires that are still ongoing in Southern California. And I think that this also just provides ourselves a reminder that this can happen right here. And I don't think it's a matter of if it's going to happen. I think it's a matter of when. And so doing everything that we can to prepare, and that means from a municipal level. So what does and can the city do to help make sure that we're being more resilient to protect ourselves from fire from an organizational perspective, but what can we also do to help inform the public so that you all can take actions within your own homes and your families to be more resilient towards wildfires, but also how to respond when that occurs. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to Hans for staff presentation and report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for initiating this resolution and this brief agenda report that is part of the council package tonight. The fires in Los Angeles have been devastating. The resolution gives you the containment data that we had at the time of writing the agenda. The Palisades fire improved from the 19% containment to today 63%. And the Eaton fire, which we at the drafting of the resolution quantified as 45%, is now to 89%. But at the same token, just today, a fire broke out in San Diego, the Lilac fire, that has affected so far just, quote unquote, just 85 acres and is 35% contained. So fires are still here. And there is also the big insight is that there is no fire season anymore because we have fires all year round. The fire chief, Chief Miller, shared with me that when he started working in the fire service, CAL firefighters were hired for 2-3 months, and then they were released, and then they were hired next year for the next season. Now, of course, CAL FIRE has become a huge organization with employment of thousands of firefighters around the clock, 24/7. I have asked our Assistant Fire Chief, Pat Moore, to give us a brief overview about what our team has encountered down south. And parallel, we have started on Thursday a public outreach campaign where we wanted to talk about what the city has done so far with respect to our wildfire prevention and response plans. We have done a tremendous job in also coming up with a organized, structured fuel mitigation plan that has inspected over 880 properties in 2024 alone. Over 400 acres of green belts were cleared of greenbelt fuel. And all those efforts were targeted on Thursday for the media. And while we still had a brief clip on KSBW at 5 p.m., when the next fire broke out at the Moss Landing battery storage facility, those outreach efforts, of course, were secondary to the current reporting that about the fire in Moss Landing. What we also plan on doing is holding a town hall meeting at a time to be determined in the very, very near future to have a panel there to discuss various options about wildfire protection, and also have a show and tell and what homeowners can do to create defensible spaces and be on the lookout of the areas that they need to address for their own homes. So going back, so again, this is all going on, and we will continue to do the outreach there. And with that, I ask Chief Moore to report about what was going on in LA and where we are with respect to our own firefighters, and when can we expect them all to be home soon.
Good afternoon. Chief Miller sends his regards. He was feeling under the weather today, so couldn't make it. So apologizes for that. But anyway, on June 7th, we sent an engine company down. It's an OES resource that the state provides us, and we staff it. So they went down that first night, encountered some severe circumstances based on the fire, went right to work. Typically, we go in and work the 24-hour shift and get 24 hours off. They worked a 48-hour shift straight through, just based on the dynamic nature of the incident. You can imagine the infrastructure resources it takes to support an incident like that. So although that was not set up at that time, so they went right to work. 2 days later, on the 9th, we had a second request, and that we sent our Type 3 engine, which is our Wyland engine. with 4 people as well. So it's 8 people total that went down, and they encountered the same type of circumstances on the Palisades fire and went right to work and worked a 48 hours straight. Then they started going into 24-hour shifts. So they worked 24 on, 24 off. Our Type 3 engine came back this weekend. Everyone came back safely, which we're thankful for. Our OAS engine is still committed down there. They are relocating to the town of Beaumont, which is about 3 hours east of LA. They're going to do a crew swap tomorrow. So we're sending 4 fresh firefighters down tomorrow morning to trade out with them. As you can imagine, they're very fatigued and been down there since the 7th. So we're looking forward to seeing them and getting them back. You know, we're very proud to represent this community. We're very proud of our firefighters and are honored to be able to support the state of California. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And please pass our regards to the team that's helped out with that fire. Are there any questions from the council?
No, no questions. Are you taking public comment on that?
I sure am. So if you just give me a second here, I'll open up for public comment. And for those that may not be fully aware, we try to capture everybody who wants to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. So I'll provide a moment here in a second where folks can identify themselves. And then after that moment happens, we'll cut that off. So if you haven't identified yourself prior to that moment, you will not be able to speak on this comment and for every subsequent item on the agenda. No. So, sir, I'm just going to ask you to not speak out while you're not speaking public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and start in the chamber. I'm going to ask folks to identify themselves by either raising their hand or standing up to the left of the podium. If you are able, I'd ask that you stand up to the left of the podium so it's a little bit easier to identify folks. While you all are navigating your way over to that space, I'm going to check with folks on Zoom. For folks on Zoom, if you could use the raise hand function. This is for the fire item. This is not for general public comments. This is for specifically for the presentation that was just given. So I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom. Anybody that's seating that wants to speak on this item in the chamber? All right, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
My public regular comments?
No. And then we're going to go ahead and do 2 minutes, please.
Okay, every firefighter knows why those homes all exploded. Above ground gas meters. That's how they all exploded. All those gas meters should be underground. Because what happens is they get 500 degrees hot and they flash ignite all the gas in the lines and poof, it's a bomb. A firefighter taught this to me because I'm a genius. All I had to listen to him and say was this: yeah, I saved 2 houses by breaking into their house and taking some milk and beer and showering their meter. And I saved their house. That's how I found out. You don't have to be a genius. You see how the John Lennon man could save you all? And by the way, I used to work in Pacific Palisades at the Wolfgang Puck's in the Gelson's market there. The day after they found out what kind of van I drive, they fired me. In Venice Beach, they cold-cocked me and dislocated my neck. And I tell you all the time about bad karma, and it happened right after I told the judge in small claims. Good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Demetrius Castros. I've lived in Monterey for 30 years. I previously worked for over 2 decades for the Monterey Fire Department. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the comments you made. It is not a question of if, but when. It's a question of it's already happened here. On May 31st, 1987, on a day just like today, where the weather was like this, where the fuel moisture content was about what it was, and where CAL FIRE had not even yet declared fire season, a fire broke out in Pebble Beach that was caused by an abandoned campfire. Initially, it was just a very gentle smoke column coming up, and then the offshore breeze hit, the smoke column dropped, and it raced up the hill and destroyed 35 houses before we were able to stop it. Preparation is not just a matter of individual homeowners. The city needs to develop a defensible space for Monterey. One of the likely ways a fire is going to come into Monterey, that fire stopped just a couple of blocks from the city limits. We need to develop a defensible space around the city. along Highway 68, along the Holman Highway. It'd be an excellent spot to just about eliminate most of the foliage. So we have a defensible space. These wind-driven fires cannot be stopped by putting fire engines in front of them. We found that out in Palisades. We found that out in the Pebble Beach fire. We found that out in the Paradise fire in Northern California. Our forest is at the end of its healthy adult life. Not only do we have these issues in fire season, we have them in winter too. On December 14th, a house in Deer Flats at 17 Antelope Drive was destroyed, and I do mean destroyed, when a pine tree came down. The family was home when it happened. Grace of God, it didn't kill them. We need to dramatically look at our forest management, because what we've done in the past isn't working.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Luis Osorio. Just a quick comment. I'm not all that aware of what plans are in place for emergency preparedness. In terms of the response, I think from seeing all the chaos that ensues these fires and people trying to leave where they are, I think there's a real need to look into evacuation procedures, because when the fire happens, there's madness and people just want to leave, and not knowing where to go is what causes the chaos. And again, I don't know much about in general or in particular what the city is doing, but there's only like 3 ways out of this city. And whether people know that or not, we'll see when the fire happens. So I think there needs to be a stress put into, evacuation procedures for when that fire happens. Thank you.
My name is Leonard Livingston. My wife and I have been living in Monterey for over 20 years. Regarding the issue of fire, very, very important as a homeowner. I have applied on a number of occasions to have some trees removed from my property. I have not been successful in that endeavor. I've been denied by the city forestry a number of times to remove some serious trees on my property. The city has spent a lot of money either trimming or removing trees on city property because they pose a hazard to homes owned by private individuals. I'm not near city property. Most of my property is surrounded by other property. I've spent money on putting money for permits, for challenging the decision that would not allow me to cut down some trees. What needs to be done is to have the city look at the rules that affect homeowners who are trying to put up safe defense around their homes when the fire does come. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Jim Cullum. I've been a resident of Monterey since 1979. So I got a good amount of experience with the city. And I currently serve as the Traffic and Safety Chairman for the Monterey, for the Skyline Neighborhood Association. And I think a lot of where our concern is, Demi made the point about the defensible space. I couldn't have said it better. It's a problem for us, particularly in Skyline, probably other places in the city, where we're up against adjacent other jurisdictions. And in our case, we were up against Pebble Beach, and the responsibility for fire control in Pebble Beach lies with Pebble Beach, to a certain extent, the community services district up there, and in particular, CAL FIRE, but not the city of Monterey. So it's great to see we have $1 million earmarked in part of the budget of the next year or so for fire mitigation. But if it only goes to the boundary of the city of Monterey, we had a problem, because as is pointed out by Demi, the fire threat is from Pebble Beach, and the fuel is horrendous. If you're up there walking around, take a look and see, particularly as you look towards Highway 68 and also as you get in behind Chomp. It's a hazard that has not been corrected in the last couple of years. We have two plans. We have the city's community wildfire prevention plan, and we have a county wildfire prevention plan. The problem with the two plans is when you look at the action plans, nobody agrees on joint projects. Each side says, well, coordinate with the adjacent community in the adjacent jurisdiction. Where are the joint projects? Where is the funding for joint projects, and who's in charge? Big question. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Hans, City Council. I'm speaking towards governance over a city, and in no way do I ever condemn this city for the way it's governed. It does an amazing job. But what happens often, as a barometer, I'll use what I know of LA, where I've lived for 20 years, and San Diego, maybe another 20. Not run as well as this, for sure. But sometimes we have these visions of perfection, ideal dream, that we want to save all the trees and it's so much better for the environment and the community. May or may not be true, but sometimes we got to take a look at what is the alternative. We look at what happened in the Palisades. Some of those trees should have been taken down. Many of the power lines were of issue. We always put off that power lines are a big problem, but it's so expensive to bury them. Well, those power lines are very often the big reason we have the fires that occur from the winds that start local fires. We look at the homeless. We try to help them in many, many ways, but many percentages of the fires are set, in LA County at least, by the homeless. And we got to have a plan that really incorporates the worst of the worst. We may want to save a tree, but the truth is that tree will not be saved when there's a major fire. We need to have a team together to look at what happened in LA and see what the worst case scenario. There's a whole list of things they did wrong. They had 500 trucks in the yard being repaired for lights and silly things when they could have been deployed out in the field. They knew about this fire starting 45 minutes prior to them even sending a helicopter in the air. We need to look at those things where there was an issue and determine ways of doing it. San Francisco's got a great system of 2 different water systems. So expensive, I know, probably can't do it, but you know the truth is it saves them because of the fire, the earthquake back in 1903, I think it was. That earthquake, they found most of the buildings were destroyed by fire, so they put a separate water system in just for the firefighters. And we had the Palisades. They had a reservoir that was unfortunately just empty for 2 years because of bird poop, and they didn't want it in the system. So anyway, let's just plan a little better for the worst case scenario.
Mayor Williamson, members of the council, my name is Shelley Schmidt. I reside in the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood, which lies adjacent to the Monterey Airport, which on December 14th measured wind speeds up to 80 miles per hour. Our neighborhood was hit when we sustained significant damage. Our neighborhood association did a damage survey within its membership. There are about 19 full-size trees, and when I say full-size, I mean extremely large trees. There are a high number of branches that were broken and damaged, and some of these being the size of a large tree. Approximately 10 of those trees were the extremely large eucalyptus trees that are along Ralston, back up to Ralston Drive. These trees are approximately 200 feet tall, and they have diameters ranging from 3 to 4 feet. Luckily, they fell away from the residents, and a shed and a fence, 2 fences were taken out. There was other damage. Casanova Oak Knolls is estimating damage in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now these trees, now that some of these trees are gone, you can see the ill health of some of the other trees, the remaining trees. There's broken branches. Some of the branches are extremely dry. It's really expensive to have these trees removed, and it's important because, especially with the eucalyptus trees, those are just it's a tinderbox waiting to happen. One of the residents on Casanova Oak Knoll Drive received a quote of $53,000 just to trim about 7 trees. It's cost restrictive. Not only that, resident was very stressed about their safety, their neighbor's safety, the cost, and adhering to the city's tree policies. I want to praise the city forester and the city for their response. Tice was very helpful. This is a 6-inch diameter. This is a size that's permitted. No, it's a protected tree. This is not very big. So I urge the policies be looked at and be less restrictive.
Okay, and we can go to our online speaker.
This is a telephone caller. Go ahead, please.
My name is Nina Beatty. One of the issues that was front and center with the Los Angeles fires and continues to be is wind. And as was taught to everyone on the news stations that were covering this, the wind comes from Nevada. It comes across the Mojave Desert and dries there. It accelerates the wind and then it comes through the passes into Los Angeles. I've experienced Santa Ana winds. They've never had anything like this. So there are new factors that are adding to the drying and acceleration of these winds. You come to Monterey. I drove up Highway 68 from Pacific Grove to Monterey the other day, and I saw the clearing of vegetation and limbing up of trees on the Pebble Beach side of the road. And before, there was foliage and trees down to the ground that block wind. And yet now you've got tunnels and you've got passages and open spaces where the wind can accelerate up from the ocean. So for instance, in response to the Pebble Beach fire, by doing all this clearing, now the wind can carry those embers farther and actually impact the city of Monterey. And this is happening with projects on the old Capitol site. They're opening spaces between and under trees instead of the vegetation and the trees keeping the fires and the winds out. And then also the drying of the slopes is creating, again, conditions that accelerate the winds because the winds coming through now are encountering a dry, arid landscape as opposed to a damp one. The eucalyptus continue to be called tinderboxes, and yet their trunks are full of water, unlike other trees, and they are actually used as windbreaks and can be fire breaks and have been in situations. Smart meters are an ignition source which the city has not dealt with and needs to be dealt with, as well as metal roofs on.
All right, that was the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Just to provide a few kind of closing remarks here. I mean, obviously, this is a really complicated, complex issue. There's no silver bullet solution. And I mean, I think hearing from Ms. Beatty here at the end just kind of further amplifies that as a contrast to some of the other comments that we heard in regards to, you know, what it looks like for the city of Monterey to cut down trees. We need to have the conversations, and I've started having dialogue with staff around having further community dialogues around this and trying to figure out as a community what we want to do. But I feel confident in saying that I don't think there's one person in this room or in this community that knows the exact solution, and what one person wants is not what another person wants. So how do we do this together in a constructive way? And it is as much as I indicated earlier, a need for the city to do more and to do better. But also, I think each and every one of us plays a role in this because, like I indicated, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so how do we be prepared when it does come and when it does happen? So the issue of trees specifically, I think I've asked staff for us to have some sort of town hall further discussion as it relates to that. The comment in regards to evacuation zones, I know that there are some plans in place, but how do we communicate that further so that it's clearly articulated? I think it's important, and I'll just use this as an opportunity to share that folks should be downloading and have access to Alert Monterey County, because there will be messaging that comes out depending on the conditions that exist during an incident. We don't know if a fire is going to come from the flats or if it's going to come from Skyline Forest. So depending on the conditions that exist from a particular incident, we all need to be prepared to respond to the public messaging that's going out from our emergency responders. And then in regards to working with our community partners, absolutely, the point is well made, and I think that it is embedded in our community wildfire protection plan. But the city of Monterey has and will continue to take leadership in working with our partner agencies so that we can find something that's mutually beneficial for our community, but also our neighboring jurisdictions. Anything else from the council?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. Yeah, and I think the incidents in LA and other communities where there have been substantial fires always heightens our interest as we're watching it on TV, and we have 24/7 to be able to see the horrific experiences that have happened. And as the mayor expressed, our feelings go out for all those folks in Los Angeles County and San Diego that have lost homes and businesses, and we look with a great amount of sympathy for the experiences that they're going through. And it causes us to reflect in terms of what's our safety level, what's our evacuation opportunities. So I think there's a variety of things that we can approach with our public safety partners as we advance some of the conversations. I think one of the things on the top of my mind is the evacuation routes, the choices we have. And what's always amazing to me is that we are creatures of habit, where if I want to go from A to B, I take that route and I turn left and I turn right, and then I always go that same way. And many members of my family, if I throw a city street out, they don't even know the name of the street. They just know how they're going to get to some particular destination. So I think there's an educational component of not only the evacuation plans that we know we do have, but it's also making sure that the community members have that accessible on their smartphones. They can download a map, they can put it in the car, they put it on the refrigerator, because many of our community members might not know all the streets that we're going to direct them to off of the main corridors that we travel to and from. So education in terms of how to get out quickly, education in terms of, I know they're advertising on TV through CAL FIRE, evacuations notice is 5 minutes, gather your things and go. That's not necessarily that you're going to have 5 minutes. So, part of the education is being prepared ahead of time, making sure you have water resources that's available around your home or apartment to quickly distinguish. There's a variety of things in the education level. So I just leave it there that say, I look forward to seeing, more what the fire departments, police departments might recommend in terms of the education, the outreach, and equipping our community to be in the awareness mode all the time. And maybe this is a wake-up call where folks are preparing their own home. We've got the go bag. They've purchased what they needed to at the local hardware store to have that on the ready at their home. And to be able to think in terms of how do they get out, and do they know the way, and are they connected to the appropriate maps, alerts, and the printouts. When somebody says you can't go down Johnson Canyon, well, how else can you go? And so maybe there's options to get on a Sylvan, or maybe you're trying to get out to Olmsted to go out east to, the Salinas way. So we have a lot of interior streets. A lot of our own residents don't even really think about, because you don't travel that way. And I know my family member, and if I can tell that person to go by a particular place, and I start describing it, I need to describe it as what used to be there 20 years ago at the corner. What used to be a gas station is no longer there, is now a building. So part of this is a big learning gap in terms of how do you get to where you need to get to the most quickly, and how do you follow the directions from public safety in the heat of the moment when it's happening, when you have to do something completely different than you've never done before in the panic. So lots of opportunities, and it's only comments for now, but interested in community safety, education, and making sure that our community is as aware of the things that they can do for themselves, so that the city will be in a better position to get people to safety.
It's interesting because the thing around the education piece, right? We can try to push that information out, and I think the city does a really good job at trying to help create those opportunities to bring people in. But it's kind of like that balance with freedom. We're not making it a mandatory thing where everybody has to get educated. So it's like, how do we do a better job of that? And I kind of using this as a public service announcement to solicit feedback and input in regards to how we could do that better. But I think we do a pretty good job of doing that. And I just encourage folks to make an effort in attending the workshop that the city plans on hosting. I see Dr. Barber's hand up, and then I'll jump over here.
Yes, so I totally agree with what Ed was saying, dealing with evacuations being really a big focus. But before I say that, I will say thank you to all of our firefighters and what they have been doing, and thank you to the city in being very communicative of everything that's been going on and all the fires, both in Moss Landing as well as in Southern California. But the evacuation process, I was talking to Hans about even last year. And I'm sure he recalls when I told him that I had met with the county and talking about evacuations, not just because of fire, but any other type of emergencies, not only for New Monterey, but for all aspects of Monterey. Because a lot of people, as you've already alluded to, do not know about our evacuation process. And though the county did say that the city of Monterey had one of the best plans, which is wonderful, but we have to make sure that those plans are known to our community. I know that's what you were alluding to as well, but also that's part of the communication part, but also that's part of the preparation as well, as far as the city practicing and doing the different preparation and training pieces that go with that and what that looks like. And having city council to be a part of that preparation pieces and seeing how that works, so we're able to be as helpful as possible during the process. So I think it's something that I know I brought up last year dealing with evacuation, and I think even more so now. So I just really would like to have that to be a focus for coming up, not only education, communication, but preparation.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. I think I saw a hand up over here. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. So having lived in LA, I still have friends and family there, and I have a very close friend who lost her house through this fire, and also a couple of friends who were in an area of risk. So, just taking an opportunity to acknowledge that and also say that my heart goes out to not only them, but everybody else who has been through this devastation, and really wish them as smooth of a process as possible as they start picking up the pieces and get into the the phase of reconstruction and getting the resources hopefully that they need to do that. And I also wanted to acknowledge, I agree a lot with or want to echo what our mayor was saying earlier about our firefighters, how they're all going down and putting their lives at risk to try to control these fires. I want to also highlight specifically their families who are here, knowing that their loved ones are there, putting their lives at risk. And I can't imagine the agony between calls, right? While, our firefighters are there doing that work and their families not necessarily knowing if they're okay in between those calls. So, thank you. And want to acknowledge the families for having that patience and being there in support of their loved ones. A couple of things that have come up through the past few days and weeks as we've been hearing about these fires locally. One, going back to trees, in December, as was shared during public comment, right, we had very strong winds and we had a pretty high impact to our neighborhoods in District 4.
what came up, and I heard was concern around the property owner's ability to really, as a preemptive measure, try to address trees that are maybe more obviously posing a threat to human safety when we have these conditions of high winds or storms or fire. And it's something that I've also heard in the past before we were impacted in December. And I think really the an item that I would like to see maybe talked about a little bit more is how does a property owner really have a more accurate assessment of the condition of the trees on their property? We have, I think, a little bit of tension here in trying to figure out what the assessment is from a professional that doesn't necessarily have anything to gain financially through that assessment. And then tree companies who have a motive to really share with their potential customers concern, right? And which could eventually lead to business, right? So how can we better support our residents to make those more accurate determinations of how to manage tree control? One of the reasons that I and my family moved to Monterey is because we love the feeling of nature around us. We love the trees. We love the open spaces. But as we are learning, there is a risk that we need to factor in, and it's important that we pay attention to these risks because, again, as was mentioned also during public comment and in conversations that I've had and my own experience, not addressing these concerns, these risks, could potentially lead to human harm. So I think it's important that we raise those conversations. Another thing that came up was also how prepared are we with things such as like functionality of our fire hydrants. And I brought this to our city manager, and thank you so much for addressing that and looking into that. I mean, I learned that it's CalAm's responsibility to ensure that fire hydrants are functional. So I'm wondering if there's maybe a systematic way that, or maybe it's already in place, I don't know, to ensure that these fire hydrants are maintained and are looked at and have the correct pressure or whatever it is, right, that we need to have in place in order for these items to be accessible to our firefighters in case we have a fire. I was one of my neighbors shared a picture of a hydrant that was very rusty. And I mean, I don't know much about hydrants, but it really looked like at a twist of a wrench, right, a piece of it could come off. That's how bad it was. So that leads me to think that there's possibly not consistent inspection of these items or as consistent as it should be. So wanted to raise that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I ditto all the comments from the council and the mayor. And I applaud you suggesting that we have a study session on trees. When I was canvassing, it was the number one concern of District 3, as you could guess, everything about trees. And I think we need a whole evening. I see the city manager writing down all the topics for what I hope is a study session devoted to the entire community, sharing all these ideas and trying to get together an updated ordinance on what we can get to work. And you're right, Mr. Mayor, we're going to hear everything and it's going to be hard to coalesce it, but we need to hear from the public. We need to update it, and we need to protect lives, like Councilmember Garcia was suggesting, and all of us are suggesting. And the only other thing that I would add is applauding the town hall session that will come from our first responders in terms of how to stay safe and steps we can take. And I hope that happens very soon. And the other suggestion is to download the app Watch Duty, which probably everyone has. But if you don't, go to watchduty.org and download it onto your phone. And I've always watched it. It highlights the areas that are preparing to evacuate, warnings, which ones have to evacuate, and it's right there on your phone. The other great thing that happened, because my family was dramatically affected down in LA on this, is I could tell the rest of my family throughout the country, just go to Watch Duty. I don't have time to tell you all the whole story for 15 family members. So they went to Watch Duty, and then they could stop calling me, from Maine and Washington, and get the story themselves. So I encourage the public to do that. Thank you.
Mayor, please, can I put a plug in for CERT, Community Emergency Response Team? So for those that are listening and those that are in the audience here, if you're wondering, well, how else can I get involved? How can I enhance my skills? How can I get more engaged to help my neighbors? I think the best recommendation I can have in the short order is go to CERT. Emmy, is it .org or dot?
Just ways to email training@montereycert.org.
Okay, yeah, training@montereycert.org.
Correct.
And you can Google any variation of Monterey CERT and you'll come up with that. And they have classes from time to time to become a CERT volunteer. And so just didn't want to let that pass. But our fire department still does training. I think it's about 3 times a year with CERT, sponsored by Monterey Fire. So continue to look for that to get yourself engaged and become a CERT volunteer in any one of the number of neighborhoods that you might live in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to say a few last thoughts. I think it's important that we also help build trust in our government. And I think that we have a responsibility in helping to do that. But right, and in time of emergency, that's the most important. I have an experience with my own father when we were being evacuated, living in San Diego, and he didn't want to leave because he didn't feel like there was a need for that. I talked to somebody else who had to be evacuated in the LA fires, and she went to go talk to her neighbor, and he didn't want to leave. This is a thing that occurs, and so anything that we can do to help increase the trust in government, so that when we do say something, that people listen, because we don't want any lives lost. And the messaging will go out, but if people aren't listening to that, that's a huge concern. And then Demetrius and I talked about this a little bit, but I think that there's space for the city to look at what do zoning law changes look like, particularly, for roofs, as I think is a classic example. Should we continue to allow wooden roofs to be built, which is one of the major factors that can cause homes to be impacted by wildfires? So we need to be able to look at what is appropriate type of building structures that exist. And I think that there are some laws that we can create in the city of Monterey to make sure that we are a more wildfire resilient community. So lots of conversation to be continued, and really just sending out our love to our firefighters that have gone, that will go, that are down there now. And our hearts go out to the families and loved ones that are impacted down in LA now. So thanks everybody for entertaining this, being part of the dialogue. This is just the beginning of a ongoing conversation. So with that, let's go on to the rest of our agenda for today. Oh, I apologize.
You will vote to adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Yes, we will vote. Is there a motion? Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Garcia. I got a second from Councilmember Smith. Any other discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And I probably should read next time because it's highlighted roll call vote. So thank you for the reminder, Clementine. Now we will go to general public comment. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda. So same process. If you are in the chamber, ask if you wouldn't mind standing to the left of the podium. If you're not able to do so, you can identify yourself by raising your hand. In the meantime, I'm going to go check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function, and we'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom. We have 4 in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. We'll do 3 minutes.
Let's see here. Steve Lightfoot here, LennonMurderTruth.com. I have a rally at noon in downtown Alvarado Street on March 1st, my birthday. Everybody knows what I have. The killer's face, name, and letter to the editor Lincoln Reagan before the crime of John Lennon's murder. If you fail, well, good luck. Good luck. You know, the Esteban restaurant down here there used to be the Casa Moon restaurant. I used to work there as a cook. A black homosexual busboy tried to kill me with an overhead smash with a baseball bat in the kitchen there, and I raised my elbow and sacrificed it to stay alive. And they were so impressed with my courage, they renamed the restaurant Esteban. So my image is already in your city. What I found out last week is going to sound preposterous, but it is there. If you watch the cop show on Defy Network, when they flash to the satellite shot of the United States at night with all the lights lit up, you can even see it at night. And it's probably best seen on this image because lighting and shadows do factor in. A photograph of me taken from the SFPD in a mugshot for confiscating my signs from a sidewalk in 1987. Exactly me in exactly that photograph takes up the states of Washington and Oregon. My left eye is at Spokane, Washington. My nose is east of Seattle. My full lip of end mouth is just east of Portland. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's photographic. It's a 500-mile tall photograph of my 1987 mugshot. It's crazy. Where I was born, Helena, Montana. The only other image of a face of a man's nose looking down on California. Weird. Anyway, Clint Eastwood may have tried to run me over with a golf course last month. After I got run over by a golf cart, 12 hours later, 100 people were run down in New Orleans. I mean, I have an avenging angel, folks. Clint Eastwood roofied me in 1980 for dating one of his girlfriends. And I wondered then, what does he do? Use roofies to pick up dates? Does he make love to passed out women? I mean, God, he's a good looking guy. Why? Okay. And I'll continue with other things. But Civic Grove Golf Courses, predominantly gay cafe, 86 me again because, well, we don't talk politics here.
I'm just going to ask you to stay focused on city business.
Yeah. It is your city. March 1st.
All right. That's your time, sir. Thank you. Don't forget your sign.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year to Mr. Mayor and the City Council members. My name is Mabel Lernoud. Thank you. My name is Mabel Lernoud, and I will give you this so you'll have everything. I am a resident of Monterey now for 42 years. I am requesting a city smoking ban in multiple unit residential buildings, including individually owned units. I am 80 years old. I live at 500 Glenwood Circle in Monterey since 1989. For the last 5 years, I've had a heavy smoking neighbor, and my health is in jeopardy. Not just mine, but I'm the one who's speaking up. I have appealed to the Homeowners Association numerous times, in person and in writing with supporting documents from the American Lung Association, ECHO, the American Non-Smokers' Rights Foundation, the County Health Department, the California Air Resources Board, and more. But as long as the city permits smoking indoors, the board refuses, the board is the Homeowners Association Board, refuses to intervene given the enormous potential cost of litigation by the person who smokes. Because this person owns a unit. This is a condominium that was originally built as an apartment building, but it has been sold individually, so the units are all individually owned. Many cities in California have banned indoor smoking in privately owned condominium units where the heating air ducts are shared and secondhand smoke infiltration can and does easily occur. Pacific Grove, our closest neighbor, is one of these cities. I have obtained the chapter of the Pacific Grove Municipal Code dealing with smoking regulations, and I am submitting a copy now, today. I ask the city, please, to ban smoking indoors in multiple unit residential buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, this is part of there's a report on this in the staff work plan in the evening session. So I don't know if you want to hang around for our evening session tonight, but I think we hear your public comments. So I appreciate you coming to share those today.
It's in the afternoon.
It's in the
This afternoon.
Oh,
What's the agenda item?
it's all at some point, not now.
Again, my name is Leonard Levinson, live in Monterey for over 20 years. I want to bring up an issue that deals with one that's been in the news for many, many months. Last week, the Carmel Pinecone had a major article on homelessness. I'm sure all of you folks know the seriousness of the issue. I want to talk briefly about one person who is homeless, who I see quite often, and perhaps some of you have seen this person. She never asks for help. She makes a living by knitting and selling recipes. She is usually located around the post office on Hartnell Street. A lot of people try to help her out. She refuses to have help, help that could provide her perhaps with housing, medical attention. I have spoken to her on numerous occasions. I have helped her out in certain ways with money, with food. I tried to give her some clothing not too long ago, and she couldn't take it because she has too much stuff. What I'm asking is, well, let me backtrack. I have spoken with the manager at the post office. I've spoken with the police department. I've spoken with an officer who is a community resource officer. He knows this person. Ironically, right across the street from where she is, we have the Professional Behavioral Health Center. I've called Monterey County Department of Social Services. I've talked to a lot of people, but this one individual is still on the street. And I would like to see the city somehow, in some way, help this one person who needs help. And if she doesn't get it, She may very well succumb to hypothermia and die lying on the street out there at night. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Hans, who's not here, City Council. I'll try to keep it short, and maybe I have some miscellaneous ramblings on my mind, but just a few things. I mean, the city is so well run between the City Council and architectural and historical and all that we do here. We do a great job at that. But I do want us to be mindful a little bit about the reality of how the world functions. Oftentimes, we try to follow an idealistic concept, an idea to do something, and may not be feasible. It may be a wonderful thing to try, but you need to get down to the practicality. We see that a lot within development. We have great ideas for development of a project, a property, or an area plan. But really, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, a lot of those people with the ideas, or even those in government, don't have a real understanding of development costs, what it takes to do it, the outcome. As we look at with the fire here, we're trying to save the trees, but we've saved no trees in the end. So I think it's important that we try to bring a lot of insight in from the community, maybe with meetings occasionally. And I know we have them. We have these general things, but have an advisory board we got some major business people in this area that really know what they're doing and look at their ideas. I go back and I look at some things. I'd love to see our local coastal plan implemented again. It's been a lot of years. I know they're working at it. It's a hard thing to do. It would help a lot. But when I see something like, I think about 301 Cannery Row, I hear on that, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but Coastal Commission stating, oh, we can't do a change of use on that because it's a cannery. Well, I hope they don't look around and see we don't need canneries here, unfortunately, anymore. We need housing, and deny a change of use for something we really need. Sure, I'm glad that place wasn't a bordello, because we'd have to start up that business again to keep Coastal Commission happy. On my property, I'm fighting a battle now. I've been fighting now for 7.5 years. I've gone literally through over 31 attorneys, millions of dollars spent on attorneys to fight something that's just as ridiculous as keeping a property that's 60 years vacant to be fenced off and demolished with no revenue and no benefit to the community. Yet I continue that battle. I'd love to see the community come help. I'd love to see the city. They've been helpful in many ways, but there's a lot more to be done. We're coming down to mission critical. I'm getting older. I'm getting more white hair. I'm getting worn out by all this. And we're coming down to a point where I really need help of the community and the city and people to push through on this. We do have a way to win. We're close. We got overturned with a judge on the writ of mandate, forcing the commission to reinstate our permit. But we still have the battle ahead to vest it. And I think that's something where the community can help, the city can help. And I just ask you to do that. Again, it's not about the practicality maybe, but it's in terms of the long term. What's the alternative? The alternative, if I fail, we'll have 30 years of rubble there again. I don't want to see that. If I look at 301 Cannery Row, I don't want to look at that being the way it is again for another 30 years. Thank you.
Okay, and we will go to our one speaker online.
This is Ursula. Ursula, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mayor Williamson, City Council members, and City Manager Hans, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ursula Galashodi, and I am a homeowner in Monterey. I spoke on this subject at your meeting in November. I live at a 60-unit condominium complex located on La Playa, adjacent to Del Monte Beach. We are interested in the update to the City of Monterey's local coastal program. This is identified in the document that's attached to the agenda tonight, but I didn't see it specifically mentioned on the agenda. So specifically page 17 of the 2025 City Staff Work Program. Value driver number 2, protect and preserve our natural environment by addressing climate change through ecologically responsible and pragmatic solutions. We are concerned about the effect of...
I apologize. Because on the agenda, you can speak on public comment for that at that time. We haven't gotten to that item yet, though. This is general public comments for things that aren't on today's agenda.
Perfect. Is that in the agenda later on this evening?
It's actually coming up next.
Oh, perfect. Great. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No worries. No worries. I apologize for cutting you off there.
No problem.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and then we'll go to consent agenda before we go to our public appearance item, which is our staff work program for 2025. So anybody wish to pull anything from consent? And the council? Not seeing any takers. We'll go ahead and open up to public comment. So this is an opportunity for anybody in the public that wishes to pull an item or generally speak on anything that's on our consent agenda. So we'll go ahead and check on Zoom, and I'll give folks a second to use the raise hand function there. In the meantime, we'll check in with the chamber if anybody wants to speak on anything that's on our consent agenda, given that we're like getting closer to majority staff in the room. I'm assuming we're not having any much public comment on this one. Go ahead and go back online, do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and not seeing any takers online. So we'll bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
So moved.
It's moved and
Second.
seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And with that, we'll go to our public appearance item number 7, receive update on 2020-25 city staff work program, and we'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and our assistant city manager will present.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and Council member. It is a privilege to be here before you today to present the city staff work program for the year. Kudos and a big shout out to our entire city staff who've worked very hard on this effort. And this is a look back at accomplishments from 2024, as well as looking forward at many, if not all, of the city initiatives that are in store for this year. Just to provide you with an overview of today's objectives, there are 4 key reasons and objectives for today's presentation. The first is for the council and the community as well to better understand what are in the city staff's work program in relation to the city's vision, mission, value drivers, as well as strategic priorities. Hear about some of the major initiatives in the program, understand the depth and breadth of the initiatives that the city is currently moving forward with. And also, this presentation is to serve as a primer for the City Council study session that will be held next week on Wednesday, January 29th at Schulte Park Center. We've shared this graphic before. I know some of the members of the council who've been on council. We always, over the past few years, we talk about the cascading goals, and it starts at the top with the city's vision, followed by the vision, the value drivers, and the strategic priorities, and the many city staff work program items that fall within each of those strategic priorities and value drivers. And while we call this a city staff work program, they truly are the city council's and the community's work program as well in many respects. All of you provide the policy direction for what is in the city's priorities, what are part of the community's priorities. And through your policy direction and leadership and your creativity, the hard work and execution by our city manager and our executive team, supervisors and staff throughout the organization makes each of the work program items a reality. So the city council's vision statement is Monterey, a beautiful place to live, work, and visit, Honda. And the mission statement is that in partnership with our entire community, the Monterey City Council provides visionary leadership, ensuring a safe, healthy, historic, economically vibrant, and sustainable environment. So what's the purpose of the city staff work program? It keeps the city council informed on projects, programs, and policy items. Also keeps staff focused on what initiatives are important to the city council and community beyond the normal course of business. And again, it highlights the wide span of initiatives to the council and community. We bring this to the council twice a year, once in depth in January, and then again with a brief update in August. Again, it includes programs, projects, and initiatives that are not part of the normal course of business. And we organize this by the value driver and strategic priority. It includes updates on progress, it includes statistics, efforts that are underway, what has been completed, and what's expected to be completed in the upcoming future. This year's city staff work program that's in your packet includes 234 items. What's not part of the work program is the normal course of business. And why this is important to state early on is because you will not see the details on planning applications, detailed statistics from the police department's calls for service, as an example, fire department call outs, the number of park visitors and users, the hours of staff time that are used maintaining beaches, parks, campgrounds, or the cemetery. The normal course of business is not part of the work program. So that's important to keep in mind. And why is that? It's because the work program is focused on new efforts or initiatives, not ongoing service delivery. Resource allocations is an important part, is that every initiative that is part of this effort requires legal review, analysis, and recommendations from Chrissy and her team. Important to also keep in mind that it's quite an in-depth work program, considering that we're a small full-service city government serving 30,000 residents. And we try to balance the needs of the council, the community, and staff while maintaining balance with expectations and the fiscal and staffing realities that we have. Here are our value drivers, and we'll go through each one in the work program items by value driver, starting with quality of life. So this value driver is focused on community partnerships, the quality of life for our residents, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and championing equitable access to affordable housing and maintaining a safe environment. It's a little bit of a catch-all, if you will. The first strategic priority to highlight is health and wellness. Holiday meal kits are very popular. We have them twice a year around Thanksgiving and around Christmas, serving over 15,200 individuals this past year. And it's a great partnership with the Food Bank, Kiwanis Club, Defense Language Institute, as well as support from the police, fire departments, public works, parks, and led by our recreation division. We had this recently for our 5th year in a row. The weekly produce pickup is a partnership between the Food Bank for Monterey County, and it's held at Schulte Park Center on a regular basis. And we also have funding that through the Community Development Block Grant Program, providing $11,900 to the Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula. Every month, there are blood drives held at El Estero Park Center, and last year collected 376 pints of blood. Other efforts under this category include managing the city's share of the nationwide opioid litigation. And it was mentioned earlier during the public comment period, as part of this strategic priority, a prior council had expressed interest in establishing an ordinance restricting smoking in multifamily housing units. Because we have not heard this as a key focus for council, and because we have other priorities, we do not plan, unless the current council expresses interest, we do not plan to pursue this in the near future. On the public safety side, an important element of public safety fire service is the paramedic program that provides advanced life support, or ALS service. We're often asked, what's the difference between ALS and BLS? Basic life support focuses on some of the immediate care using techniques like rescue breaths, AED, oxygen administration, bandaging. But ALS, which is paramedic level service, is a higher level of care, providing advanced airway management, IV access, medication administration, and advanced cardiac life support. And we're expanding the paramedic program in all of our contract cities. And in Pacific Grove, that was added in August of 2024. The automated license plate reader system implementation is a great example of one of the successes. Last year, after extensive public engagement, town hall meetings, and support from all of you, our Monterey City Council, 34 ALPR cameras were implemented and completed in December. And we know ALPRs work. In the past few weeks, the vehicles of suspects of robbery, theft, stolen vehicles, as well as attempted homicide have been located using the ALPR system, leading to the arrest of suspects. The Monterey Police Department team, they staff events 24 days out of the year. And then this year's initiatives are focusing on the local roadway safety plan that will conduct crash safety data evaluations. Let's move on to emergencies and community resiliency. We heard about the community wildfire prevention plan, increasing defensible space, the town hall that will be held soon. The CERT team in 2024 brought on 75 new members, executed 6,100 hours of community volunteering service, and responded to 59 different activations. The general plan safety element moved forward, and that was adopted as part of the Monterey 2031 plan. Infrastructure grants continue to be a priority, focused on the harbor and transportation. We received this fiscal year a $1 million grant for fuel reduction. So these are just some of the items within this category. Maintaining a physically and mentally active city is another priority for us. Sports Center programs this year are focused on cultural programs to bring more people into the Sports Center who aren't as familiar with the services provided there. The Dia de los Muertos program, in conjunction with the Pumpkin Pledge, brought over 1,000 participants. They brought in mariachi music and folk dance performances. Concession services at the Sports Center are being negotiated now with a potential vendor to bring back the cafe services at the Sports Center. There's a new partnership with Montage Health that also includes a $100,000 grant that Montage Health is providing the Sports Center to support efforts. And some of the other partnership efforts include healthy aging, injury prevention, balanced development, nutrition, and sleep health programs. This year, the summer program brought over 2,600 summer campers to the Whispering Pine Day Camp, the Sports Center Sports Camp, beach volleyball, track and field, flag football, other types of camps. And of course, we celebrated 71 years of the Camp Quien Sabe Youth Overnight Camp program at Toro Park, just outside of Salinas. And then a major initiative that our park staff, along with Public Works and others, have been working on is the development and approval of the Old Capitol Site Master Plan. There's been helpful dialogue, site surveys, feedback from the public, and input from the Parks and Recreation Commission. As many of you know, there are challenges at this site due to some of the environmentally sensitive areas, special status species, and special conservation areas. This plan will be brought to all of you, the City Council, during the first half of this year. And then Recreation, of course, had over 41,000 participants in their programs this past year. The library's work towards building community and increasing learning and connectivity. The bookmobile included further included extended stops and pop-ups. So some of the regular stop locations include Casanova Oak Knoll Community Center, El Estero Park, Montecito Park, and the extended stops included preschools and pop-up events throughout the year. The children's reading and learning area was renovated this year. Brian Edwards, the library director, and his team expanded shelving, opened up the light by bringing out, taking some of the shelving units that were distracting and blocked the sunlight from coming into the children's area, and also created a sensory room as well. They're currently reviewing the reopening of Edda's Cafe. This is the cafe on the backside of the library, and they're going through an RFP for cafe operations. Programs are being expanded at Colton Hall, poetry, music, and the arts. And this year, $73,218 were brought in from the Monterey County Gives programs. I'm sorry, that was last year, for art programs, pilot art lending programs, and makerspace activities in the library, with more funding coming from MC Gives this year for history type programs in the California History Room. Most importantly, this year at the library is open 6 days a week again, which is exciting. First time since the pre-pandemic. The Monday hours are now from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., serving folks at the high school primarily. Later this year, we'll see book vending kiosks. These are kiosks where folks can reserve books and then pick up books on reserve, similar to an Amazon locker. That's really exciting. That'll be at Montecito Park as well as the Monterey Sports Center. So we're working, this is the kind of synergy that you're seeing between the library teams, Public Works, Parks, the fire department, and Sports Center. And then expanding digital access to the California History Room. Last but not least, as a strategic priority here, we have addressing neighborhood concerns, continued efforts towards Laguna Grande Regional Park Trail maintenance strategy. Some of the challenges there involve permitting, the North Fremont Corridor undergrounding utility projects, mobile phone reliability at the fairgrounds, and reliability at PG&E. We've heard that PG&E is working on repair work at both the Del Monte and Viejo substations, and that should increase reliability. This map is something that we see far too often when we go to the outages.pgne.com, right? Where large swaths of the city of Monterey is without power. We're working to address that. And then funding NCIP projects. There are currently 52 prior year active projects with a budget of $8.3 million, an additional 31 NCIP projects this fiscal year with a $10.7 million budget. As many of you know, the biggest challenge with NCIP has been staffing. And we have limited staff to complete these projects with fewer engineers. And staff is doing as best as they can to increase contracts and complete as many NCIP projects as possible. But as many of you know, contractors require management too. In terms of protecting our environment, there are a number of staff work program items, specifically on protecting our Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. The local coastal plan study is to start in 2025. There's an effort to update vessel liability insurance to help protect the city and vessel owners. The stormwater water quality protection regulatory permits and the ongoing 951 Del Monte Avenue groundwater remediation project. For Wharf 2, this is an image from a photo that we took this past year. We completed $1.5 million in repairs and additional work will continue. We do not want what happened in Santa Cruz to happen here in Monterey. And we need to invest in improvements on Wharf 2. Another effort is to remove derelict and abandoned vessels. We received a grant from the Department of Boating and Waterways from state of California this year to address removal of those vessels. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions is another one. This is a photo from the Edible Food Recovery Program grant that Regen gave out to local organizations. 2 of them serve Monterey, one of them Gathering for Women, the other Meals on Wheels. We'll be updating the Climate Action Plan in 2025 with new targets, and we're required by law to comply with the city's general plan update as part of that update. We're expanding electric vehicle infrastructure. We just received word 2 weeks ago that we received a Department of Transportation grant called Charging, Fueling, and Infrastructure. It's a CFI grant. This is our second time going for the grant regionally. We didn't receive it the first time, but we're receiving it this time. It's a $15 million grant region-wide. The valuation for the improvements, the 8 charging stations each at the El Estero Park Center, San Carlos Beach parking lot, and Cannery Row parking garage is valued at $1.3 million. And we're very excited about that grant that is in coordination with AMBAG and the City of Santa Cruz as a lead agency. We're expanding public electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The Tesla destination charging site at our waterfront lot is, as we know it, moving forward later with 25 ports. We're expanding EVs with the city's fleet with 6 new vehicles, but we still have reliability issues, as some of you have heard, with electric vehicle technology. And as you see here in the image above, this is a photo of a new charge point station that was installed this past year in our city parking lot at the Foam Avenue and Irving Street.
Now, I know there's a lot of information here, but could you describe that one further while you're on it with the reliability issues, particularly the parking vehicles?
Yeah, so parking vehicles are highly specialized. They're called Go-4, Gophers is the nickname for them. And the challenge this year, we purchased 4 Go-4 electric vehicles. We parked them in the downtown East Garage. They charge overnight. The charging isn't the issue, it's the reliability of the motor. 3 this year, for the majority of the year, 3 out of the 4 EV parking enforcement vehicles have been out for service. We have to send them up to the Bay Area, and they're out of service for months at a time. So its reliability is challenging. It's one of the reasons why this year we bought 2 new Go-4 vehicles, and they're gas run and not electric, because we can't rely on these vehicles. We've looked at Rivian as an example, right, for trucks. And in our conversations with the Rivian team, if there is an issue, we have to tow it on a flatbed truck up to their service center in San Jose, and the cost for that is just astronomical. So, we are adding the Ford F-150 electric to our fleet, but we're not looking at, this is where some of the challenges with EVs are, and I drive electric vehicles personally, right? So it's just a challenge for a city fleet.
100%. Thank you for describing that. I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of our efforts and trying to do what we can where we can and where the challenges exist in that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate the question.
Mayor, while we're on the same topic, can I ask you a question? You were going through the number of charging stations due to that grant. What was the number of charging positions we'll be able to have in Monterey as a result of the $1.5 million grant?
Yep. From the $1.3 million grant.
Just increased it one.
Yep. It'll be 8 stations at 3 different locations. So a total of 24 charging stations in addition to what we have now. And what we have now are 2 in the downtown West Garage, 2 in Calle Principal, and then 2 at the Irving and Foam lot.
So I just want to be clear, with the 1.3 grant, we're adding how many more?
24 more.
We're adding 24 more, which will bring us to a total in the city of
30.
30. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 30 that are city owned and operated.
City owned and operated. And that does not include the private sector.
Doesn't include private sector and does not include the Tesla ones as well.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next value driver, fiscal stewardship. Our focus continues to be on managing the city's revenues and expenditures as part of our core strategy that was adopted back in 2018. The citywide cost study program begins in 2025. We're updating business license processes. Updating the purchasing card protocols is ongoing. The 5-year capital improvement program, the facilities condition assessment, and then wanted to mention too with the Mills Act. Many of you know that Mills Act contracts are for historic properties that are purchased for investment purposes and then resold. So these property owners receive a 40 to 60% property tax incentive for rehabbing historic properties. That's great for historic properties, but that also means less revenue for the city and other property taxing agencies, such as the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. And we've found over the years that these are investors that come in, they already have the money, and they get this property tax write-off, and then it impacts our revenues. So we're going to be bringing forward a long-term policy effort to you. That's just one example of something that you'll see coming up here soon under this strategic priority that I didn't list earlier. Revenue enhancements, the cannabis roadmap continues. The image here is from the Cali Roots event, and it was the first event of its kind here in Monterey in May 2024. We're continuing down the roadmap. There was an article and a segment in KSBW today about on Saturday, we'll have one new cannabis operator open up. Also, there's modest fee increases taking place to the marina so that we can stay competitive here on the Central Coast, Parks and Rec. There's the storm drain master plan rate study. TOT audits continue, especially as the #1 source of revenue for the city, providing training to general managers and accountants for hotels. And we're going to start a new process this year in 2025 for hotel audits. Okay. Restoring and establishing city reserves. I won't read each of these numbers. You can read them, but continues to be a focus for us. For many years, we didn't have a fund for economic uncertainty that was 20% of general fund, and now we do. And that's something to be really proud of. Business retention and attraction. We continue to work collaboratively with business associations and groups. We have a dedicated city planner who serves as a liaison to each of the business associations to support their efforts. Hans also meets regularly with the Chamber of Commerce and other organizations. We support the local Small Business Development Center. The photo here is one that I took a few months ago at the wharf, right? And this is the sidewalk vending policy that we know continues to be a challenge and is because of state law. The fact that SB 956 decriminalizes sidewalk vending but requires cities to allow it. From a policy perspective, We know sidewalk vending provides income opportunities for entrepreneurs and individuals who can't afford brick and mortar store. But on the flip side, the footprint of some of these vendors has gotten out of hand. So groups like the Fishermen's Wharf Association would like to see a crackdown on these vendors. We're going to be bringing a policy, an updated policy to you later this year as well. Supporting military installations. As many of you know, we have 2 major installations. Let me see here. I'm not sure why the screen isn't being shared, so let me fix that. Okay. I don't know how long it hasn't been up there, so it just happened. Okay, good. Okay. Sorry about that. So military initiatives continue. We have our military bases here, Presidio of Monterey, home to DLI, the Naval Postgraduate School. The latest military economic impact report highlights that $4.9 billion in economic impact the military has to Monterey County, and that accounts for 10.5% of total employment. We're working on a SWOT analysis, recognizing the potential threat of base realignment closure now that we have Trump administration 2.0. So something to be mindful of. We've continuing to engage with Team Monterey partners. Han serves as chair of the California Defense Alliance, Communities Alliance, and we expand other efforts. The Skill Bridge program, military spouse employment. We actually have a military spouse, for example, who we just hired in our finance department. We're continuing to seek grant funding opportunities. And we often hear from members of the public that council members, commissioners as well, and our own staff, that we need to apply for more grant funding. The single biggest challenge, and I'm repeating what you've probably already heard, the single biggest challenge is that grants that are given by the federal government and the state government are used to support very specific policy priorities and initiatives. So very few, if any, grants are given for equipment or apparatus, ongoing staffing, recreation staff. So once in a blue moon, we'll receive a FEMA grant for assistance for firefighters, or specialized equipment from the Department of Homeland Security for certain equipment. The other issue that we have is that we're not classified as a disadvantaged community. So we're often not even eligible to apply for the bulk of funding that's available for harbors and community centers and parks. Many of the parks grants that are out there, as an example, and we're providing background for you, is that it's 2 main factors. One is disadvantaged communities, and our household income is higher in retrospect, right, to the entire state of California. So we don't qualify because of that. And the other is because of park acreage. So many of our residents live within 1 mile of parks. And that often is a criteria, and one of the reasons why you don't see us receiving park funding. And that includes beaches, regional parks, forests. And we have far more parklands and park acreage per resident than most communities, especially when you compare us to dense areas in LA County, the Bay Area, Fresno is an example, so we're not eligible for that. So having said all of that, we have secured grant opportunities. In total, this past year, federal, state, local grants have totaled $7.83 million. $2.3 million is the REAP grant for the Mid-Penn Housing Project just behind City Hall. $1.6 million for the sea level rise analysis. $1.3 million, we talked about the regional electric vehicle charging station grant. $690,000 in CDBG funding. And then other smaller grants for parks, the Monterey Public Library, other efforts as well. Facility rehabilitation, repair, and replacement. One could argue this was a theme last year, and it will continue to be the theme as our facilities age. The sewer master plan, sewer rate study, the sports center critical projects, continuing on with the dehumidifier, pool replastering this year, upgrades at the natatorium, and then the backup generator, cooling tower replacement at the conference center. And our facilities continue to age. This is just a photo of a building that was built in 1840s here in Monterey. That's a city facility that shows you how the adobe wall is degrading.
What building is this?
Manager's office.
It's city manager's office.
This is the city manager's
Specifically my office. So,
Wow.
so it's just an example.
You did this
We
on
have-
purpose, didn't you, Nat?
I did.
Just kidding.
I
just
did.
kidding.
But no, it's just,
We're going to.
it's intended to be a graphic to share with all of you how challenging it is. I could have also included a photo last year of the water leak that went into the living quarters of the firefighters, firefighter living quarters, right on Hawthorne Street at Station 12. But luckily, NCIP supported that project. These are needs that we have throughout the community. Addressing pension liability is another. We've got council's authorized $2 million in initial funding for the Section 115 trust. We have $6 million as of January 2025 in the pension reserve fund. That's incredible. We selected Public Agency Retirement Services, also known as PARS, to be the administrator for that. And council policy is to fund $1 to $2.5 million per year. And why is that important? It's because our total pension and other post-employment benefit, OPEB liability, is $190.8 million as of June 30th, 2023. And that's the latest numbers that we have. So 190, let that sink in, $190 million in unfunded pension liability.
Just to give perspective to folks too, that's about around what our entire budget is in the city of Monterey.
General fund and
right? So,
plus, Yep, you got it. We're going to have an update for all of you, so it's something to look forward to. So if you don't need to ask detailed questions unless you're really interested on the Section 115 trust and reserve presentations are going to be brought before you either on February 18th or March 4th. So those are the two dates we're working, Rafaela and her team is working with our outside consultants on this, and you'll hear more on where we are. Technology and business solutions. This could be a 1 hour long presentation, not going to do it. The technology and business projects being implemented citywide are immense. We're currently developing an AI policy that's secure and protects the city, but allows employees to utilize these AI tools. We are going to, and we promise, launch the service request portal and app. There's been some challenges with integrating that with GIS. That's taking place this year. The new financial software ERP system. This past year, we upgraded network infrastructure to the tune of $1.5 million. The other software you're going to hear later this afternoon, information about the Ptolemy software, the rental inventory software that's crucial to this project. That's a technology and business solution. We're going to be upgrading the Emergency Operations Center.
Could you go back? Sorry.
Yeah, you bet.
The CRM system. Could you describe that more?
Yeah, this is the app that we've been talking about, where you can download an app and submit work orders or public requests. And it's been a conversation we've had for a number of years. The challenge is, how do we integrate it with our workflow, and how do we integrate it with our GIS system and track it, because we do have a robust internal system that not only ties with the work for city projects, but also with requests from the U.S. Army and the Presidio. So this will be launching, more to come, and we'll have a presentation for you if you're interested and more information. But it's one of the 234 items in the work program.
Thank you.
You bet. We have a new station alerting system in fire stations 11, 12, 13 that's being launched. New permitting portal for community development, city council technology. This year, you'll see upgrades. These screens that are a little blurry and fuzzy that are in front of you are going to be upgraded. And it'll be better not only for you as members of council and boards and commissioners, but also for the members of the audience here. We've updated the voice over IP communication systems this past year, upgraded every major copy machine in the city, and continue efforts towards cemetery mapping and software enhancements. Next value driver, developing and retaining our quality city workforce. An emphasis this past year for our organization has been on staff development. Human Resources launched NeoGov Perform, which is a new employee feedback and evaluation system that integrates with our recruitment and job classification software. The whole idea behind this is that we're going to provide feedback on how employees are doing well and where there are areas for improvement, so they're not surprised each year. and it integrates with their employee record. We've also launched this past year the Onda Academy, and it's based on our city's motto of forward progress. So this builds technical leadership and management skills for employees who supervise staff throughout our city organization. So we've got fire division chiefs sitting alongside sports center coordinators, learning about various topics, human resources, finance, budgeting, having difficult conversations at work, military leadership in Monterey. So we held these once a month last year, and they're now being held every 6 to 8 weeks. And there's roughly 100 people who are part of this development, leadership, and supervisorial development program. So in addition to the technical learning that employees get out of this, it also helps foster cross-departmental collaboration as well as team cohesion, as you can see in this graphic above, in this photo. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a strategic priority of the council. We provide training to employees, and this year we're going to be focused on a framework for belonging, dignity, joy, and justice, also known as BDJJ, so that employees are continuing to feel welcomed and valued and safe. Employees' safety and wellness, employee safety training requirements continues, along with AB 1825 harassment prevention training, SB 553 workplace prevention plan. And every year for the past few years, we've held human resources. It's taken a great effort in organizing annual benefits fair for employees. Effective labor negotiations that are fair, competitive, and market-driven. Kudos to the bargaining units as well as human resources and the city team for securing 3-year term labor agreements with the city's 7 bargaining units, major accomplishment here, and also implemented a total compensation study in 2024. And that was a big deal as well. Moving on to the next value driver, securing water sources. One of them, this is a photo of runoff. When we open up the gates at El Estero Park, drain the water levels in the lake of El Estero Lake, that runoff goes straight into the bay. Our goal is to divert runoff to the sewer system for treatment and increasing our water supply, both for El Estero Lake, but as well as Olivier Street project for stormwater. We've also cross-checked with the Monterey Regional Water Management District regarding water for additional RHNA units, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment units, continuing to advocate for removing the cease and desist order with the State Water Resources Control Board, and ongoing collaboration with the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Next value driver is affordable housing. You'll be talking about this evening, so I won't go into detail, but we've got the rental registry, the Monterey Rental Assistance Program, continuing to focus on development of affordable housing on city-owned sites, specifically the Mid-Penn Housing Project site behind you. This is a graphic of the Ptolemy software that you're gonna hear about in about 2 hours. All right, continuing to address homelessness as well. This past year, the new Housing Navigation Center opened. So we have police officers as well as social workers at that site, folks from Montage Health, from the County Department of Behavioral Services, and we're coordinating with homeless advocacy organizations. And then active mobility, maintaining our street core roadway storm drain infrastructure. So the Franklin Street corridor is to be added to the city's adaptive traffic signal system. We received a $200,000 grant for the local road safety plan with $50,000 for Measure X, or from Measure X. That's happening this year. And then we're continuing to focus on road rehab storm drain infrastructure that's funded through SB1, Measures P and S, and Measure X regionally as well. Continuing to expand technology and modern parking tools. We have digital permits via license plate that's implemented, standardizing and updating parking lot signage on all of our off-street parking lots are also a priority for our parking team. And supporting our regional trail networks. This photo is from Laguna Grande Regional Park on the Monterey side, and supporting FORTAG, supporting future North Fremont Gap project. And then mobility for people of all ages and abilities. We had the ADA transition plan presentation to all of you in December. We launched ADA accessible beach mats that are seasonal at 2 locations on our beaches, ADA compliant curb ramps, continuing to install audible pedestrian signals, and then starting January 1, implementing the California's Assembly Bill 413, also known as the Daylighting Bill. Another value driver is to promote the city's historic and cultural resources through responsible stewardship and historic preservation that highlights the contributions and perspectives of all people who are part of Monterey's diverse history. There's a social justice and equity framework that continues to be refined for the city's museums division. This past year and adopted by our council was the Path of History plan and the Monterey Walking Tour mobile app. We're protecting Monterey's maritime history. We welcomed the Western Flyer to the community this past fall. And the city staff is working to retrofit the California dock as well. Last but not least here, value driver that is focused on a transparent and inclusive government that welcomes and appreciates input from all. This is one of the priorities on digital media and in-person engagement. So we launched a very transparent candidate nomination process this past year, and we continue to see the success of the Have Your Say Monterey system. Projects that we have on Have Your Say Monterey include the rental inventory program, rental assistance program, the local road safety plan, cannabis policy, the Oil Capital Site Master Plan project, the Monterey Public Library Strategic Priority Survey, the 2024-25 budget priorities, and the Monterey 2031 General Plan update. And then we continue to improve the reach through social media. And it's not just about the services that we deliver, but also other important topics like yesterday, celebrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King here. And then our city's website. So I can't believe it's been 3 years since we launched the new city website. We're going to be launching a new refresh later this spring. And here's a slight preview of one of the division pages within the city's website. And we're continuing to ensure that it's accessible for ADA purposes. So here's your list of city staff work program items that we shared with you. We continue our partnerships with nonprofits. We continue partnerships with agencies and coordination with efforts such as stormwater. So some of the next steps for you, we've shared with you this again, we didn't go through, believe it or not, we didn't go through the 243 items. We went through quite a few of the priorities, but we're going to be coming before you as staff next week when we meet at Schulte Park Center on the council feedback on the work program. We're going to conduct a prioritization exercise as well, so we can better understand what your individual and collective priorities are. Stephen Covey, once said, the key is not to prioritize what is on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. So honing in on your priorities next week, are going to help us as staff better understand what's important to you and what's most urgent to all of you. And with that, that's your city staff work program. Really appreciate the city staff who's here to answer any questions that you might have as well. Again, we'll be here next week to talk more in depth about this program.
Thank you, Nat, for the presentation. I know there's a lot there, and thank you to the entire city team, because I know that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And to your point, how you started the presentation, this is not even talking about the day-to-day operations and everything that's going on, which is quite much the majority of the work that's done in the city. So on behalf of all of the citizens of Monterey, seriously, we want to thank our city team for the work that's done. I just want to help clarify and maybe help direct the council here. The goal here tonight, especially because we're short on time, we have to get into closed session, is not to get into specific priorities, but we'll do that at the study session next week. So I'll open it up now for questions if there's anything specific to the presentation that we can't wait for next week on. So is there any questions from the presentation?
Nope, just looking forward to next week.
Yep, no, I'm good. No questions.
Beautiful. Dr. Barber?
I'm good. I'll wait till next week.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So we'll check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, we'll check in the chamber. Anybody? Anybody? All right, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 folks online, so we'll go ahead and give 3 minutes each.
All right, first to speak will be Steve.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Steve Hanley. I'm a retired real estate broker with about 55 years experience in real estate and some development. And I'm a really proud owner of a home in the HOA, Homeowners Association, on La Playa Street in Monterey. I want to point out something, first of all, that really registered with the presentation given by staff. It was awesome. You presented what looks to be a Gordian knot of issues that need to be cut through and dealt with. And I'd like to propose that the really, really big issue in dealing with all of these issues is all about the money. Sea level rise came up in my mind back when we created a group called Sand Matters, with the purpose of closing down Cemex, the sand bandits up in Marina, that we were able to shut down and preserve the sand issues available on the shoreline. Taking it from there, sea level rise has become a real issue, not just here in Monterey, but up and down the coast, and in particular on the East Coast, and it's getting more and more national attention. I would like to submit that the preservation of existing structures and quality tourist attractions that bring money to the area be defended, that we shore up Monterey, not let it delete itself because of the loss of sand. And representing myself only, not the HOA of 60 units that are on the sand, I'd like to ask that you consider the fact that that complex has a market valuation of about $90 million to $100 million, given what it's selling for right now. And it doesn't require many city services. We have to maintain our own road. We've got our own sewer system. We, got our own flood control. There are hardly any kids that attend schools. There are very, very few resources that require city services. But we are under the gun if the dune that protects the property is eliminated. And we would like the staff and the LCP people involved in putting the LCP together to consider the fact that the net asset value and the property taxes that it generates are a huge, huge resource that provide a positive plus income to the city above and beyond what it requires to protect it. I would really, really ask you, the council and the manager and staff, to recognize the value proposition of the existing oceanfront property that we own. I have more, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year, since this is the first meeting of the new year, and nice to see our two newly elected council members for the first time up there. Well, for Gino, it's an actual election versus an appointment. But anyway, great presentation as always from staff. I just wanted to mention that, we should be very proud of our staff and our council and our city. I can tell you that, I speak to people in our adjacent cities and in the rest of the county that are always commenting on how they wish their cities were doing as well as ours is in a number of different ways. So I think that speaks to how well the leadership and the staff work together. And hopefully we can continue making this good progress. I wanted to mention that for staff, I was curious if there's a plan to possibly reach out to any of the properties along North Fremont that are sitting dormant and some of them blighted, to see if there's any possibility of anyone wanting to maybe start moving on a project or just kind of checking in with them again so that, we kind of maybe nudge them towards doing something rather than them sitting the way that they have for so long. And I also wanted to bring up, and I don't know the answer to this, but I have recently discussed it with our new county supervisor, Kay Daniels, that our city continues to be considered a high income city. And we're 66% renters. It doesn't kind of make sense. We have so many renters that are not making a lot of money, and yet we are disqualified from a lot of grant money that's out there in federal funding. And it seems like it's something to look into and get a solid answer on, because she did mention that was something that she could help us try and possibly get corrected. So just wanted to bring those couple of things up, and keep up the good work. And I look forward to next week's meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nina.
This is Nina Beatty. There were several things that were either not mentioned or seemed to be not completely mentioned as what the presentations will be for your special meeting. First, there's the reallocation of property tax dollars. I did not hear mentioned at all. This is something that Santa Cruz County and Monterey County are pursuing together. At present, the city gets 6 cents out of every property tax dollar, and that's not just unsupportable, but it's unjust. Homes are where we start from. Everything else is after. And so to have the city adequately supported by the homes that are here, the money that flows, that people are paying on those homes, that needs to be reallocated. And I think please include that as an important part of your plan going forward, that staff and the city council needs to look at. On military installations, the presentation that you hear next week must evaluate the cost to residents and local businesses, and that wasn't mentioned in the presentation tonight. Has the contracting fund and the staff time that's used for military contracting, has that been audited? The hazards and toxins from local facilities wasn't mentioned as being evaluated. The expansion and intrusion into city and neighborhoods and recreation from the military installations wasn't mentioned, including the Navy's use of the city civilian AT&T 5G network. Those impact the city residents. On technology, it's great to have a city council refit. Would you please make that refit wire the technology in the chambers and remove the wireless elements of it? That would be easy, since you're going to be doing that. On homelessness, is the city pursuing addition of more shelters in the city? That's absolutely needed. On the transition, on the ADA equity issue, on the transition plan, there were not included in that no cost or low cost measures to lower barriers for those who are electromagnetically sensitive, such as myself. That's a big problem for me and for many people. On social justice, I didn't hear any mention of inclusion of SLN people in terms of the city and how it moves forward with policies and celebrating history. And finally, in equity, renters are a majority of the people that live here, and low cost or no cost equity for renters would be including them in land use, land project notifications, and they are presently not getting those notifications whenever there are land use projects in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Ursula.
Yes, hello again, Mayor Williamson, City Council members, City Manager Hans. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for all that you do for the city of Monterey and for all of us who live in Monterey. My name is Ursula Galascioti. I'm a homeowner in Monterey. I spoke on this subject at your meeting in November. I live in a 60-unit condominium complex located on La Playa Street, adjacent to Del Monte Beach. I am interested in the update to the City of Monterey's local coastal program. We are concerned about the effect of sea level rise, storm damage, and king tides on the health and ongoing availability of Del Monte Beach, the effects of erosion on the access and use of Del Monte Beach, and the use and enjoyment of Del Monte Beach into the future, one of the best family-friendly and safe beaches in the area. We would strongly encourage in-depth scientific evaluation of Del Monte Beach to determine the effects of these events now and into the future. We feel that Del Monte Beach is vital to the city of Monterey, our residents, and to our visitors. Our unscientific observations have been that there's been significant erosion of Del Monte Beach over the past 5 to 10 years. Hence, our feeling that a scientific evaluation of Del Monte Beach is necessary to determine the long-range impacts. We encourage the city to use some of the funds provided for the city by the California Coastal Commission grant funds to engage in a formal scientific study of the current and future effects of sea level rise, storm degradation, dune erosion, and king tides effect on Del Monte Beach. We would encourage the use of these funds to evaluate Del Monte Beach to be included in the update of the City of Monterey's local coastal program. Thank you so much for your attention and consideration of this very important issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all our public commenters. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for any final comments.
No comments.
Okay, I'm seeing none. So again, for all those in the public, I appreciate your public comments. We're not responding because it's not that we're not interested in what you're sharing. We're going to be picking this discussion back up at our study session that's going to be held next Wednesday at 4:00 at the Schultz Center, Park Center. And you're more than welcome to show up in person. Is it going to be available online? So folks will still be able to participate virtually as well to that. So I encourage you to attend and provide additional public comment there if you so choose. With that, we're going to go ahead and ask for public comments for items on our closed session agenda items. We have 2 items. The first is a public employee performance evaluation regarding the city manager. And then the second is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 5495 6.9 D1. Anybody in the public wish to speak on either of those items? Ask folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom if you're online. And we'll go ahead and check in the chamber. And I see one hand up. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on these items? All right, I'll do a countdown to 5 for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I'll follow the City of Monterey. This is a hard one to resist, but in terms of the review of the one person, accolades to him and great job. And I feel funny saying that, but very impressive. Our city's run very well and I love everything about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And we'll go to our one online caller.
Nina, go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I think there are many aspects in our city that are run well, but there are also ongoing conflicts and issues, and that these come from the leadership. This year, we saw substantial conflicts with the NCIP committee and the tug of war between funding and that there was a process that was objected to, that this is the process for the NCIP committee. And I don't know that it was the city manager's initiative, but attempting to insert military personnel and military property into the NCIP. On the transition plan that was about a year, 2 years in the making, yet it did not include input or action items on very low cost or no cost barrier reduction that I had suggested. On the fire and protection forest management plans, I didn't see any evidence that there were biologists' input involved, environmental organizations or independent scientific input. And some of the suggestions are actually fire-inducing inputs, which puts the city at risk. And there's already been destructive environmental effects from the work that's been done. The ALPR was another area of controversy. This turning the city into a type of smart city with surveillance without any accountability guaranteed by the city leadership, and ignored the ability to track and stalk individuals in the city. The ongoing support, allegiance, if you will, to military installations to the detriment of the city, without looking at the downsides, the time spent that could be prioritized for residents and for small businesses, the time that's spent with military, supporting military goals, and supporting the projects there, despite the public and environmental impacts. Now we're seeing a huge expansion planned by the Navy for their innovation center, and yet there are impacts to the city that the Navy hasn't even evaluated by their own admission, as well as a 5G buoy in the bay, which will involve work with drones and underwater AVs. I'm not convinced, I continue not to be convinced that the city manager's background is completely consistent with what a civilian entity such as a city needs. And for that reason, I raise these objections. Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody. afternoon session. This is our first council meeting of the new year, so wishing for a good one. Welcome to our evening session. Today's Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. We're going to start off with, should we do report out first? It's actually not on here. When should we do the report out?
Pledge of Allegiance, general public comment, announcement.
Okay, it's not in my script here. I just want to make sure I don't forget it. Okay, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rash to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anytime. I'm an Army brat.
Thank you, Councilmember Rash. Alrighty, and then we're going to continue general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. For those that may not be fully aware, what we do is we identify the folks that want to speak on public comments, whether it's general public comment or on any specific agenda item. We identify those folks up front. Once we identify those folks, we close it off. So once that close off happens, only those folks that were identified at the beginning will be able to speak on those items. So I'm going to start on Zoom for folks to use the raise hand function. And I'll come back and do a countdown to let you know when you have to raise it by, but go ahead and start raising your hand on Zoom. And in the meantime, we'll go ahead in the chamber. Anybody wish to speak for general public comments for items not on today's agenda? See one hand, two hands. Anybody else? So we have two people in the chamber that want to speak on general public comments. All right, and I'll go ahead and do a countdown on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have two folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Karen Brown, employee here for 25 years. And most of you remember I've been here before, but I came back because of Councilmember Rush. You remember when I was here before, it's been now over 6 months, and I told you that one of the things that I love about this city is the way we recognize and appreciate our past. And when given this special opportunity that we have now, we have a chance not only to do that again, but to rectify mistakes that were made by previous staff and city council on our behalf. That was done out of ignorance, short-sightedness, and racism, classism, elitism, perhaps. And if we fail to act, what does that say about us now? But so far, we haven't acted. For us to feel proud of this city, we must remedy in some way the wrong that was done to the Native people who lived in the Dutra Street neighborhood in the 1950s. That's when Monterey wanted to build a new fire and police stations and put in a parking lot. To do this, our city, in partnership with the school district and county, destroyed a vibrant neighborhood, a community, a village on Dutra Street. After deep research, including public records coming from past city council meetings, and discussion with local tribal leaders, I understand this neighborhood to be the last land-based gathering spot of indigenous people in the Monterey area since the 1840s. There, people gathered from other places with the residents for celebrations and caring. Their traditions were enjoyed and passed down. Ceremonies, singing, dancing, story and history telling, and plant gathering along the creek. The process that was done then would now be considered disrespectful, maybe illegal, probably illegal. A lot of work was needed for them to regain the cultural traditions that were lost, and they're just still working on that now.
Giving recognition to the decimation of Duta Street and the culture that was there could be done in many ways. I've given you a list of options, but surely the first is the recognition done of what was done. This requires a resolution. Inexpensive, could be considered free. And I'd be happy to suggest the language to get you started, the recognition of the harms in a resolution. Let's get that much done. Another first step would be to invite former residents and their descendants to a session where you listen. I volunteer to help with that too.
If you have additional comments that you weren't able to get to, feel free to send those to the council and be sure to take a look at them for you. Perfect. Oh, thank you. Right there.
Hi, my name is Nancy Soule, and welcome, council, and thank you for your work. I wanted to hope and request that the council consider ways in which we might become a more resilient community as it regards fire safety. We've all seen what's happened. We've even seen what's happened there in the close and nearby Moss Landing. However, one thing I couldn't find on a website is escape routes for Monterey. I think you need a place on your website to give guidance to the residents on how they can escape. I would presume that you would take Del Monte and make it 4 lanes exiting versus 2 lanes each way. Some of these kinds of things, I don't know if you're addressing, but certainly it's not out there for the public to see. I think we need to do that. Another thing I've heard about from residents, several residents actually, was that it was difficult to get permits to remove trees that are leaning towards a property. I think you need to rethink how important are these trees, especially when it could be life. It could also be the start of fires if there are wires in the area. So I would hope that you would look towards creating a plan that is out there for the residents. I enjoyed what I saw about how to prepare yourself for evacuation, but that was in your home. That was what to pack, what to get ready so that you're ready to have those things with you. It didn't tell you where are you going to go? How are you going to get there safely? And what is the city going to do to open up a few more avenues of how to get out of here? So, and I would think you might want to even partner such information with other cities who are going to be also impacted should this ever become something that we face. Hopefully we don't, but I think we need to be prepared. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. And just as a heads up, this was discussed during item number 1 on today's agenda. We passed a resolution regarding the fires down in LA, and there was a little bit of a discussion, so it might be worth looping back around and listening to some of that at least. Absolutely. And then we'll go to our callers online.
First, we have Esther. Go ahead, Esther.
Good evening. I wanted to draw attention to a recent report that was put out by the county that shows that our county, as well as nationally, we have 20% homelessness. That's a giant amount. That's a huge amount of our friends and neighbors and family members that are homeless. The report was pretty extensive, and it cited that the number one reason why people were homelessness and became homeless was financial, aka rent. The number one reason why they remained homeless for over a year was unaffordable rents. We've got to be able to deal with our homelessness problem, and our number one prevention tool is affordable rents. We've got to be able to take care of our neighbors. The report showed that the majority of the people that were homeless were actually living here. So that dispels the argument that's been said in the past that they come here because the weather is good. They come here because, of whatever reasons they have, other than the fact that these were people that are living here and they are working here. They are homeless people that are working 1 and 2 jobs that cannot even still afford rents. To make enough money to afford a modest two-bedroom market rate apartment. The studies show you have to make $45.35 an hour. I can tell you that the majority of our workers in this city, especially in our bigger industries, do not make that kind of money. From 2000 to 2022, California's median rent increased 37%, while median renter increased 7%. None of us want to have more homeless people in front of our businesses. None of us want to have RVs and homeless people in front of our homes and in our neighborhoods. We've got to find a way to do better with our homeless population. And I'm happy to hear that the city has hired a navigation specialist for the center that we have set up. But that number of 20% homelessness, we have got to try and do better than that, because that 20% is on top of the previous numbers that were also high. So please try and be a little bit considerate of the homelessness and keep in mind the prevention tools that we have. Thank you.
And next we have Nina.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I wanted to report on the meeting at the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Had a special emergency meeting today on the Moss Landing battery storage fire. These fires, as you know, could be seen here in Monterey all the way to Santa Cruz. The smoke impacted the Tri-County region with winds carrying it here in Monterey starting on Friday. North Monterey County Fire Chief Mendoza was praised universally for his leadership in this crisis. He really was the face of the county that people could address questions to. The battery storage facility was a political project. It was pushed through without an environmental impact report. The county's mitigated negative declaration ignored known hazards, said had no significant environmental impacts except construction activities. Supervisor Kate Daniels was a county planning commissioner at the time, and she voted for 2 of the projects at the facility there. The county ignored that lithium-ion batteries have fire and explosion risks, which we've now seen, reacting to water, heat, and air, and vulnerable to thermal runaway. And manufacturing defects in the batteries cannot be detected, say the industry experts. Hydrogen fluoride gas or hydrofluoric acid is a product of lithium-ion battery fires. It's highly toxic, it can kill, and it travels very fast. By inhalation, the lowest lethal concentration is about 50 to 250 parts per million for a 5-minute exposure. But neither the county nor the Monterey Bay Air Resource District purchased a hydrogen fluoride monitor, which can be gotten for less than $600. Despite the known hazard, and this is the largest BESS in the world, and they still don't have one despite the 4 incidents and the risk to first responders. The wrong plume dispersion modeling was used for project approval. It was based on Monterey Airport wind data, not Moss Landing. They didn't have weather station equipment at Moss Landing until after the 3rd fire or overheating incident. The experts that say there's no threat to human health are US EPA and CTEH, hired by Vistra. EPA said they couldn't detect any and that it burned up in the fire, despite that HF is produced by fires and is non-combustible. They also said it went up high, then they said it went low, no clear anything. And they refused to test the water, saying it was unknown substances, but we know what goes into the water from these fires. And EPA has a long history of credibility problems. CTH is a very controversial company with a long history of giving the all clear in highly contaminated situations like East Palestine. Their history goes all the way back to the tobacco industry. Where was Cal EPA? They weren't apparently invited to the party, but they have equipment. The public hasn't been getting straight answers, and this toxic smoke is blowing all over the place. People are complaining of health problems, and one person talked about going to the hospital twice.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. Next, we will do a report out from closed session on the first item. There is no reportable action and will be continued. And then I'll pass it to Chrissy for the second item.
For the second item for existing litigation, none of the litigation matters were heard or considered, and all of them will be continued to February 4th City Council meeting, and that includes existing litigation as well as the claim that was on the agenda.
And I'll clarify mine. It will be continued to a date not certain. Okay, and with that, we'll go to our public appearance items. Item number 10, receive rental inventory program annual report and consider recommended program changes and initial tenant protections. We'll pass it to Hans for staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 10 will provide the council with an update about the rental inventory program that we launched almost a little over a year ago. The rental inventory has been discussed in front of the city council, I believe, for the first time around 2020. It was part of a conversation that the council had about how can we work on the pressing housing issue that faces California, faces also especially our region here. And at that time, the council wanted to work on other topics, but not cross that line to create a rental inventory. That was done in 2023 when the council came together and decided we wanted to go forward with a rental inventory. We wanted to create a rental database. It was at that time very controversial. A lot of folks spoke up in favor for it and spoke also up against it. And at the end, the council agreed. The majority of the council agreed going forward with a rental inventory program that we have now implemented. We started, as I stated, the implementation about a year ago. And a rental inventory is a tool that will help us to track rental units. It will help us also to see if the landlords are compliant with housing laws. And it can be also used when you link it to our code compliance database to ensure that the safety of the tenants and landlords are also preserved. A lot of cities have implemented rental inventories. If I say a lot of cities, that is not it's not entirely correct. Quite a few other cities have implemented rental inventories, but it's still something that is not the standard. Here in the county of Monterey, we have just the city of Salinas that has implemented it, but as I understand it, they have stopped continuing it as they are now looking at the rent stabilization ordinance that they passed, somewhat controversial, I think about 6 months ago. So other cities that I'm aware of who have rental inventories is City and County of San Francisco, City of Santa Monica. Santa Monica probably a leader in the state of California with a lot of housing ordinances, housing policies that are reaching far further than a rental inventory. And City of Berkeley is there, City of Pasadena. So tonight, what we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of share with you what we have done for the past 12 months when we implemented the database. And we also tried to make connections between the data that we have collected and also the data that is available on other databases. One of the largest one is the American Community Survey that allowed us to run cross tabulations to basically say what neighborhood has a certain rent ceiling there, and what is the demographics of that neighborhood, what kind of income levels are there, what other characteristics that tell us something. I think we have gained a lot of insights through the rental inventory, but we also gained a lot of experience with the tool, and staff will talk tonight about the insights that we have and also some of the recommendations. Not everything that we thought would work the way it works. might not be as successful as maybe council has envisioned it. So at the end of this presentation, you will also hear some of the suggestions that we as staff want to bring forward to you for future considerations with respect to how can we continue using the database, tinker with it, and how can we make it more useful for the purposes of gaining insights into the city's rental inventory and the rent ceilings that we have here. Tonight, Anastasia will present, as well as Mark Ackerman from our city manager's office, and we hope that you find the presentation insightful, and it hopefully confirms that it's not as easy as some presented it. Just go on Zillow and take their average, and you know what's going on in your city. I think we have reached a much deeper insight than those tools that were also discussed when we went over the pros and cons for the rental inventory. And I think Anastasia and Mark are ready to start us off.
Good evening. Thank you, Hans, for introducing this topic, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Also, good evening, everyone here. And I met some of the property managers and this evening prior to coming in here. So this is, I think, part of one of the best things about the rental inventory is we're starting to really understand what is going on in our rental market in this community. The rental market and the rental world is changing. The dynamics of who owns and who doesn't is constantly changing. So for us to understand what's going on in our rental market, I sort of compare it to our business community. We want to know, who are the businesses? What do our businesses need to know to thrive? What's going on in our rental market? It's very important for us to understand this as a community. So as we work on this rental inventory, we're getting more insights, we're getting more knowledge, we're working more with our property managers and property owners and rental community. So all of those things are positives as we go through this program. I would like to also ensure you all know that our software provider, Ptolemy, Kate Bischoff, is also online tonight. She's in Boston, and she'll be here to answer any questions if you have them about the technicalities of how the program works, the online program. Next slide. Oh, sorry, the presentation isn't up yet. That's okay. So as we look at this data, you're going to see a lot of data tonight. And as you're going through and looking at it, I just want to let you know this is our very first year of doing this ever, right? As a city. There aren't a lot of cities that are doing this. So we're really trying to understand, how do we make this as good as we can? And to the property managers and property owners out there, we as a city staff have really worked hard to make sure that we're accessible. We created online workshop, or we did some online. We did a lot of in-person workshops for our smaller landlords who maybe don't understand the program. Maybe it's hard for them. We had 2 months of twice a week workshops in the library for people. We also tried to do our best as city staff to ensure people understood and were able to utilize the Ptolemy software. So once this ordinance was adopted in November of 2023, the program was launched on January 2nd, so we're into a year now. We utilized this building blocks software and Ptolemy Slate programs, and that's how we as staff are understanding our rental market and expecting property managers to enter data that is required per the ordinance. Like I said, we did a lot of outreach trying to get everybody ready for the system and into the system to create the data that you have tonight at your fingertips. So in this EPS report that we're going to be going through some of the data. Now, please remember, even as we did this report, we had more units registered. We had one more exemption filed. And so the data is constantly changing, and we're constantly trying to keep up with the data. And we're trying to make sure that that data is as good as it is. So I did receive a call today from some tenants that were having a problem with an eviction notice, and it turns out I looked into the Ptolemy software, and that owner did not register their property. It's one unit or one property with 5 units and 5 different leases. And they said they had just one rental unit. So one property. And so we were trying to unfold this issue, but if somebody has not given us the correct information, then we need to continue to work to get all of the correct information.
Anastasia, can I clarify?
Sure.
Was it registered and they exempted? Because it was one unit where they never filed anything with the city at all.
They filed for an exemption. Yes. So as a program overview, the next slide. So far, we have 4,200 units, and that just went up by 173 since we wrote this report. And we have 1,729, I think, exempted properties registered. And our compliance, this is a little bit outdated. We now just reached 75% of what we think is compliance. And again, we don't know everything yet. As we continue this program year after year, we'll get better data and we'll be able to compare our rents going up. What's happening with the rental market? Are we having more homelessness? Or can people just not afford the rents? I mean, all of these things tie into what's going on in our rental market. I've talked to property managers who say, yeah, like people are leaving. I said, why are they leaving Monterey? Why are they choosing to leave here? And a lot of them are saying they just can't afford it. So people sometimes leave on their own. Sometimes there's worse consequences. So the year one costs for this program is $243,354 that staff has estimated, and we estimate currently that we have had an 80.9% cost recovery. So I'm going to turn this over now to Mark, and he is going to go through some of the data from the EPS study.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Happy to be here. I've had a lot of time to work on this program, so it's exciting to see it come back in front of everyone finally so we can see what we got here. So if we can go to the next, please. So here you have a current snapshot of our rental market so far based on what we've seen registered. So as you can see here, most of our units are 1 to 2 bedroom units. It's the overwhelming majority. It looks like about 86% there. And then the average rent citywide is about $2,125. And you can see it through there. This is also in the agenda report, of course. Next slide. All right, so we have our rental market by NCIP neighborhood breakdown here. Some of the information, it might be hard to see from back here, but the most units in the city are located in New Monterey. Looks like we have about 1,409 rental units located there, where the median income is significantly lower than the city-wide median income. It's $72,017. The fewest units are located in the Alta Mesa neighborhood. You can see the Alta Mesa neighborhood up there has a higher average rent and additionally has a much higher median income. And then highest rent was in Del Monte Beach. Del Monte Beach, you can see there the rent is over $3,100 with I believe the highest median income overall per household. And then the lowest rent was located in downtown, where we do have a number of affordable housing units, as well as the lowest median income per household at $52,404. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have units owned by landlord category. So it's important to note that Ptolemy has helped us delineate between the landlords in small, medium, and large increments. So small landlords are 1 to 9 unit owners, and then medium landlords own 10 to 19 units. Large landlords own 20 or more units. So overall in the city, 72.7% of the units are owned by small landlords. 44.9% of those landlords are local, and 27.8% of those small landlords are out of town. So as you can see, we're very local in terms of our rental market. It looks like Kate Bischoff might want to make a comment here.
Yes, Mark, I just wanted to clarify. It's 1 to 9 properties, 10 to 19 properties, for 20 number of actual properties that the owner is responsible for.
Copy. Okay.
Hey, Kate, we lost you there. It might help if maybe you go off camera and try it again.
Sorry about that. It's the number of properties, not the number of units. So I just want to be clear about that. So it's 1 to 9 properties, 10 to 19 properties, or 20 plus properties.
So if I could add some additional color to that, there could be somebody that owns 9 properties and there's, let's say, an average of 20 units on each of those properties. They would fall under this small local or small out of town landlord.
Yes, if they owned 9 properties, because unit data is not universal. So we use this measurement across all of our customers nationwide to create uniformity. And so using property as the common denominator is helpful, as I'm sure Anastasia and Mark can speak to. The number of units is something that's much harder to quantify.
Thank you.
All right, we can move on to the next slide. Okay, so a note on large out-of-town landlords. So we just wanted to bring some attention to this since it's been recently brought to our attention. So staff is aware of a U.S. Department of Justice complaint against software company RealPage, which is accused of working with property management companies in a rental price fixing scheme. One of the named property management companies, Greystar, does operate in the city. Of the 6 named, Greystar was the only one we know of for sure that operates in the city of Monterey, just to be clear. They do have 149 rental units that are currently registered in the city, located at those addresses in Soledad, Casanova, and once again, Casanova. All right, next slide, please. All right, so the average rent by landlord category. So what you can see there is essentially there's no significant difference between the rents based on the age of the unit or the landlord size and location. So large landlord, small landlord, we're not seeing a significant difference in the cost of rent. All right, so the rental inventory versus online aggregators. So what are we getting that we cannot get from those other online sites? So we have specific data about individual properties, precise rent amounts instead of estimates, property owner characteristics such as the location, number of properties, neighborhood and district specific data. It's much easier, obviously, as you can see, to break it down by NCIP neighborhood, or we can also break it down by council district. And then code enforcement inspections, permit reports, affordable housing status. These are all things that we are able to get because of our rental inventory that we can't easily get from Zillow or Redfin or these other operators. The big thing to note here, though, is that trend data is really important for this. So if you want to see increases in rent over time, what those look like, 1 year snapshot for us is not going to do it, and they are able to provide some of that context. All right, next slide. All right, I think Anastasia was going to talk about our staff recs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So some of our staff recommendations we have here are to remove the exemption from for property owners with 3 or fewer rental units. We have a gap in our data. We want more data. We do not see, since we do have a lot of small property owners currently in our city, it does make sense to ensure we have data on every property, that we don't have this exemption. The exemption is hard sometimes to quantify. If an LLC owns multiple properties and we're trying to figure out, and that one individual is associated with an LLC, these are some of the interesting things we're finding out. The ownership of properties, think about 50 years ago, is probably just most people maybe owned one property, maybe a couple of properties. Now people put their properties into LLCs. Maybe we have 10 different property owners owning one unit to make money. They're coming together. And this is really changing our rental market. So if there's an eviction, well, who are we talking to? Is it the LLC? Is it the property manager? Say there's a big issue like an emergency issue in the community. How do we reach the renters? How do we make sure that if you're out of town and you own a property, that we're able to inform everyone in the community and have these relationships with both property managers, renters. So those are things that we think about as we're looking at this data, and we're looking at, is the exemption working for what kind of data we want to understand for the whole rental market? There's a whole bunch of data missing in all that data we gave you because of this exemption. I don't know, can you go back to the slide where we look at some of the data on the units exempted? We have units registered right now it says 4,200. I think it's the program overview third slide. So the exempted units here, 1,398 properties are exempted. So we don't know data on that. We don't have the rents. So although we have a lot of data, we're missing data. So I have looked at other ordinances like LA. They do have an exemption for small mom and pop landlords, but they're really trying to target their rental protections and their rental inventory to the large property owners in our city, knowing now, if we go forward, if you don't mind, sorry, to who in our community owns, we know that most of our owners are small landlords. So who are we trying to get? What are we trying to get as far as information? We're trying to really understand a small city, a small rental market. So we are advocating that we remove this exemption. And if we can go back to the slide for staff recommendations. And then we also have had complaints, and right now, as we continue to look at inflation, and we also are doing a rental assistance program, which you're going to hear about a little bit more, passing this fee to the right. Currently in our ordinance, landlords are able to pass 50% of the $50 fee onto their tenants. So if you're a tenant and all of a sudden you get one bill that each for the year, that's an additional $25, and you just don't have enough money, that can really make or break a family. So we're recommending that this 50% pass-through fee is removed, and that the property owner pays the full $50 and not passing it through. However, if the pass-through fee, if that's not something that's amenable to the council, we're recommending that we take this fee and carry it out over 12 months. So divide the fee into, so that maybe it's $3 or $4 a month. And that if it's a $25 fee all at once, that could really harm a renter. So that's something, not all renters, maybe some would choose to just have it all in one, but if a renter needs to take that fee throughout the whole year, that may be something that they can choose to do. Next slide. And then additional information that we will be collecting, because we're starting to see that there are trends and things that will help us better understand our market, is to understand what are the security deposit amounts that landlords are collecting, and also more information about ratio utility billing system. And in case that's a new concept to everyone here, ratio utility billing system is an additional fee. It's not, you have a metered fee for maybe you have your electric bill and it's metered, and you pay that every month. But in a building, say there's a gas fee, and it's only the landlord is able to collect, and it's for the whole building, like there's a central laundry. The landlord is able to divide that up amongst the renters. And that's an additional utility fee on top of the utilities that are metered and you're paying. So RUBs are allowed to be charged. So that's something we'd like to just collect more information on it. We did have an eviction situation that we did deal with this past year, where the person owed $15,000 in rental fees and then an additional $5,000 in RUBs. So it's a huge RUBs amount compared to the rent. So we would like to understand what are the RUBs fees that are being collected. Next slide. Additionally, a lot of why we're here, what we're doing with this rental inventory, is looking at how do we this is about the renters. How do we understand our rental market? How do we understand what our renters' needs are? We're also figuring this out a lot in our rental assistance program as we learn more about how renters are having a hard time paying the rent, and what's really strapping people right now. And it's more than just what we think about with rent. people are having a hard time with groceries have gone up a lot. Childcare fees, healthcare fees, all of these things add into your overall budget. And as your rents or you get additional fees, those can make or break you, right? So we, as a housing staff, are really listening to people. We coming into our office, people out on the lawn with their dogs. A lot of them are renters and seniors, and they're saying, we come in here, our rents keep going up, but our Social Security doesn't go up. So how are we going to sustain continued rent increases? So those are things we're just trying to understand. And tenant protections also come into play. So it's not just about the costs, it's about what are tenants experiencing. Just like today, I had texts last night from someone in the community I knew who said, I know 5 people who are getting evicted and they are getting no warning. The landlord was not giving them proper noticing. And so how do we help those tenants who are unable to really stand up to their landlord and they need help to come to the city so that we can come in and bridge that gap? And just so you know, we did do a tenant workshop and a landlord workshop. So we did one for our landlords, a fair housing workshop, so that our landlords know what they need to do. We provide this also to the tenants so that the tenants know how to be good tenants. What are their rights? What are their obligations? Sometimes they may not understand that. We did have one eviction that we were able to stop because the tenant just didn't understand that she needed to comply with her lease. And she was afraid to ask for a month-to-month lease when she was on a year lease. So it was a simple communication. We helped her communicate to her landlord and it worked and we prevented an eviction. So as we get to understand our tenants, our landlords, I really appreciate the dialogue with our landlords, whether they agree with the rental inventory or not. We're having a lot of discussions as a community and we're trying to make this better. And we're also trying to find ways that we can make it work for everybody. Like I said, we're really trying to help our landlords and our property managers get into the Tolumi system, understand it, and they're doing great. Everybody, I think, is doing a really good job of it. So I also wanted to mention that I did go back to when we came up with these tenant protections. So why tenant protections, right? Sometimes tenants they really are afraid to go to their landlords. They're afraid they're going to get evicted. They're afraid their rents are going to go up. So sometimes it helps they don't know their rights. They don't know how they can be helped. And sometimes the landlords need guidance too. We had our landlord workshop and we had a new landlord coming into the community about to rent out their home. And they said, oh, we really want to have a certain type of tenant in our home. And in that discussion realized that they couldn't limit their advertisement to just that type of person. And so they said, oh, okay, that's how they wanted to be compliant. They were at our workshop and we were able to help them so that they knew and they could be compliant. So these are things that we really try to work hard for the whole community. But in these protections, I went back to your April 18th, 2023 Goldfarb and Littman presentation and the overview and all of the discussion that Goldfarb and Littman brought to you about what kind of tenant protections would probably be impactful for the community. So one of those suggestions was to require landlords to offer a 12-month lease at the outset. This helps somebody so that the AB 1482 protections, if they want them, will be enforced, and those just cause protections will be there if they can opt for a 12-month lease. We also hear from people who don't want a 12-month lease. They want a month-to-month lease. That's fine, but could a landlord offer that at the outset so that in the future they'll have those protections? So that's one consideration we have here. And then also to strengthen owner move-in clause and provide tenants with remedies if the landlord or qualified family members do not move in within the required time. So it is just cause eviction if, say, a landlord is going to renovate their property or they have a family member, that's moving back into the area and they need to evict you because they're going to have their family member move in. So we can strengthen this so that, say, they just use it as an excuse and nobody ever moves in, and now that tenant has lost their home. So that's something we want to strengthen there to ensure that they're following those just cause provisions in AB 1482. Next slide. The next steps is we have a big job on our hands because we're going in June 30th. It is time to renew all of the rental inventory. So we're going to have to gear up again. Like I said, we've worked very hard to get the data that we have tonight for your in your packet from EPS. I think they gleaned really important data. Like we're understanding that we really don't have a lot of larger units for rent. And that means families, if they're trying to come to Monterey, we see the school district decline, right? That there's less kids in their school district. Well, if we're not offering housing for families, then where do those families go, right? So that's a really important, I think, finding that was in the EPS data, that as we understand this data more, and we don't know it all yet, right? This is the first year, but I think we found some really important things that we can continue to work on, but we're also gearing up to get everybody compliant with the inventory by the end of this fiscal year, right? So that's something we're working on, updating those registrations, and then we'll continue our outreach and assistance to everybody like we've been doing. I mean, we had somebody in our office today doing the registration and our staff was helping them for about an hour. So those are things we continue to do. Okay, next slide. So we have a 75% compliance rate that we think, and we'll gain more data as far as what we think as the number of properties, the number of units. You heard that earlier, that there's a huge distinction there. So as we're looking at the data, we're like, okay, how many properties are there? How many units do we have in the city? Those are things we're continuing to understand. And that can fluctuate. Somebody decides to rent their property this year, and then the next year they don't rent their property. I mean, all of this is always constantly changing. So we're doing our very best to get you the most data and the most correct data. And again, non-compliance, we know people are not compliant or they're not giving us the right information. Maybe they don't understand. We're here to help them understand the ordinance, and we're here to make sure that they're compliant with any exemptions or registrations. And we are also seeking council input on tenant protections. So that's what we have for you tonight as far as the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. We'll open up for the council for questions. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Anastasia and team for presentation. Great information and very educational. I do have a couple of questions. Could you speak a little bit more to the challenges that your team is facing in terms of the properties that still need to register? Like, are you encountering like maybe outdated contact information or just, I don't know, uncooperative landlords? Like what is that like for you?
Occasionally we have people who don't understand why they have to be compliant. And I think we're here to help educate them and help them to understand the ordinance and what we're all doing here. So we're working through those issues. I think that overall, people, when we set up the office hours in the library, we had so many people come in. And I think that was one of the most helpful things in the process. So I think the data we have in the system is assessor data. So I think one of the challenges we're seeing is that when we have 3 or more units and maybe we're trying to calculate across all the LLCs and this individual owns this, and this, and this, then how do we know if it's 3 units, right? That makes it really tough. Maybe they own 1/10% of 10 units, and does that add up to 3 units, right? So, I mean, just all these questions as we're going through and gleaning the data, I think that can be difficult as we're looking at it.
So just to be clear for myself, in what you know to be the entire universe in the city of Monterey of rental units, your team has gone through all that list to try to make contact, or is still there a remaining percentage of units that you still need to reach out to?
Yes, so I think that my name may have been like, people may not have liked my name very much, because we did send out letters from me that said, we think you have a suspected rental. And I know that people were unhappy. We got tons of calls right after that letter, because what we were trying to do was clarify information. Was this a second home? Is this an actual rental? We think it's a rental. We suspect it. We don't know, right? As we're going through and trying to make sure that we have a compliant community in this rental inventory program. So a lot of people were irritated about that letter, but it was our way to clarify information. And we really worked hard we called every single person back. I don't know how many hundreds of calls we received after those letters went out. And once people understood, hey, we're really just trying to clarify the information we have, and then next year we don't need to bother you again, right? So I think that was a big point for us. That was hard, and the community wasn't very happy with us. But yeah, sure, go ahead.
So one thing I can speak to about how difficult it is to get people to register at times is the exemption creates mass confusion here. A lot of folks see the word exemption and think, oh, I don't have to do anything. So despite our best efforts to say, yes, you need to still file an exemption, a lot of folks, I think, are resisting based on that. They don't think that applies to them. That being said, we do have folks that we have not contacted yet that we're still trying to work with Kate and the team at Ptolemy. They're constantly helping us get a better list. Our first list that we sent 2,600 letters out across the city, as Anastasia alluded to, it was not received very popularly, but we're getting better at it. We are constantly trimming that list, figuring out what properties are actually supposed to be compliant, and it's just something that the first year of the program, it's a big task for us.
Sure. So we're at 25% more or less. We don't really know, because the data is a little bit ambiguous, but and we've done these efforts. So the efforts that we've made, we've done outreach. We think we've pretty much captured those. Are there certain segments of the housing market that we think additional efforts could be made to reach out to them? Like, and I think that's maybe a little bit of where you're trying to get to. Like, how do we reach that 25%? How do we fill that delta?
So we've been working on that recently. We found out that we did have, I think it was some of our subsidized properties, some that didn't think they needed to participate. So that was a big one. We've had hundreds of units recently just because of that, where we were able to make that direct contact to say, okay, hi, yes, you do need to participate and we can help you out. As far as, another challenge is also out of town landlords. So it's hard when we have these, obviously they're a small portion of the population, but when we send them letters, it's hard to follow up after that. It's a big task that we undertook to even get those out the first time, and then follow-up letters we did follow up, and we've worked with the folks that we can work with, and the ones that we don't, we have to follow up again. So yeah, it's hard for me to point to like a specific group and say this is the group that's not complying, because it's a little bit of, I think, everybody. So
great, thank you, and thank you for sticking with that and really diligently trying to get that information. Just one last question here. In terms of the potential, if we decide to move forward this way, to implement a 12-month lease, what kind of protections, if you could speak to that a little bit, what kind of protections for landlords, knowing that, sometimes there's some tenants that just don't work out very well?
I think, Councilmember Garcia, that they would follow the eviction process and the just cause eviction. They would have, if there was a just cause, maybe they're not paying rent or they're not complying with terms of the lease, they are still able to evict them. So as long as they're following all of the just cause eviction requirements, then again, Echo Fair Housing, our fair housing provider, can also help them to evict properly if they need supports too. So it works both ways.
We'll go to Dr. Barber and then we'll go to Councilmember Rash.
Thank you so much for the hard work that you put in for this past year. This makes a big difference. I see that the trend data is really important. So it sounds like this first year being the pilot program, if you will, and getting started, you need more data so that you can actually start to detect trends. So I appreciate that. One of the things that I wanted to get clarification for is you talk about the recommendation in units as far as being able to have certain units, but the software expert had alluded to that was properties. Was properties just for that particular slide, or is it units? Because I'm hearing units all throughout, and then when she said properties, and then when you go to your recommendations, you go back to units. Was it properties? Was that measurement just for that one slide, or are we talking about properties all along, or are we talking about units? Can I get clarification on that first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Barber, for the question. So there's been a challenge. We initially approached this by unit. So we're doing it on unit by unit basis, partly because the exemption requires us to look at 3 units or fewer, not 3 properties. So it's challenging from the Ptolemy side, and Kate can speak more to this, for them to show us everything in unit numbers. So a lot of what you're seeing, especially in the total numbers and the compliance, where you see that 4,200 and the 1728, that is literally, I can tell you, a lot of me staring at them and counting them and then doing it again and again to make sure we're getting it right on the unit side. So what you're seeing on there with the slides, except for the one that was misrepresented, is literally in units or properties, depending on what it says. I think we did mostly units though throughout, because that's what we operate in. Yeah, so Kate can speak more to that challenge and why it's a little bit of a tricky thing software wise. I know it's just not what most localities do that they operate with. And Kate, I don't know if you want to chime in here. She's still on, I'm assuming.
Sure. No, I'm here. Thanks, Mark. So the challenge with having units as the base measurement is that there is not a complete inventory of every single unit associated with each property in the city of Monterey. So that is a nationwide challenge that we're seeing, is that most cities do not have unit data at the property level across every single residential property. So that makes it really hard to look at these things holistically, which is why Anastasia and Mark continue to say we have an estimated number of around 8,000 rental units, because that's what we think is the estimation based on the different property types: single family, 2 family, 3 family. So that's the explanation. We are registering everything by unit, since that is what you all require and where the information is tied to the unit itself. But for those people who aren't reporting, we can't necessarily say how many units are in their property, exactly like the example that Anastasia gave, where someone filed an exemption, said they had 1 unit, when in reality they were operating 5 units.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so basically everything that is in the report is reflective of units and not specifically properties, except for that one slide that you had alluded to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. And also, I do want to acknowledge that the housing element, it talks about units as well. So that's where we get that 8,130 number from. So for consistency's sake, it also makes sense for us.
Got it. Okay, and then yeah, you talked about just cause already. That was one of my other questions. As far as RUBS with the ratio utility billing, I think Anastasia had already talked about this a little bit with some of this is past the utility, what other kind of fees could that include in RUBS? And how does that look if it comes up in the lease? Is that actually something that the tenant knows going in? Is it clear or is it ambiguous?
I've seen as far as some leases, and sometimes we're able to review a lease. Like today with the situation, I was able to get the tenant to bring in their 2 of the leases of the 5. And in this case, I haven't looked at it yet, but I've seen in other leases. So if I'm able to review a lease, I get more information on how that's collected. And I'm hoping we'll get more information, but the tenant should know about RUBS. It should be in their lease. And so currently, if it's not in their lease, I don't think they're technically allowed. I'm not a property manager, but I do think that it needs to be described in their lease. And it can be an arbitrary number every month. So it's not like it's dependent on, it can be dependent on a lot of factors. So we do want to get, I don't know everything about it yet. I want to get, we're looking forward to hopefully getting more of that information and understanding it better. But we have seen other cities address RUBS in their rental inventory and in the information they're trying to understand out of what the renters are actually paying. So if you've got a rent cap, RUBS could be a way that there's additional fees that are not part of that AB 1482 and the rent cap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. If I'm reading this correctly, the small local landlord of 1 to 9 units is 86.4% of what we understand.
You know, we had to get an updated version of that. That one right there is incorrect. That was in the report.
So what is it?
It is what's listed on the slides here. So let's see, where did I have it? So small local landlords are 44.9%. And now bring it up for me. There we go. Thank you. And you can see the small out of town landlords make up 27.8% for a total of 72.7%.
All right. And you mentioned LLCs and corporations. So what did you find out? Because that was the information that I thought would be really worth having. And I don't really see it. What did you learn? What are the corporations?
We are learning a lot more about that. Councilmember, we're trying to understand, but it's looking like, of course, a lot of people to release the liability on them personally, put their properties into an LLC. If they're small landlords. So in the case today, that's what we saw. This was owned by an LLC, but there's actually one owner, but there could be 2 or 3 owners together forming an LLC to limit their own personal liability. But we are seeing, and we can look more into that data if you'd like, to see how many of our properties are actually owned by LLCs versus individual property owners.
Or more importantly, are they all owned by the same LLC repeatedly? No.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah. So if the concern is that we have like these large out of town corporate landlords, we're not seeing that. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even if they're LLCs, they're probably what I call mom and pop LLCs. One family or a family and his brother and sister-in-law join together, and for liability, they call it an LLC, but they're really a mom and pop.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
All right. So did you find any reassurance in that personally, professionally, as you looked at those numbers? Or you don't yet know what to do with it?
I personally feel better about that, yes. That we don't have a large corporate landlord from Silicon Valley or elsewhere taking up all the properties.
Right. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. And that was the information that I wanted when we went into this. Thank you.
Yes. And I think I want to say that I didn't think that any of that was happening in Monterey County, but I've heard I've heard this is in Marina, it's happening. These newer units that are being built,
Yeah.
they're being bought up by larger corporations. So as we look at our housing element, where we're tasked to plan for 3,654 units, if we start getting new units on board, that may change for the city of Monterey. And then hopefully we'll be, I think, looking at what the city's doing with this rental inventory, we're ahead of the game right now. I think that Ptolemy and Kate, we were able to attend a presentation in Boston this summer, how different cities are targeting more of their housing issues, like lead-based paint. So Ptolemy was used to collect data about who was compliant on abating lead-based paint on their properties. In some states, give huge grants to cities to abate lead-based paint in their properties. Of course, that's bad for kids. It can affect their brain development. So as we look at this data, we have an older aging housing stock. How do we ensure that we have safe housing? Are we really working? We have a lead-based paint program through our housing rehab program. Could we target more dollars to abating lead-based paint in our rental inventory, knowing that most of our units are quite a bit older and we have families, and we can look at the ACS data and see who are in those units? Do we really need to get tougher and make sure we're providing healthy, safe housing? So there's like Hans mentioned, a code enforcement part of this, right? That we're really thinking about how do we have a healthy, thriving housing stock. So if our older units are not getting updated, we have a housing rehabilitation program, but maybe we need more dollars and we need to work on finding more programs that can help the whole housing stock. Those are things we really will continue to learn from this data.
Thank you.
Councilor Smith?
Yeah, thank you, Anastasia. Going through the report, I had a couple of questions. What was the first month that we started? And I think it was annual, so it expires in June. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember Smith, and we started in January.
So we started in January.
Correct.
And so we are looking at an 11-month report. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Current to the date of publication. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. And I understand that the data moves because it's based on daily registration and customer interface. You had mentioned one of the staff's thoughts was looking at a requirement of a 12-month lease. I want to talk about that a little bit. How would that work? And would that even be legal for us as a city to create an ordinance that requires a property owner to conduct business in a civil arena over their property? It seems like that's an overreach, and I'd like to know more about that thought.
You raise a very good question, Councilmember Smith. If you remember when we started this, we brought in an outside attorney with specialty in this area of law, Nazanin Saleh. And in that presentation, her first recommendation, if this council wanted to go down this route, was to establish a rental inventory, which we're about 75% towards compliance of that goal. The next step, as she said, is the council could consider this 12-month lease option, as well as the justification for the eviction in more detail. As far as the details of how that would work, I think what we would need to know is we would need to go back to our outside legal counsel or Ms. Davi and try to figure out the ins and outs of those specifics. That was her recommendation from a legal perspective, that it was a possibility. So if that's something you want us to investigate and pursue and report back to you, we can do that.
No,
So I don't know all the ins and outs yet of that particular situation.
No, I just asked the question, but no, I don't. I don't
Okay.
agree with that. I think that's interference with the property owner's rights. I wanted to go to another area on the reports to make sure I'm reading under the average rent by landlord category and period of build. This data comes directly from what we've gathered. So in other words, based on our questions, the responses of those who registered, these are the numbers that are reflective of how they filled out their registrations.
Yes, this table that you're referring to was designed by EPS when they looked at the data that we were provided from the residents.
Okay, so just for clarification on this list of what's printed in the staff report under the third one, large local landlord, under the years of 2000 to 2024, there was no number in the staff report, but tonight you're reporting that that number for 2020 to 2024 for large local landlords sits at 4.7%. Is that what your PowerPoint was? Because my staff report's got no data.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was looking at, so you're looking at the share of units owned by period built. So the slide that I provided tonight did not reference the period built in there.
Okay, so I'm looking at table 6.
Yes, so I see, let's see, so I'm looking at table 6 as well in the old table. So large local landlord, you're seeing 0.0% for 2000 to 2024.
I can't read that. You're saying what percentage is in that?
0%, right? You're saying nothing is reported there?
Yes, it's got a dash.
Right. So what I was referring to in that slide is actually the 187 registered units and the portion that they are of the total thing, not the of the total inventory, not the period built. Unless we're looking at two different slides.
Well, I think we're looking at 2, but it's still the same tabulation. Large local landlord percentage reported.
Mm-hmm.
The chart up there shows us large local landlord is 4.7%.
Yes,
So-
of total, correct. For all periods built.
Of all periods built.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I think that's our confusion
Okay,
here.
so the table 6, it's going to be way less than that. You'd have to break it down. So that table is reported in the agenda report is missing the period of 2020 to 2024 units built, but we haven't had that many units built. So it's probably still around 4.6.
That's correct.
4.7. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to get the accurate data. Mayor, that's the only questions I have right now.
Okay. I recall when this was first being, well, actually, no, it wasn't when it was first being presented. It was in the updates that came out of the city manager reports to the council. There was some percentage number of what the compliance rate was in other jurisdictions that we reached out to. Do you recall what that was?
30% was seen as very good for the first year.
First year.
Yes.
Okay.
And most others are happy to be above 50%.
Okay.
Beyond we talked to. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and Santa Monica, as I shared with you, is a leader in a lot of housing policies. They had 83%. San Francisco, County of San Francisco, who also have a very extensive experience with regulations, so pertaining to housing, is also in the 80 percentile. So my heart hurts a little bit when you say, how do we get to 100%? We'll never get to 100%. And 75 is pretty damn good.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but we can do better.
I think part of the idea is we're looking at trends, data, and when we look at a population, I think this provides us pretty significant amount of data to determine kind of what's happening, generally speaking, in the market. So not to knock what's happening, I think it's great. I just kind of wanted to get a comparison there. And then the fee thing, particularly with RUBS, can you describe to me how it works as far as fees being reported? Is RUBS the only one that's not reported, or could it be something that we look at just saying that all fees are identified in being reported?
Yeah, I think we want to particularly hone in on the RUBS and understand what's happening, what the amounts are. So we're going to have that as a separate line item. So as we're collecting the data, we can have a better idea. Because imagine there's tons of data getting entered. We have almost 6,000 exemptions and registrations for units. So to be able to just call that out and pull the data quickly is going to be very helpful for us.
Why would we not want to collect data on other fees?
We do collect data and other fees. So sometimes it's pet fees, sometimes it's, I think we've seen pet fees. What else?
Utility fees, HOA fees.
Yeah.
So we're collecting data on the fees, and Rubs is included in that, but we don't know the distinction between that and the other fees.
Yes.
So they're just submitting all fees,
Correct.
reporting it, but we're specifically trying to call out Rubs and delineate that amongst the other fees.
Right. See if there's trends, to see, like I said, getting one eviction and seeing $5,000 in Rubs and $15,000 owed in rent.
Okay.
That's something we want to understand more about in the market.
Okay. How do we know or check if rents have increased? Right, because part of the rental inventory that was approved by the council is identifying when rents are going up. So how are we tracking that?
So I think that as we have more data, we have a baseline now this year. And I like that we are able to have a baseline by neighborhood. I think that's really important. I think we saw Casanova Oak Knoll had some of the highest rents and lowest incomes. And I think, let's go back to that slide. You want to go to that? Let's check this slide out. I think there's so much to continue to look at. We're just learning right now. So it's already like really interesting to see the data, but in this slide, it's a little hard to see, but we can see some neighborhoods where the lowest incomes, New Monterey, we have some of the lowest incomes and some of the highest rents. And why is that happening? I think about the AFH data and the housing element. Is there more overcrowding in those neighborhoods? Are people experiencing certain trends with landlords? There's more to understand, so we'll continue to look at that, but we're seeing some trends. Will those trends follow in the next year when we pull this data and we get more people registering their information? So sometimes there could be other factors into it. So some of the other communities I worked in, we saw higher rents when more people were sharing a unit. So if you had two families sharing a unit and there was overcrowding, sometimes the rents were quite a bit higher. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just add a little bit, if you don't mind. So the way we're going to see rent increases is by continuing to do the program and being able to see when people register next year if the rent has changed year over year. Right now, we want to set the program up, and the intention was to have the program running where landlords could go in, update it as it goes, right? But right now, we're facing software challenges that we're currently trying to implement the ability for them to easily do that. And any landlord who has tried to do that can tell you that it is difficult. And typically what happens in that case is we ask them to reach out to us, and then we can go ahead and make the update manually. But to be able to track it, we have to have a better way software side to be able to do that continuously. It's a little easier if we give you a snapshot in a 1 month period or 2 month period. I can't remember how long, or 1 month, where we have them register. Everyone registers, they get the properties in there. After that, we close it down. We analyze the data. We tell you what is happening. The next year, we get it happen again. We can tell you, okay, this is what happened this year, plus this is what changed year over year, right? So that's where, like I said earlier, it's the trend data that we need.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you for that. How do we intake violations, and what actions are being taken to investigate?
Do you mean violations in terms of code enforcement or non-compliance with the inventory?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need Kim for this.
So housing condition violations, if they're reported through this program or whether they're reported directly to our code compliance division, we have a code compliance coordinator. They then have a team that goes out with the code compliance coordinator and a representative from our building department. Most common complaints might be mold. And there can be other housing. I mean, we do have a couple very significant examples of housing issues we've been working on that become very involved, but I would say the majority of cases are more mold and just general condition of a building. So we deal with that on a complaint basis.
Okay, and that is helpful. That's part of my question, but I guess the other part is if folks aren't complying with registering a unit in the inventory program.
Oh, okay. So those are two separate questions, and I think
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, so as far as non-compliance goes and enforcement of the compliance with the inventory itself, we're doing what we can right now to identify who those property owners are, reach out to them directly via mail. If we have a different contact, we can contact them that way. But right now, the first year, it's difficult to focus on that as we're just trying to get folks to actually sign up. The intention is moving into 2025, a much heavier focus on enforcement and actually implementing some of the additional fees that come with that are in our city code that detail what happens if you don't comply. Right now, it's just the challenge of getting everybody on board the first year.
It's not very easy to achieve compliance. Sometimes we have an owner in the audience who we had challenges with, and we had to use letters and convince also the property owners actually that this property management company was representing that they are violating, and we had to send letters out to the protest, of course, of the property manager who didn't want to play with us. So I hope maybe the property manager who knows who I'm speaking about might mention that during public comments as well, what made him resist this rental registry.
Can I just give an example? I know that the house right next to mine is a rental and it's not in the registry. So if I were to call the city and identify that it's a rental that's not registered as an exempted unit or not, what does the city do?
We'll verify that information first of all to make sure that you're speaking correctly, of course. Everything that you see on the public portal does not include the exemption. So there's an option or an opportunity there for you to see something and think it is a rental that's not registered and for it to actually be still in compliance. So the first thing we would do is make sure that that is true, that's not in compliance and needs to be. And then we would reach out to them directly if we have whatever means we have to contact them, but most likely a letter saying you need to be in compliance.
Does the system allow us to identify if a unit is exempted?
It's difficult. Kate could speak to this potentially, but as we mentioned earlier, the property versus unit situation makes that incredibly difficult. So what you see in our city is large homes, for example, like a 5,000 square foot home with 5 bedrooms with 5 separate leases. To us, that's a 5-unit building, but that is not what's going to show up when they have their, the property tax or whatever. It's one building. So they're just going to say it's a 1 unit. So for us, the system it's not perfect at identifying those nuances. So it's a challenge that we're trying to work through.
Okay, but in my example, it's 1 unit in a single family residential house.
Right. And Mayor, per the ordinance, that is not public facing information for you. So if it is an exemption, you won't know that.
Okay.
Only we can see that in the Ptolemy system.
Okay, so there's no way for me to know whether somebody is compliant with the city code or not.
Because of the exemption.
Okay. Is that something that we can work on? Because that doesn't seem to be helpful at all.
The exemptions they're not public right now on the public portal. The only way to change that would be to make those public.
Okay. Thank you. And then there was something in here about quality control. What is our quality control system? Like what is the plan there?
So I think we're talking about quality control of the actual input data. So what happens when we get someone who sends us a registration, right? They register, we get a notification on the system, whoever's in charge of it. Right now, it's one of our HCD coordinators. I was doing this for quite a while, so I have a lot of experience with this, luckily. So when we get this, we go through, we verify that all the information is filled out. If the information looks like it's all there and it looks correct to the best of what we can tell, then we accept the information and we approve the registration as long as the fees are paid as well. In the case of certain properties, folks don't want to disclose information that is required. They choose to disclose partial information. That creates a challenge. That ends up taking a tremendous amount of staff time, dozens of emails for one property management company, for example, to get simply an owner's name that is required as part of this ordinance or square footage of a property, which is it's only noticeable to someone like myself or an HCD coordinator if it says 1 or 0. I have to challenge it if you write 1 for your square footage or 0. Otherwise, we have to take what is said at the owner's word and hope that they are providing truthful information, and that's the best we can do. So, but we do look at every single entry. So there's not a single entry that gets approved without a human being's eyes on it.
Okay. Okay. How many years of data would staff say would be helpful for us to use to really make a determination on what the impacts are or lack thereof? Is to be able to determine trends in our community.
I would say that already, I think we're seeing trends already. We've had good information, good data. We're really getting to understand our rental market. Is it all large corporations, small corporation? Who's renting out units in our community? So already just that alone, and then understanding the data of how much are the rents, what's going on in different neighborhoods. I think that's really important. So understanding year after year, especially as I wish we would have had this in 2020 to see how did COVID impact AB 1482 going into effect? How did all of these new policies and programs impact rents? So I think that we can't go back, but we can only go looking into the future and continue to year after year understand where do we need to make improvements in our program, where do we need to make changes in the ordinance to help us, what additional information could we collect, again, like the RUBS. That's something we started looking at with eviction issues, right? So as we continue to have both programs, the rental assistance and rental inventory running, I think we're only going to gain more and more information. And I think this is, we heard Ptolemy, I think, said Rhode Island, they're having, I could be wrong, but Kate can say if I am, but they're requiring every city to have a rental inventory now. So the trends are there that this is information that all cities are starting to see as this is important information. We can understand our market better year after year. So I think already we've had improvements. I think second year, we'll see what are we really seeing rent increases based on what is reported by our landlord and owner community. So we'll see.
All right, chime in on that.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a number to get a trend on like rent increases, for example, you're going to need a minimum of 3 years just to determine any kind of actual trend, potentially. Okay. Even that is going to be very limited in scope.
Thank you. On page 11 of the report, it's table 4. The numbers don't add up. So for an example, under the column for registered rental units, small local landlord says 1,700. Small out-of-town landlords say 1,000. The total rental units say 1971. But just with those two numbers alone, that we're already over that. So I'm not sure if I'm not reading the data correctly or if something is wrong with it. And then the next column over, the percent of total, those numbers don't equate to 100%.
This is our pesky one from before. So yes, this is the one where we have had an issue with.
Okay.
We have since received an update from EPS, which we can give to you all. We received that late this afternoon.
Perfect.
But yes, this is incorrect and we spot at the last moment.
And can we make sure that we include it in the minutes so that when at least it's in the public record so that folks have access to that?
And what table number is that?
Table number 4 on page 11 of the report.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, I think that is all of my questions for now. Thank you for the presentation, answering all the questions. I appreciate it. I'm sure there will be more that come in from public comment. And so as we transition to public comment, I do want to highlight a message that I try to take every opportunity to communicate when we're talking about topics such as these, which is this is not, at least from my opinion, not an us versus them conversation. This isn't pitting landlords against tenants. This is really trying to address true, real issues that people in our community are facing. And I would say the fair majority of landlords are good and are trying to do right by their tenants. And it's unfortunate that there are some that take advantage of their tenants. And we need to make sure that we take care of our community. And it's far too often that we're hearing complaints, concerns from residents about this. So I just wanted to communicate that from the offset that we're we're not trying to pit sides against each other here. And obviously I recognize that there are folks here today that disagree with us doing this program altogether, but I'll go ahead and open up public comment now. So for those that are on Zoom, if you want to use the raise hand function, I'll do a countdown here in a second. For those in the chamber, if you wouldn't mind standing up to the left of the podium. And if you would like to remain seated, if you could just identify yourself by raising your hand. But preferably, if you guys can line up, it'll make it a little bit easier to do a head count and knowing who's identified themselves as wanting to speak. So while folks are trying to situate themselves in the room, I'm going to go back to Zoom and do a countdown to use that raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 folks on Zoom, so we're going to cut off on Zoom. And in the chamber, is there anybody that's still seating that wants to speak? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sir, what's your name at the end? Very back. What's your name there? Patrick. Patrick, you were the last one. Just we're on the same page. Sometimes people try to slip in afterwards. So Patrick's going to be the last one in the chamber. So we're going to go ahead and start in the chamber. So, I'm sorry. Council, do you have feedback in regards to the time? I think the full 3 minutes is probably appropriate. This is the heavy topic. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Todd, and I'm representing my children and property that they own. My daughter is partial owner of a house in Monterey, and my son is a partial owner of a house in Monterey. We are mom and pop operation, small business. We're really not a small business. We're just mom and pop. I voluntarily cooperated with the rent rolls and contacted the city on my own, and we have an exemption for the properties. We have a lot of compassion for our tenants, but I would like the city to also have compassion for landlords. The property insurance has tripled in some cases on our properties because of the locations that the properties are. We live up near Skyline Forest, below Skyline Forest. Both of my son-in-law and my son are CAL FIRE employees, and they have been let go because they're seasonal. So we have unemployment in the landlord community, not just in the tenant community. And that's something that's important for you to know. I am concerned that if you get more information from me, that I will be required to get a business license for this little operation. So I would like to know if that's something that you're considering, because it's scary. I also have information, if you're interested in why there are so many LLCs, I can answer that question for you, because when the state changed the way that property passes from, I have 1 minute. when I die, my children, if they inherit the property, they would have the increased property taxes. The house that I live in, the property taxes are over $5,000 a year. And it would basically mean that my children would have to sell the properties that we've owned in our family for over 60 years if they inherited that. So we formed the LLCs to try to protect them from these huge property tax increases. So that's why there are so many right now, and why there won't be any more, because the deadline was met. So I just want you to have compassion for us, the exemption people. And also, if you have any questions about the LLCs, I'm happy to answer them. Anyway, thank you for your time. I'm done.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I was here when this was all started and wasn't a real big advocate for it. I still stand here before you concerned, but it's here and we're dealing with it. So I wanted to speak to you on a few things. First of all, the data did start in January, but your first hard deadline was March. So you got limited data until people figured out they were doing this. So most of the data comes in March. The challenge then is you'd think a year would be March of this year, but you've made it June. So it's a little bit difficult. As a property manager, we have no idea how to update this information. We haven't been able to. There's been the initial meeting with the landlords and the managers, but there's been no communication to the managers as to this update. I think you heard one of the staff members talk about it. It doesn't happen. So our concern is, are we have to re-enter all these things again? And we thought it would be March to get back in, because that's when we started, but now it's June. So if it is June, it should be able to be updated. So the reason I bring this up is I don't know that you got this all going as smoothly as it sounds. And I think that that's why you might want to be a little slower and a little more pause when you start changing the whole intent here. When this whole thing started, there was an exemption for 3 or less units. That was a very robust discussion, and it was one of the ways to calm all the concerns down. Now, within a year, you're talking about repealing that. When it was started, there was 100% billable back of the fee to the tenant. That caused a lot of robust discussion. You narrowed it down to 50%. Reasonableness, yes, great. Now, within a year, 100% back on the landlord. Those kinds of changes so abruptly are going to continue to take away trust in where this is all going. And, I'm going to say it, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is pointing toward rent stabilization to me, and it's very concerning. And you've told me it's not, but that's what we're all worried about. And someone brought up Salinas. Salinas is a disaster, okay? They've gone right into rent stabilization, and they've done terrible things. So as landlords, we're very concerned about it. And we really want you to kind of slow down here. Let's get the system working. Let's get the databases where it can be updated. Let's take the steps necessary, and let's work together. I personally think all these recommendations should have been vetted with property managers who are putting these things in the program. It wouldn't take much to do a workshop to get the managers that are doing this together and go over some of the ways it's actually working before you start changing it and adding to it. I don't think that's too much to ask. And I just think we're all in this together. Let's do the best we can, but oh boy, let's take a pause here and see exactly what we're doing. And I'll echo the comment that the data is only 1 year. You don't have multiple years for another 3 years. And that's when you're going to know about rent prices. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carissa. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner, working professional living in Monterey. So I believe that increasing transparency around rent and what utilities renters owe is so important. And I'm really hoping that it leads to actionable policies that make Monterey more accessible to working class folks like myself, more open armed to young people who have regular jobs, who are not inheritance babies, who aren't just passed down a house, just regular folks who have good jobs like myself, good salaries, who are just on no pathway to homeownership. With that said, there are a striking number of exempt landlords, and I don't understand it. I've never understood that part of the registry, and I don't think there should be any exemptions. There are too many unanswered questions, and we need to capture the full picture. So that's so important, and I please continue to advocate for that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all your hard work.
I'm Richard Barnard. I've spoken to the council before about the rental registry. My concern with the effects of this registry spans the greater county area and the lack of benefit for renters and property owners. Council votes have disregarded previous comments about these concerns and have enacted the registry despite the warnings of effects from many that have commented. So my remarks here are addressed to the public present and the listening to the proceedings of this meeting. Everyone needs to remember that rental markets are a mutually beneficial exchange between the tenant and the landlord. It can't exist successfully outside that baseline parameter. I strongly recommend that the city council rejects the staff recommendations to move forward with any more work regarding the rental registry or stabilization efforts. The current recommendation, we've reviewed it now, so the registration fee, the pass-through, the minimum lease agreement, and the elimination of the exemptions. These recommendations only serve to disincentivize landlords from keeping their properties for rent. Everyone consider how the enactment of this registry has brought benefits to the renters. Has your rent decreased? Have you seen greater availability of the cost of housing? Has all the data collected brought benefit to you in your housing situation? Was it worth $25,000 the city has spent on this data project? Was it worth that expense of your tax dollars when adequate tailored data was offered freely by the Association of Realtors? Much of it's also available to search. They've maintained it, but CoStar, for instance, gives a market report, and within minutes you can have 20 pages of data that are similar to what the city's producing. The city's not going to be able to regulate itself out of scarcity and high demand in our market. Scarcity, demand, vacancy, and market rates are organic messages that are transmitted between renters, property owners, and managers about how to self-regulate and adjust their behaviors in the rental market. Government interference in this mutually beneficial exchange is historically proven to be counterproductive. Tenants suffer from higher rents and property owners are driven out of the market. People who offer housing for rent can operate for free or at a loss. And remember that when a property is liquidated, it's an event that triggers either a rent increase or an increase in scarcity. So now is the time to end the future work on the registry and allow the fair market to behave naturally and characteristically. Thank you for your time, and that is my opinion.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, as you know, and I'd like to make a couple of comments on regards to the whole point of what we were trying to do. We're trying to stabilize rents. You and actually, with your policies, have created exorbitant rent increases to a lot of people that were benevolent landlords. And that is something that you guys own because you guys started this process. And it's got to be honest about this. I listened to this young lady talk for 20, 30 minutes. Not anything that she said is going to bring the rent down. The objective should be to get stabilized rents at a fair market value for the investors who put up the money for what we have and get a product that they're willing to rent. No one makes them, no one forces them. It's an arm's length transaction between two people that you guys have interceded yourself and saying, we're going to go do this. And I just don't get the logic behind it because you have not helped at all. It's like Mr. Dabby said before he left, or he's here, is that you got to slow this thing down. This idea of all this data, statistically, if you took that data and did a statistical analysis on it, you could come out with that product. You don't need every tenant, every person. You don't need 100%. Statistics takes care of that. They do it in elections all the time. They can predict an election overnight. There's something wrong here. You need to look and reflect back into yourself and say, is this the way to go? One of the things about this ordinance here, about the 12 months, you're interceding into our space. I have 12, 14 units, this one, 36 here, 40 here, whatever. I have a month to month. I've been having been month to month for 30 years. And this 35 years that I've been doing this, I don't have a long-term lease. I have tenants that have been here 10, 15, 20 years. I'm fair. I'm reasonable with my people. But what I do in that first 6 to 7, 8 months, I don't know if I want that tenant to spoil it for the rest of the tenants or not. That's a decision I make to protect all the other tenants. You're interceding here and saying, I'm going to give you this power to someone that could destabilize the whole group. That's not fair to the other tenants. Never thought of that. On the fact that some tenants and some landlords do some terrible things, you're going to punish a lot of tenants and a lot of good landlords. You guys need to stop this roll and start thinking about what you're doing when you're trying to affect reasonable rents, because you're not getting it this way. Thank you.
So I've been in property management for over 26 years. I was actually the first a landlord management company to reach out with the city because I have 3 small boys. So I was trying to have my numbers to you guys before January 1, but the system wasn't up and people had their jobs for about 7 days. So I actually gave them a lot of verbal information, spent 3 hours, 2 hours on the phone, going back to 2002, 2003, rent trends, things like that. Our rents used to go up on average $25 a year. So I've seen lots of things. A lot of these people in this room have been here long. I was born at Chomp. I've been here for over 45 years. If you guys ask, they can tell you the more I've seen from the state and the city that interjects, that's where these things come up more and more. I have a lot of landlords and a lot of owners where they used to only raise the rents every other year. They're very reasonable and now they're scared, especially because of the rates that have went up. You know, sewer used to be $25 a month a door. Now it's $75. People pretend with the different numbers. It's $75 a month. The insurance for most of our properties went up over $180 per unit per month. This isn't a year. This is $180 per door per month. That's a huge number. So again, as Nelson was saying, a lot of our properties do month to month. If our rents were unreasonable, we would have a vacancy issue. The market used to determine that. I take a great pride in the fact that when we are putting people into these properties, we do like to make sure that everybody's happy at our buildings. And that's why we do month to month. If you're not happy, you can leave. If you're making 25 of your other tenants very unhappy, if it's under that year, we can always see and ask them to leave. You know, we've got people with young children. And if you've got somebody that's causing lots of problems, having lots of very scary people come at night, it's nice to be able to have that ability. So I say with them saying it'll take 3 years to figure out trends, we're here. We know the trends. I've been doing this for a long time. The information is there if you just ask. So there's lots of people that have that type of information, and I'm very, very concerned, which is why I came here tonight. And I made sure my kids were taken care of before I came here, because I'm concerned that you guys are taking my power away from being a good manager and being able to protect my other tenants. Because that's what that says to me, is we're going to tell you, you rent to somebody, they have to live there for a year, and you have to by law give them another year after that. It sounds very scary. So most of our tenants have been with us for 10 plus years. So, you know, hopefully won't have too much of a problem, but it also the exemption. I do have a lot of owners that were in their 80s that I don't manage, but they couldn't figure out the software. They were given a letter for a $500 fine because they don't have email. And they went down in person and cried and talked to the staff. And they were told, hold on, this was a $500 fine. And they were told, go get yourself an email. That's what the staff had told these elderly people.
Thank you. And I apologize. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to be respectful of everybody else and make sure that we stay time.
They're not compliant, that they've paid their fee, but since they don't have an email,
I-
I don't know how you're. viewed that.
I'm more than happy to sit and chat more so I can hear more of your comments because I really appreciate them. But just out of respect of everybody else, I want to make sure we get to the next speaker, please.
I'm also here as a concerned citizen. This rental inventory program is majorly flawed. I mean, the mayor pointed out as an example stood out to me is that someone that has 9 properties with 20 units on that property, that's 180 units. They're considered a small landlord. I really, and then like, I'm not even going to talk about that table 4 error, but to take this exemption away is going to have a lot of impacts. First of all, it's going to probably have to increase the number of staff. Costs are going to go up. And then with additional information that's going to have to be collected. And by the way, where's this information collection going to ultimately end up at? I mean, you've already added additional things for this phase of it, having to add the deposit amounts and the RUBS information and so forth. I mean, where you want to go next, whether you want to get with that. And someone else had mentioned, I agree, this is really going to impact the people's trust of you guys. Because you made the promise that this is only going to be applying to the big time landlords. And you lied about that. And you basically had that exemption in place to make it appear less offending. So it seems to me that you had every intention on eventually removing that exemption. And I have no doubts that that's what's ultimately going to happen with your vote. I read the report. It said that there's no database reason to keep the exemption. What about the reason about when removing that exemption is going to have an impact, on all of the real small, mom and pop landlords? People are probably just barely making it because of all the property taxes increases and so forth. They probably have mortgages. Ultimately, this is going to cause a reduction in the rental units because a lot of these small landlords are going to get out of the business. And we see where this is going. You're going to eventually want to go something like rent control. And people are not going to want to do it. They're going to sell the properties that are going to get out. The future is this is going to be really bad. I mean, what are you going to do when something like that happens? Are you going to go to eminent domain to take houses away from people? For instance, like if there's a widow that lives in a large 5-bedroom house, are you going to say, well, we're going to take that away because we have a justification for that because a single person shouldn't have to live in such a large house all by themselves. So I ask for you tonight to please really think over the impacts that removing this exemption is going to have on the mom and pop landlords and make the right decision to keep the exemption in place. Thank you.
Good evening, Kathy Anderson. I want to thank this lady right here for coming up and speak in our defense of having properties that we've owned for a number of years. And we're going to have to go to all these new rules that our hard work, we can't give it to them because they want more taxes and it's getting out of hand. And this whole registry is out of hand. It's been a moving target. My 2 houses that I rent, it's month to month. Those people have been there 6, 7 years. I don't need a year lease. We have an understanding. We have a trust factor. People that come here to Monterey, sometimes they buy houses because they want to retire here. So they buy a house. Well, your average price in Monterey is probably $1 million. Okay. Interest rates is 6.5. My insurance, fire insurance for my house just went up this year, $400. And they said I was lucky because there's been larger increases than that. So my point is when there's higher rents, it's because it costs money to live here. I know that concerned person on the Zoom about people that are homeless. Santa Cruz, I don't know what's going on, but they seem to be going at a faster pace, helping homeless. And I would suggest the speaker on the phone, suggest those folks go to Santa Cruz and quit being on our back about things we have no control of. A lot of people that are homeless, they don't want to help. They don't want to be told what to do. So, you know, it's always a downer when she gets on the phone. We're good people. We're doing the best we can. We keep up our properties. My grandfather came here from Italy and built his first house here on Jefferson Street in 1934. My mother worked in the canneries. So what do you want us that have roots here to do? There's no free lunch. We didn't have a free lunch, how the saying goes. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Adam Pintritz. As you know, I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. You've already received their written comments, so I'll leave it at that. I'm here also as a concerned renter, as someone who first rented in the city of Monterey back in 2007 and was very quickly priced out. So I know firsthand how that experience is, and I know it's only gotten worse. So I get it. I'm here to share with you some issues with logic or discontinuity of logic that I'm seeing. And I'll start with actually saying thank you to Councilmember Garcia for raising the potential issues with the 10-year lease and you know, the reality that some tenant and landlord relationships just don't work out very well. But I would argue that actually the issues in logic come before that. And I'll read from the policy implications because I think this is very important. This was in the staff report. Maintaining and increasing access to affordable housing supports the city's ongoing housing efforts, including those intended to serve extremely low, very low, and low income residents. So I think that's commendable because those are obviously the most vulnerable populations that need the most help. Requiring a 12-month lease at the onset of tenancy is going to force property managers in particular, who have a duty to their clients, but also landlords themselves, to take absolutely no risks, right? If they see a single red flag, if a tenant is anything less than amazingly qualified in terms of their financial abilities, they're simply not going to take the chance. And so that sort of requirement would have a disproportionate impact on these most vulnerable and hardworking families. And so that is where I see some logical problems with that. The second point I'll bring up, and I think it's incredible how many local landlords we have here. I think that's a treasure. I've dealt with a lot of landlords who I was renting from personally. I've also dealt with property management companies that were owned out of state and had absolutely no personal connection to the community whatsoever. Having seen how both relationships go, it is a treasure what we have. And by removing the exemption, you are inevitably going to drive some or maybe even many of those landlords, those mom and pop landlords, those local folks, to reconsider their options. And I think that would be a lose-lose situation for the city, for the renters, and for the landlords themselves. As your staff even pointed out, the out-of-state landlords are often the most difficult ones to work with and to get into compliance. So why would we discourage that? So I would really ask for a logical continuity of the best quality of housing and the best quality of community to please do whatever you can to maintain the exemption. And I know the program needs to figure out its cost recovery issues, but please leave that part alone so that we can continue to have community-driven conversations about community housing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeannie Ferrara. I'm a Monterey homeowner and a realtor with Coldwell Banker Realty. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the changes to the rental registry. When the city of Monterey had a public forum on the initiation of the rental registry, the consensus of all the small groups was 95% against the registry. There were homeowners, landlords, investors, realtors, all different professions. Even the renters were against the registry because they knew that the fees would get passed down to them. Yet the city council went ahead and spent, or at least appropriated, I'm hearing that maybe they didn't spend it all, $400,000 of taxpayers' money to implement it. In the city's map, Monterey City's map of hierarchy, the citizens are at the top of the list. They're before the mayor, they're before the city council, they're before the city manager, they're before the staff and down the line. So I'm wondering, why are you not listening to the citizens that you're here to serve who voted you into office? It seems convenient that you waited until Councilmember Hoffa retired to propose the elimination of the small landlord exemption. He initiated the 1 to 3 unit exemption because he knew that there are many senior citizens in this community who depend on rental income and Social Security to survive. Many landlords were giving renters well below market rates until the state and local authorities began implementing during the pandemic, actually, authoritarian laws limiting their freedoms when the annual rent increases were restricted to 5% plus cost of living index, totaling no more than 10%. Compassionate landlords that were raising rents, possibly $25 a year, I heard once, very little, stepped up to these higher increases for fear that you would take away their rights. And now it seems like you're trying to. So these laws don't protect renters. They have the opposite effect. The rental registry is doing the same thing. And now you want to increase the registry fees from $50 to $75 per unit per year. The rental registry is already an assault against the privacy of Monterey property owners and renters who have to give all their information, yet you're now asking for more and further disclosure of private information. Please vote no on the changes to the rental registry that you're considering this evening. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Jamie Fields and my husband Jack's out here. We've been renters in town for a long time, really struggled, lived here a long, long time. So now we have property that we rent out to others. I want to speak to the fact that the mom and pop exemption was a really super big deal when we went through this whole conversation. And so we're surprised to see it's already back a year later to be taken away. That feels really bad. And I want to speak to the fact that we don't want to make it any harder for the mom and pop 1 to 3s to do that renting, because economically speaking, doing that renting of that house does not make sense based on the value of properties in the city today, based on the value of rents, based on the increasing costs. It's kind of a losing proposition. And we don't want those people to sell that house, especially when you have generational transfers. It's hard to be a property person doing that little rent. So please consider keeping that exemption because it's just making things harder. Then when we get into a discussion of how to handle fees, we're starting to walk into that conversation of rent control. And oh my gosh, that is so scary to all these people out here. Just scary. And then 12 month, in my experience renting to others, 12 month has generally been a flexible term instead of a static 12-month term, has generally been in the favor of the person that's renting. And so if you take that away and you try to say, we're going to do 12 at the beginning and a continuing 12 every time, you're inserting a lack of flexibility that will be destabilizing the relationship that landlords and tenants have. And you may be causing some severe unintended consequences with that. So overall, we don't have a ton of people here today because it was a 3-day weekend. And I know nobody was watching. People had to call me. So there probably would have been more people if this was not the day that it is. But I just want to emphasize, this is not a material part of the city's budget, this $86,000. So the shortfall that's going to be filled by this is not going to make a huge difference compared to the size of the city's total budget. But what we don't really have is a measure of the impact on the market when you lose more rentals, because once it's out, it's not coming back. And rental inventory is the primary driver of rental price. That's really where our focus is. Eliminating the mom and pop exemption is not going to help that. I would suggest that we're getting really good data and statistics with the information flow that we already have going. Let's keep going with the program the way it is. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Thanks for
going through this and having the hearing or this time to discuss it. I know housing is a difficult problem. My husband and I are are landlords of a rental that's on our property where we live on our lot. It's our source of retirement other than Social Security. So for us, this is a big deal to have rents. However, it seems that the idea of increasing more stipulations on what we have to do and how much we are not able to decide on our own is going to discourage people from developing properties and people from keeping properties. I talked to a lot of people within Old Town where my husband and I are involved in the board. So we know a lot of people and they talk to us. People that had thought when their ADU requirements and opportunities came out that they might take that garage and convert it. No way. No way. Once this rental registry came in and although it's not part of this discussion, as city manager said, the other cities that you're looking at, like Salinas, that's where they've gone is for rent stabilization, otherwise known as rent controls. When there are elements that control what the landlord can do in the decisions that they make, whether it be that they've had this rental for this lease for 1 year, but it's not been happy. It's not been satisfactory. They need to have the ability to make the decision of maybe it is something that they give proper notices for and say, you know, this really isn't working. I mean, in our case, they're on our property. If it's a noisy tenant, we don't want to have to go through arbitrations and say, well, exactly how much noise is too much noise? Or if they're smoking on the premises or just outside what's legally the premises, but that smoke, we're both sensitive to smoke, the smoke fumes and so forth. If that becomes a problem for us enjoying our backyard, we want to be able to say, you know, this isn't working. And I should tell you, we have been landlords since 1976, and we have never, ever evicted anybody. So, but I wouldn't want to have to lose that ability to say this isn't working. We're giving you notice. We have other plans, and then choosing perhaps a more suitable tenant. You don't always know until they're in your property. And yes, we do try to work out things. Thank you.
Good evening. I came here tonight to say one thing, but after hearing this presentation, my main point is now about this rent registry fee. I do not think it belongs on the back of the landlords. This is a community-wide benefit. It should come from the general fund. I just don't understand why we landlords are carrying this burden that's now going to be increased, I'm sure, tonight. As a longtime law-abiding, respected landlord, all the codes, laws, and rules for my tenants and for me, all I need is already on the books. I don't understand why this rent registry is now being brought forward with another monitoring double down that's being put in place that I'm paying for. As a landlord who owns several apartments in Monterey, take my story into consideration, as is that of many landlords, all your little local small landlords. That's our story. We spoke here about the rent registry, and we know everything we said was disregarded. Please try and help tenants and me, landlords like me, and tenants like theirs. What you've done so far hasn't lowered rents or provided any reasonably cost housing. You've created the opposite effect. 74% of my tenants are very long-term. They run from 5 to 24%, or 24 years. My units are 2 bedrooms. The average rent is $1,645. I am way below market. They're modern units. They're not funky old ones. I raised my rents about 3 times over all those years. I don't raise every year. My average rent raise is 4%. My tenants stay because I'm a good landlord. I maintain my places. So I believe I provided a service to the community. You guys can't always do that, but there's landlords like us that we are. I could raise my rents, but I don't want to. When I do raise them, I analyze what I need to raise them, and that's when I come up with the 5%. So I've been here 75 years, and now you guys are going to start slashing my profits. I just got the letter that now I've got to get a business license. Now I've got to get a $75 increase for this rent registry, which I can't tell you how much I disagree with. The garbage fees just went up in Monterey 18%. You guys approved that. One apartment that has 4 units, the cans went up $26. They have 2 cans there. So on my $1,645 average rent, the raise, if you cap me out on rent control at 3%, I'm going to get $49 a month. So try and help us landlords that are trying to help you. Because if I sell out, I got hundreds of relatives and family that are going to sell. And all of these tenants, not all these hundreds of tenants are going to be displaced. And that's a big issue.
Good evening, Council. I know we're running late. Thank you for hearing all of our comments. I'd first like to thank the Housing Department for all of your statistics that you brought in. They are fascinating, and I'm gushing over all of them. But I do agree with Mr. Dabby that I think that we've lost focus on what the rental registry is, where we're going with it, and what the resolution could be. Just from running, again, a CoStar report in a flash of a second, I've already determined that our rents on buildings that are 5 units or more, so a commercial building, 2.8% over the last year. That's in line with the Social Security raise this year. That's not exorbitant. It's not abusive, and it's not hurting anybody. It's reasonable. I don't know where we've gone with this. Are we looking at health and safety? Because if we're looking at health and safety, we have a building department and a code compliance department for that. We can take those tenant complaints and see what's going on in their buildings to protect them. But we don't need to be digging into these small businesses, taking private information and over-regulating our housing inventory. We're going to wind up cutting our feet off. Again, 2.8% over the last year. 10-year history is an average of 4.4%. That's in Monterey. It's consistent with our market going out to Salinas. We're not hurting people. But if we're concerned about their safety, let's talk about compliance. So those are the only 2 other points that I want to bring up with you. One last little minuscule point is that we don't have a 19% homeless rate here. It's under 1% of our population. That is all. Thank you.
Wow. Good evening, Council. Versus concerned citizen. I'm here basically also for my mom who's aged and can't make it here. And I just want to say that this seems to be a serious invasion of one's personal private information given to an entity for what? For what now? For what now in the future? Are we being forced to share private information? Is this even legal? I'd like to know what this is the ultimate goal of this. Are we free market or are we engineering society? Thanks.
Okay, and with that, we'll take it to our callers on Zoom.
Our first speaker is Graziella.
Hi, everyone. My name is Graziella Cardinelli, and I have spoken and attended previous meetings regarding the registry. As mentioned in an earlier comment, the trust has been lost. Claiming this is not an effort towards rent stabilization is intellectually dishonest. This dishonesty is evident from the new wave of proposals being brought forth tonight and how to amend this registry without even a year under its belt. In 2023, many Monterey County residents came forward in these meetings opposing the actions of the Monterey City Council and their interference with private ownership rights in Monterey County. Historically, Monterey has failed to do their job to ensure affordable housing, and in doing so, they have resorted to progressively interjecting themselves in private ownership rights and the landlord's ability to manage their personal rental properties. You are informed that people would sell their properties so as not to be under the thumb of the bureaucracy of the city's decision. I am one of the property owners who sold their property, and in doing so, it is now being inhabited by the new owner, which has contributed to one fewer rental property available in the city. Now it is clear that the proposal is trying to push the envelope even further despite the opposition. For one, eliminating the small landlord exemption, and two, requiring a 12-month lease initially and upon renewal. As previously mentioned by the presenter, the response was to go through the eviction process. This, of course, puts the undue burden on the landlord to deal with the eviction process and associated legal costs. Since the city wants to be involved in how the lease is written, how do they plan to be accountable for the resulting legal costs that transpire? There is a lot of talk about the hardship of passing the fee along to the renter. In fact, the entire presentation was phased in such a manner, and very little was in defense of how the extra costs are affecting the small landlord and the protections of a landlord for their own personal property. The owner will always have an increased risk to property damage that can wipe out months of negligible income. There are laws that exist already where renters can go for unlawful evictions and housing safety issues. Perhaps the funding is better spent with the workshops mentioned in the earlier presentation to inform both renters and landlords. It is not the responsibility of private owners to resolve the city's issues and shortcomings. I still have ties to Monterey County as a result of continued family property ownership, but who rent well below market value, and I've encouraged them to raise their rental rates to offset these additional costs. What you are doing is and will continue to result in the opposition of what you're hoping to accomplish, just as it has in Salinas, simply resulting in more bloating of local government oversight with no added benefit. The City Council's time is best served using funding to support their efforts on how to mitigate the shortcomings with quote unquote affordable housing and leave private owners to manage their property for themselves. For what it's worth, the mortgage, the skyrocketing insurance costs, the HOA dues, and utilities do not have any of the City Council's names listed as responsible party for payment. The HOA in the property I previously owned shot up $60 per month from the start of the new year. As a landlord, the costs were starting to go too steep to justify continued ownership in Monterey, and the council made my decision to move forward.
Next speaker is Andrea. Andrea.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have so many concerns with this meeting tonight. I don't even really know where to begin. I generally don't attend these, and I just kind of stay on the peripheral of political type of agendas. However, this program was sold to the citizenry of Monterey very differently than what we're facing today, less than a year later. I'm very concerned about how this program is costing our general fund, and we could certainly use those funds in other places along in the city in terms of our infrastructure, our programs. I live here locally. I'm a descendant of the Rumsen Indians. I'm a native Montereyan. I have one property and one property only. That property was burnt down by a tenant 5 years ago. It has taken me 4.5 years to bring it back online. And when it finally does come online, I cannot express to this council how much it has cost me, not because it's profitable, but because I am very sentimental to my family's land and the roots. And I'm trying to preserve something so that my children will be able to stay in the town that my people are from. I think that it's disingenuous for somebody to say that we're trust fund babies and some of the other comments, because that's not fair. Many of our families and myself still trying to hold on to what I have in my town. I'm very concerned about how much this program is costing, how it's adding additional bureaucracy and red tape to the process. I'm just really concerned as to where we're going, because this is not the way that it was originally presented to us small people. I'm a single mom with 3 kids. I'm not an LLC. I'm not charging outrageous fees to my tenant. And quite frankly, after my build is done, I don't even think I'll add it to the inventory again, just based off of programs like this. So I would really ask the city council to take a look, dive deep into the data that they have and really consider situations like mine. I'm not a business. I'm just a local Montereyan trying to remain in my town and hopeful that my children will be able to come back after college and also remain here, because they certainly will never be able to buy a home here starting out and wanting to be productive citizens of this town of Monterey. Thank you.
Next is Lori.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I appreciate all the other commenters before me. I've told my personal story many times before this council, and I'll tell it again because it's relevant, and mainly because I'm seeing the exact same thing I experienced and lived through 6 short years ago in Alameda, now playing out here with this rental registry. So I lived and worked in Alameda. I was forced out because the registry was implemented. And when the city came knocking on my landlord's door, questioning the little 400 square foot ADU behind his house that I was living in below market rate, and they came to enforce compliance like you're all doing to people, I was handed a lease termination the next day. I could no longer afford the market rent in the area. It was beyond my salary. It was a very frightening time, and I ended up landing here, but a lot of that's because I'm resourceful and creative, not because I'm wealthy or had any trust fund to draw on. I can tell you that. I'm still working for Alameda, and that is a stressful situation, but it is what it is. I lived through it. Alameda lost over 1,500 rentals in that first year. Mine was not one of those counted because it was gone before the first year of data was collected, just like many are already gone here that you'll never know about. One of your public commenters in the audience lives in my neighborhood. She spoke about being a young, average working person paying rent and not on the path to homeownership. Well, I have news for her. I was once her. And it took me until I was 60 years old to buy a home here on a wing and a prayer and a gutsy risk. I happen to know that she lives in an ocean view condo in Monterey, so it's hard to cry about being a renter in that kind of a situation. She's pretty lucky. I never had that as a renter. And there's a lot of talk here tonight about trend data. Well, I'd like to share and take this opportunity about some of the trend data I've observed in my neighborhood over the last year. And these are some of the unintended consequences of a rental registry and what feels more like ensuing rent control, which is disturbing. So I live in Del Monte Beach. People are selling their homes that were rentals. People are leaving their homes empty for family and out-of-town guests to use. They're no longer long-term rentals. Homes and apartments that were long-term rentals are now short-term Airbnbs. Yeah, you heard that right. Short-term Airbnb, less than 30 days. I don't really want to talk about it because I don't want too many more people to know about it, but the city cannot enforce it because the local coastal plan is not in place. I'd love to see the staff work on getting that LCP taken care of. We've got apartment building now that's renting out places as Airbnbs. They're no longer long-term rentals. So I think there's other things to dive deep into, and just please have a look at the data. Leave the program as it is and table these changes at this time. Thank you so much.
And our last speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Esther. There were 2 hands that got raised after your cutoff, so they won't be speaking. Esther, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to bring up a couple of points, just for reminding everybody that's speaking there tonight. This city council is listening. They're just not only listening to you guys, they're listening to the 66% residents in this city that happen to be renters. I also want to remind you guys that AB 1482 happened to be in place the very month that COVID started, but that bill took 10 years to come into play. We had no idea what COVID was at the time. And why did we need to have the state do that? Because just like there are bad tenants, there are bad landlords. And it doesn't mean that everybody is, but everybody ends up paying the price when a couple of people end up doing the wrong thing. I can tell you, I'm looking on Zillow right now for $18.75 a month, a 600 square foot, 1 bedroom is what's going for on Casanova. A studio at 666 Casanova, $17.25. 2 bedroom and on Delavina, $28.75. Yes, some of you may be keeping your units below market rate, but the majority are not. And whether that majority have to do with property management companies versus mom and pops, that's who to blame. I would like to see the registry actually gather that data. Who's actually managing the properties? Because the property management companies have come up with all these junk fees. They're taking fees for admin. They're asking for fees to pay by check instead of using the portal that they provide. There's all kinds of other ways that we can help renters. Application fees. I ran into somebody the other day. She had spent $400 on application fees, had never heard back from a single one of those properties. So I don't disagree that we are too early in the process to start making changes to this. And I want to thank staff for doing such a thorough job. And they want more data because it will be helpful. But with the data that we have, we can at least have a picture of what's going on. And, you know, to think that this is only something that you guys are having a problem with as landlords, renters are becoming homeless. Rental property owners are not. And I'd like to see the data that only 1% are homeless, because the county and the country just released their study at 20%.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and close public comment, and we're gonna take a Monterey 5. So why don't we get up, stretch our legs, use the restroom, and I'll welcome you all back when we're ready to go again. Yes. stretch in. So we've closed public comment. Thank you for all those that were able to provide some public comment, bringing it back to the council for discussion and deliberation. Please.
Thank you for all coming tonight, and sincere thanks to Mark and Anastasia for your presentation. Your heart is very obvious. You really care about the people of Monterey and renters, and that people be housed. And that's where I want to start. We all want stable communities. I think we can agree on that. And we all want rents that people can afford. And I think the question tonight is, how do we do that? And is government intervention to the degree of a rental registry or expanding the rental registry going to be effective? It's not, how we feel about renters or landlords. To me, it's not that. Okay. So, procedurally, I'm just starting on the council, and one thing I would love to see is more lead time to the citizens, to the public, about topics that we're going to talk about. Okay, I don't think it's ideal that you find out that a topic is coming on Friday, and then you try to figure out, can you be here on Tuesday, and can you be here all Tuesday night? I'm not sure what the answer to that is, but I think we need an answer to that. We need to give you more time and more thought. Okay. Having said that, I really appreciate that staff didn't come up with a proposed ordinance. You gave some proposed ideas, but I'm grateful that it was short of an ordinance proposal, because I think it's really tough on the public when staff identifies a topic and a problem that the community hasn't even identified, and then they come up with the answer, and then we expect you to sit through that. I think that's wrong too. So I'm grateful that that was massaged a little bit and you have some ideas, but it was just short of, okay, here's how we're going to do it. So I appreciate that. As most of you know, all of you know, I just finished canvassing, and I'm in District 3. It's 66% owners and about one third renters. So it's a little bit atypical, but I talked to a lot of small mom and pop landlords. And so what I heard tonight did not surprise me. This is what I heard from everybody who was a landlord. And my surprise was that they are not rich people. I thought, well, maybe they're rich people. They have average homes, average lives, average problems. And so I really had to listen. Okay. I do believe that we can drive small mom and pops from the rental market with the problems that they're under. Insurance is going through the roof and it's going to get worse. We have school bonds now that are going to go on to the tax bills, probably worth it, but an economic challenge. And we have what really struck out to me tonight was that we have old houses. So it's on the landlord to rehabilitate those houses. And I think that's an immense burden that we underestimate. So I oppose making any changes. I don't want to drop the small mom and pop exemptions. I know Mark and Anastasia are great people, no doubt about that. I think it's a way to get the program more in parity, to get more income in, and I respect that. But I think we shouldn't put anything more on the small homeowner. I think the data was clear that we are uniquely blessed in having local property owners, local property managers in small amounts. And if I'm reading it correctly, it's 9.9% that are large out of town landlords of 20 units or more. So I don't want to overtreat a problem that I'm not convinced we have. We may be uniquely lucky. And I want to see if there's anything else I want to say because I know it's late. I think I've said it. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Rash. Dr. Barber.
Yes, thank you again for all the information. It was definitely insightful, and I know that took a long time to get all of the information together. I'm about balance, and so I think that's a key thing for me when I look at this. First, I feel that the 75% for the first year is really good. I congratulate you for that, knowing that a lot of others are at 80% and have been up longer. And so I think that's a great achievement for our staff. Secondly, when looking at the 12 months lease, I think we don't have enough information to know how this works to be able to see that through at this point. I think what we need to I'm all for mitigating evictions. I think that's important for us to see as far as evictions that are justified, that are not justified. I'm sorry, evictions that are not justified. I'm all for mitigating that. So I think that more information is needed to be able to move forward on that. I think the RUBS information would be very helpful to kind of see that what I call hidden costs, to be able to see how we can even help and assist even the renters or even landlords and being able to see how that would work. But I think we can help the renters more if we know what those fees are for and what they look like, and how we can be able to maybe plug that into the rental assistance program. The 50% pass through, I think it should be fine, but I think it needs to be a monthly where they're able to pay $3 a month as opposed to paying it all at one time. I think that's absorbent and a little bit hard to handle financially when you have a lot going on and you have so many, even though the homelessness, even though we say 1%, but really I would like to see the data on what that looks like, because I know for the county, it's over 20%. So I would like to see what that would actually look like for the city. Because I know even like with CoStar, it's a commercial real estate report, so you wouldn't have all the small landlords captured in that type of report. So I don't think that would be effective. So I think the rental registry does help to get more specific information that is going to help us to know, how we can help on both sides. That's the balance. But I think it also helps we didn't even know that we had more small landlords, small unit landlords here. That's something that we wouldn't have known if we didn't have the rental registry. And so also with that, I feel that the 1 to 3 units, I think I think it's 29.2%, if I'm correct, from reading the report of what it said. And then our non-compliance is at 27.4%. And I know it's harder, as I think Hans was referring to earlier, how it's harder in going after the non-compliance and seeing what that looks like. But I think at this point, we still need more other information, even from the non-compliance, and getting them in to see if we have more that fit into that 1 to 9, because according to what the data is getting back, the small landlord units are 1 to 9% and then we are exempting 1 to 3. So that would mean that we have 4 to 9 that we're actually capturing out of that small landlord data. So I feel like at this point that could be fine, but we do need to get the non-compliance in compliance so that actually gives us more data, and then be able to see where the characteristics of those units lie. So that's kind of where I am at this point.
Okay. Garcia. Thank you. I think I want to start with first acknowledging the public who came here and online to provide comments. I also want to acknowledge that this is not an easy conversation for everybody involved. I mean, on one side, we have business owners. On the other side, we have tenants, right? And both groups are composed primarily of residents of the city of Monterey. There are challenges on both sides and hardships on both sides that I can appreciate and that I think the council is, listening to both sides. And because of the composition that we're talking about here, right? One side businesses, one side, our resident or our tenants that are all part of our city. When there's a tension, I think as electeds, it is our responsibility to step in and try to offer some type of support that will benefit everybody involved. I mean, I like Mr. Davi's comment about working together. I mean, I think that's really the message that we should be walking away with here. There are challenges on both sides, and it's really up to all of us to really figure out how we want to move forward. And again, it's a tough conversation. And it's a tough conversation because every one of us, I think, has a different idea of what is the best path forward. And it's not easy to really get consensus. So we'll have these difficult conversations, but I think really the goal is to together try to figure out what works best for everybody involved. I think this is a part of the slow process for all of us to identify what that best solution is for all of us. I think the council has started a few steps towards trying to figure out what's the best policy in an exercise of data gathering. This is a slow process. I mean, we're not rushing into any type of policy because, as I think has been communicated in previous meetings, we don't want to rush into a policy that just doesn't work for our city. We want to make sure that we understand really what we're dealing with so that we can carefully craft that policy that will have the best outcome for everybody involved. And that's been my intention from day one. I'll speak in me language, right? From day one, the rental registry for me has been a data and fact collecting process. Let's figure out really what it is that our rental market is doing. Let's create those trends so that we can better identify and, like I said, craft policy that way. There was mention of costs that create hardships for our property owners, right? Mention about insurance, sewer rates, that kind of thing, and I completely get that. As a homeowner, I feel those expenses as well. I think there's something to be said there about the ability for a property owner to be able to pass on those costs to the tenant. But what we're also hearing on the other side, what I'm also hearing on the other side is that tenants many times absorb that cost, maybe in other forms of fees, right? And the tenants really don't have any leverage or any ability to push those costs away. They have to absorb it if they want to live in our city. And I think everybody has the right to live in our city of Monterey if they wish. It's scary to think about what landlords or property owners would be incurring in terms of cost for any type of policy. But I've also heard from the tenant side that it's really scary for them to be also getting all these additional fees at times when, you know, they are having hardships with groceries and paying their rent in general. So I think, you know, taking it slowly, right, and really figuring out what are the challenges on both sides will really help us identify what the best policy will be going forward. So I think that in terms of the exemption, I think originally the general thought was that quote unquote mom and pop rentals are just a small fraction of our population. But in looking at the data, it looks like it's actually a pretty significant percentage. If I'm reading the percentages correctly, it looks like about a third of property owners are mom and pop property owners. So if it's a significant percentage, being a third, you know, that draws a pretty significant gap in our data. And again, for me, this whole exercise is about gathering data, really understanding the facts, and then from that, molding policy that's best suited for everybody involved. So I'm still considering, or rather, I'm considering the removal of the exemption. I think the pass-through, I'm still thinking about that. The pass-through fee, and I think it makes sense to spread it out over several months. Logistically or in practical terms, I'm not sure how that would work, but I think I'd want to learn more about that. And in terms of the 12-month lease, you know, as I expressed earlier, I'm not entirely convinced, and I don't think, at least on my end, I wouldn't want to move forward in this very moment with that kind of commitment. But I think also there's some legal questions that would need to get answered. So I'd like to learn about that first before making a more detailed decision. And that's it.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you. You've heard the term deja vu all over again. So I'm going to give it to you again from where my perspective was. I did not agree with this policy back when we were having our hearings. I argued vehemently against it. And the realization is, because I'm a practical guy, we currently have the ordinance and it's likely not going to change. And if I proposed that we should kill it altogether, that would be probably a waste in an exercise. So I won't go there. So I want to say thank you for everybody who has spent the time to read the exhaustive report and reflect, and also talk to your clients and your tenants, and appreciate your efforts to come here and spend the evening with us. Which I know many of you would probably be in bed already and thinking about breakfast because it's late. But thank you very much for your efforts. And this goes on for an effort that was over a year ago that started. And many of the results of controversy has been that I see many people have figured out a way to connect a network and to know each other and to communicate with each other, to advocate in your corner of the world your property rights and what is of an interest to you, and as you represent your tenants as well. So thank you for you coming. A couple of issues are still hanging out there. I want to address, well, why do we have high rents and why is it so difficult for property owners to keep up with
some of the prices of being a landlord. Short story, Prop 19. Those of you that are in the business know all about it. Prop 19 was sold to us as a way to provide some more funding for fire and correct the wrongness of when a property was transferred on the death of a relative. So the impact of that, my mother passed away and left us a home. I have one brother, and we looked at the economics to determine we had a tenant there, and the rent was $2,350 a month in Pacific Grove. A 1906 property, a little bit high in the maintenance, but I did a lot of the work myself. A good tenant, it's my son. Before that, we had many tenants through the years. Well, when we fell prey to Prop 19 because of the death of my mother, we took a base of the appraisal of the property value, and then you could keep it, but you have to pay property tax from that moment. And when it starts to earn you additional money because of the equity, then you're going to have to pay taxes on that equity. We were forced to sell that because of Prop 19. And I'm sure you all hear the stories. There's many properties, they cannot stay in the family because of the death. Well, when the family has to sell, it goes on the open market. And in my case, the gentleman that bought the house with his wife and with his daughter, his house payment is $5,800. It was $2,300 when there was a tenant in there, and he was lucky and he got a rate of interest at 6%. So that's what he's paying. If he vacates and has to rent that house, what's his rent going to be? $5,700. So this is not the landlords that's driving this. We have to blame some of the things that the state of California has voted for that's driving rents. Prop 19 is one of them. It was mentioned by several of the speakers, the impacts of local fees, CalAm, sewer, garbage, HOAs, all of those add into it. So it does impact property owners, and they have to pass through some of the costs. Sometimes they don't. Fire insurance, it's the big one currently. Bringing it home to what I would not want to do. Not in favor of approaching or doing anything with a requirement of a 12-month lease. I think that's intrusive, borders on illegal. It ties landlords to a situation where it changes the relationship entirely and would ultimately likely lead to property values being at risk, which requires then the property owners to have to recover, protect, and that would cause them to have litigation more often if it was a 12-month lease, because then when they have a bad tenant, they have to go through court. It's just an ugly process that I don't think the city should be regulating. There's already civil code that covers the sufficient area of that, so we should stay out of that. I believe we should keep the exemption. I agreed with Alan, and actually Alan and I met a couple of times, and we talked about softening the policy, and the exemption was an idea that felt as the appropriate thing to do. I still believe that way. I think that a policy needs to have a justification for its action, and it needs to have a desired outcome that can be clearly identified. Tonight, it's kind of a mixed bag with the report. Frankly, the report doesn't wow me. There's no aha moments. There's no bright lines. It kind of confirmed what I already knew in the property rents that are collected. There's no outliers that say, oh my gosh, the rents in this one particular area are exorbitant and, you know, the market's going crazy and they probably have high vacancy rates. Well, no, they don't. We have low vacancy rates and we have some pretty reasonable rents that are being collected in a variety of neighborhoods. Studios tend to be a little higher because there's probably not enough of them. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, there's not enough of them. What do we not have enough of? Everything. We need more housing. And this report and having this policy is not going to create
more housing. It's not going to get us out from under the cease and desist and get us the ability to have water for the property owner to be able to build another unit, expand, or take that vacant lot that doesn't have water and build a 2-by, a 4-by, a 6-by and get water. It's not going to change. We can't build until we get out from underneath the cease and desist. That's another one of those local barriers. And you're all paying the price for that. So I am not in favor of changing the exemption. I don't see any justification to do anything else with the snapshot where we have 73% of the data already. So if I go back to my statistics class in my master's program, we all know that you can take numbers and twist them and turn them and make a statement that will be favorable. But when we look at the entire inventory of homes, apartments, units, properties in Monterey that are reflected in the data gathering, if we're saying that we have 72% of the data, that's a very large data set. So I think we can say that we're identifying the start of a trend, but we don't have anywhere near enough to be making any adjustments to something that we just started. So I don't see any justification to make one single change to the program. Now, we don't have the full cost recovery. I think if I remember right in the staff report, we're about $86,000 short. And what we normally do is when we have a program that's trying to enforce a policy, we try and find ways to be more economical in the delivery of that service. It's not appropriate first to look at raising the fees. I think this first way we need to look at this is, do we have the right staff? We might have too many staff members in the program. We might be trying to do too much with the amount of money that we're recovering. So I think that we should be looking at trimming the amount of what we do and work within the revenue we know we're going to capture. Now, our city manager offered that getting to 100% is probably very unlikely, and I would agree with that. But right now, if we're at, was it 78% tonight? 75%. So we're at 75%. Maybe next year we're at 87%. We'll never be at 100%, which means we'll never be fully funded, which means in my mind, we either have too much staff, too much expectation for the program. And I think that $50 to register that I've got a unit that I rent is the fair price. And we haven't even had a year, so I don't think that that should change at all. But I lend this to say, if we're chasing full recovery, I don't think we're ever going to get to full recovery. So I think we need to be looking at the efficiency of what we do with the staff we have. And the staff we have are working really hard because they've had to be engaging in a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of visits. There's a lot here. They've had to touch a lot of lives. That will probably diminish in year 2. I hope that they will have to spend less time and we won't need as much staff working on this program because we're not going to get to 100% recovery. I'm almost done. There was a comment by one of the council members that everyone has a right to live in Monterey. And I struggle with that one because we know everyone has a right to live wherever they choose to. But just because you have a right to live there doesn't mean you're capable of living there. And that's a hard doctrine to understand. When people want to live in Monterey or on the peninsula, and they don't have the income to support their choice, they have to make a choice to live somewhere where it fits within their means. And that's really hard. And I don't say that in a harsh, mean way. I just simply disagree with the concept that everybody has a right to live in Monterey. Well, yeah, they have a right, but they also have to have the capacity. And I think that's the big public debate in terms of people want to live where it's very nice and the temperature is perfect and the ocean's beautiful and all of that. I mean, I don't want to live in Bakersfield. And I know lots of people that do live in Bakersfield because that's their choice, but they don't pay the rents we pay. We are on the coast of California and we pay high rents. Now I want to turn the corner to the fear I have. The fear I have is with the tragedy that occurred in LA, if we look at 20,000 people displaced, and it's maybe even higher than that. If 25,000 people are displaced and they are looking for homes in Phoenix and Palm Springs and down the coast in San Diego, and we get 200 people that come to Monterey as a result of the fire, that's too many. We can't handle that many people that are looking for properties to rent because we have no capacity. We have turnover. We have some properties that become available. But the fear I have is that California, not just Monterey, but California has not built for 10 years. And we're far behind. So our capacity for more housing is going to get harder because of the impacts of like fires in Paradise, fires in LA. So the impetus to me tells me I want to do everything I can with my voice to say we need MW1, we need Cal-Am to get a desal plant, and we need to be able to get out from underneath the cease and desist, expand MW1, and produce the water this region needs to accomplish some ability to get towards that 3,654 number. So I'm not blind to the fact that we have a huge problem, but we are not yet at a capacity to say we have the solution, but we're close. We're close. And it's all about getting out from underneath the cease and desist. So my perspective is it's too soon to make any changes of any kind. I don't want to see an increase. And I think making changes at this point is akin to what we've all heard the term is a bait and a switch. It feels like we made a compromise with the exemption. We made a policy work with excellent staff and application and customer care and push, and we're at 75% compliance. That's a tremendous return. I feel like within a year coming back and saying we want to increase it, we want to change it, we want to sort of turn the nukes up on it and blow the whole thing up again. Why would we want to tick off the entire community again?
Mm-hmm.
Policies need to be consistent. Our governance needs to be fair, and it cannot look like we're pulling the wool over the eyes of our community. And when we try and do that kind of thing, it just erodes the trust in our government. We're a small town. They see everything we do, and they believe in us. Let's not have a relationship with our community where they don't believe us. So I don't agree with any changes at this time. We need to continue with it. Maybe in year 3, we'll have more aha moments from the report. And then my hope is that we get the data that we see about housing policy. What else are we doing? We get water. We're out from underneath the cease and desist. We start to see some building. We see Garden Road going, and we won't need this kind of mechanism to manipulate the open market. The open market will take care of itself when it has the ability to get water. So my hope is that this stays as it is for another couple of years to get the full baked as much data as we can get, but not changing it any way whatsoever is my preference. And I'm sorry I'm so long.
Okay, thank you. So I would start off by saying there was a couple of folks that brought up rent control, rent stabilization again. And I'm going to stick to the same messaging because that's exactly where I'm at with it. I'm not pushing rent stabilization. I'm not opposed to it, but at this time, I'm not looking at it. And I stand with that. The election is over and my messaging is still exactly the same. So I just wanted to start there.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just want to say that.
If I could finish my comments. There was one question that Elizabeth asked, and she's not here any longer. But hopefully if she gets a chance to listen in to the rest of the proceedings. So the question was, would she be required to get a business license fee? My assumption is no, unless we require that. So I just wanted to throw that out there for her. And I don't imagine that there would be a requirement if we did get rid of the exemptions. I would point out that when we were voting on this, I can't remember exactly how the vote happened. I'm not sure if Alan had made the initial motion and then I made a substitute motion, but I did make an effort to try to not include the exemptions because as staff had articulated during the presentation, it was better if we took a broad approach initially. And to your point, now trying to do something after the fact, it makes it more challenging, though I still stand by the position that I approached before. I'm not necessarily making a decision today. I want to stay open to what kind of conclusion the council comes to. But one thought that we may want to consider, and this is just based off of what I heard from the staff presentation of why they wanted to remove the exempt, or why the proposal is to remove the exemption, is to determine whether or not some of those mom and pop units are being controlled by a property management company. So I wonder if one of the things that we could consider is collecting the data specifically on a mom and pop unit being managed by a property management company and allowing the rest of the exemption to exist. So they wouldn't pay a fee, they wouldn't provide the rest of the data, but it captures what they need. So I'm just throwing that out as feedback from what I heard from staff. But it would be helpful to kind of have something come back that's broad in regards to what they think might fit the needs of our program. I also heard the concern around going to a one-year lease. I hear that. I think there are some valid arguments there. One thing that we may want to consider, and I'm just trying to have an open dialogue about this. So again, I'm not coming to a conclusion tonight, but if the concern, and Nelson, you had shared this, is around being able to have those first few months of flexibility to determine if somebody's going to be the right fit or not, and then you could let them go. So maybe the idea could be after the first year, maybe it goes to a 12-month lease after that. Trying to find. I also think it would be helpful to kind of look at. I'm a little bit interested in this RUBS fee thing. I know that oftentimes, maybe not all the time, but oftentimes those are coin machine operated. So I wonder what does those the cost of that renters use to pay for the operation of that? What does that cost go towards? Is it for the electricity? Is it for the water? Is it for the utilities that use to operate those utilities? So I think it'd be helpful to kind of understand that nuance too, as it relates to the RUBS fees. But in short, I don't think we need to make any decisions tonight. I think this was generally a report from staff. So I appreciate the work that staff is doing behind the scenes and with the public to do what the council has directed and asked of them. And that goes along with trying to run the operations of it. I do have to say I was a little bit caught off guard by residents when the letter went out and a lot of people were frustrated. I know staff, you're trying to do the best that you can, and you took a lot of heat for that. So I think we just need to tread lightly and make sure that we're not, pissing people off, particularly folks that are complying with the rules and they're doing the best that they can to do the job, not to be too heavy-handed here. But I think the data is helpful and useful. And I think that there is some space here that we can look at making some moderate changes to the program, to make it more robust and helpful, and potentially create some additional protections for renters. So any last minute comments before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, with that, try to unbury myself here. I'll give everybody a few seconds if you want to stay, by all means, but if you want to head out, I'll give everybody a few minutes here to transition. We're going to go to our next, before we go to our next item.
Oh, one of the old, which one, I can't remember his name. Yeah, both of them. Be Malafacano.
Okay.
He was a friend of Tom's.
So we will now go on to item number 11, receive rental assistance program update and recommended program changes, and pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
I had prepared a 15-minute introduction, but instead, given the time.
Did you really? I can't. There was sarcasm. Okay, see, I can't tell. That's
no, Mr. Mayor, but I could try if you like to.
Why not?
Anastasia and Jacob will present. This is meant to provide you with our feedback about what is it, 8-9 months of rental assistance that we have worked through. Again, Anastasia might say something like, in the beginning, we have never done this before. This is something brand new. We are learning as we are doing. And it is time to present to the council where we are. It's a good time to do it tonight or in this month, because as we are approaching the end of the first funding cycle of $250,000, we have the next funding cycle already budgeted for this year's budget, 24-25. But the staff feels it's important to share experiences, and based on that, give you some recommendation and how to administer the program differently and probably also more effectively. So again, tonight we want to present, but we would also like to get some feedback from you, telling us in what direction you would like us to customize the rental assistance program based on the data and the experiences that we are sharing with you right now.
15 minutes later, I'm just playing.
All right. Well, good evening again. Here we are, fresh as the daisies. So we're ready to go. On the rental assistance program, we launched in April. We're really excited about this program. We've been able to help a lot of community members, and we'll get into the information here. So overall, this is a rental assistance program. We tried to create kind of a broad-based program that we could help as many people as possible. And again, like Hans said, we were trying to learn from this program and how we designed it in the beginning with all of council's input and the community input. And just to remind you, we went out on an extensive campaign asking the community. We had a survey. How should we provide these funds to members in our community who really need it? And what are the needs for people with rental assistance? So really trying to understand, again, what are renters facing that they can't make their rent and where they need assistance. So that was very informative as we designed the program guidelines here. And also building upon the prior rental assistance programs through the COVID. So this is post-COVID, different types of funding as its general fund. And we have been learning a lot. We do hear from a lot of renters throughout not only the city, but the whole county. As we opened up this program, other people have asked, can't our city do this too? And as we help only people within the city of Monterey. So as we move forward in this presentation, we're going to give you a little bit more data about who was helped in the city of Monterey. And we're going to talk about some of the lessons we've learned and things where we think the guidelines might need to tighten up a little bit or change. So the program initiated on April 17th of this 2024. The total program funding was $250,000 to start with, and we're almost through that amount of funding. And each applicant is able to receive up to $5,000 of rental assistance. They're also able to have additional assistance for utilities, one-time legal fees. We have had one person utilize the legal assistance, financial counseling, and utilities. So my sidekick in this presentation is Jacob Varania. He's an HCD coordinator, and he's going to go through some of the data points with you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and City Council members. Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to be going over a little bit more of a brief summary of the rental assistance program. So applications may be submitted online during an open application period that takes place once per month. Applications are selected on a first come, first served basis. This is usually based on when they're received into our application portal and based on the timestamp that they are received. Program will assist up to 10 qualified applicants per month, and we can review up to 20 applications per month for eligibility. As far as applicant eligibility, in order for applicants to be eligible for the rental assistance program, they'll need to provide proof of 1 year of residency in the city of Monterey, and they can have an income level of up to 120% AMI or area median income, and must demonstrate a need for assistance. In the past year since the program started, the Housing Division received a total of 686 applications, assisting a total of 67 individuals and families. The program has provided a total of 218,336 in assistance so far, and provided an average of 3,751 per applicant. And in order to understand the impact and effectiveness of the program, the Housing Division did reach out to previous recipients that received assistance through the program, and we included a couple instances on how this program was able to help them. One recipient stated that the Monterey Rental Assistance Program was truly a blessing for us. With us only living on Social Security and having to choose between food and medicine, the program offered us some much needed relief. Another recipient also stated that it's amazing we are now free of fear of being homeless and are able to focus on our health and wellness. Please extend our gratitude to all the people that helps to make this possible. Without there would be more families homeless and living on the streets. So the next overall question is, how did we help? Out of the 60, or who did we help? Out of the 67 applicants that received assistance, 10 were served either eviction notices from their landlord or shut off notices from utility companies. Just to kind of further clarify, as far as eviction notices, we're going to be talking about 3-day notices. And for 3-day notices, we're talking about 3-day notices to pay or quit. And this is an eviction notice that is typically issued by a landlord when a tenant owes rental arrears to the landlord and they're attempting to reclaim back the rent that is owed. So out of the 10 that were served either the notice or a shut-off notice, 7 received a 3-day notice that we were able to assist through the rental assistance program, and 3 were served shut-off notices from utility companies. Of the applications that were reviewed, 11 applicants were denied assistance due to non-city residency. So after reviewing their application, we did conclude that they were living outside of the city of Monterey. And then 5 applicants submitted fraudulent information on their applications and were denied assistance. In continuation, out of the total number of applicants that applied for assistance, 55% were one-person households, while 45% of applicants were from households of more than one person. And then the following are income levels of the 67 who received assistance through the rental assistance program. As you can see, based on the data that we are seeing through the program, we are actually helping a majority of applicants that are of low income levels of 80% AMI or below, in retrospect to the 16% that we're seeing who are moderate income levels. Other than that, I'll now hand it over to my housing manager, Anastasia Wyatt, for the next part of the presentation. Thank you. Thanks, Jacob.
Okay, so the next part of this is what have we learned so far and what changes do we recommend for the program? So due to the fact that most of the people were helping and we did see maybe a couple of applications where their AMIs were a bit higher and they maybe really didn't need the funding, that we reduce that we change the programming guidelines to 80% AMI and below. This is also consistent with best practices for rental assistance programs. So we're really helping people who are in need and lower income levels. Provide a notice that the applicant is, the person receiving assistance needs to provide notice that they're near eviction due to inability to pay rent. Sometimes we're seeing people are just don't really have a true, they're not very close to actually losing their property or their rental. So we want to make sure that we have some sort of information from them that is showing that they're about to be evicted. Prohibit applicants with more than $5,000 in accessible liquid assets, bank accounts, real property from receiving assistance, and then limit applicants with excessive debt to 1 month of assistance. That way we can see if they're making improvements and if they are able to come back and apply for more assistance later. If the rent cost burden is greater than 50% of their income, and these recommendations I know are a little meaty to get through, so go ahead and ask questions at any point. We're here to answer them, but they really I think they will make an improvement into our guidelines and help us to really ensure we're providing the funds. These are very important funds. We want them to last as long as possible. And we really want to target ensuring that the program is targeting those who really need the money. Mm-hmm. So if it's more than 50%, if the rent cost burden is more than 50% of their income, so this could be somebody who we have seen where their rent is actually more than their income. So how are they going to continue to pay for their housing over time? So we'll provide 1 month of assistance and then request evidence that they have made some improvements and they're able to show that they can remain housed if they get this assistance. Otherwise, there's no point in us providing assistance if they're going to get evicted because they can't afford the rent over time. So that is one thing that we're seeing it could be improved upon. Again, requiring an industry standard lease. We do require leases. Sometimes we're not seeing an industry standard lease and we can't verify that it's a true rental agreement between the landlord and the tenant. Allow applicants to apply up to 3 times per calendar year with a maximum of $5,000 in assistance. Sometimes we see people, they apply and then they'll apply again and again until they get that maximum. We want to just provide up to 3 times per year. And then limit households to a maximum of 5,000 of assistance in 1 calendar year every 3 years. We also are recommending that we deny requests from applicants who have more bedrooms than tenants. This has gotten us into a little bit of a catchy situation where somebody says, oh, I'm about to rent. I can't find another tenant for my 2nd bedroom. And maybe they're just want to have a 2-bedroom unit and we're paying for that additional bedroom. So if they, and we've seen this a few times. So this is something where if you have a unit that's too big for you, then we're just not going to provide the assistance. And then reject applications from family members who have relocated from households who have already received assistance, except under certain circumstances that they can prove to us, like divorce, domestic violence, those kinds of things. More program changes is require applicants to meet internal deadlines. So we set a deadline. This is a fast moving program. Every month we open this up on the 15th of the month. We have to meet our internal deadlines with finance. We've got to keep this program going. Most of the time we see people adhering to this. We just want to codify it in the guidelines that if you miss our internal deadlines, we're not going to chase you down. Maybe you don't really need the assistance. Allow city staff to provide up to 2 urgent cases with assistance that demonstrates imminent risk of homelessness or eviction. This is something that I'm hoping, sometimes I'll get a call and we've passed the deadline and we have a 3-day notice or something, and they really need help, that the program manager gets a pass to allow a couple people into that round, not displacing any of the top applicants. Add perjury language to the application documents. Yes, we've received fraudulent applications, the online world these days. And just as we have in the rental inventory, people state that they're not lying about what they're putting in that information. And ban applicants who falsify documents from applying for 5 years. And if they did receive assistance, they need to repay it to the city. Require a signed industry standard lease, as we said before, or some intent to sign an industry standard lease to receive deposit assistance. That's a little tricky because they're trying to get into a unit and maybe they haven't signed the lease yet, but we really work with the landlord and the tenant to get that information. And then seasonal work resulting in regular periods of unemployment will not be considered a valid job loss. So say you're working at a school district and then over the summer you're not working, that's not a true job loss. And that's kind of what we're getting at that point. So the recommendation is that the city council receive this update on our program and provide input on the recommended changes. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and thanks for all the work and what you guys do in running the program. I know it takes a lot of capacity. So let's bring it to the council for questions. Councilmember Rash.
How many kids did you help? Of the 67, how many had children?
Do you know?
I mean, just guess.
That's a great question, Councilmember Rash. I would say that, I mean, we don't have a clear determinant, I would say, of the exact number, but if you're asking more for an estimate, I would say of the 67, probably around 25 of them, the individuals had kids or were part of families.
Yeah. And I said it when we started this, and I'll say it again. I hope you prioritize children. I mean, it's kind of a duh. I'm sure you do. And my second question is, I really appreciate that you detect the fraud. I think that's great. And I love that you have the flexibility for the city manager to make exceptions. Thank you.
Housing manager. It will be the housing manager.
Clarity was given there just for folks online that it would be the housing manager that would be able to create the.
Even better.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, yeah, right.
We're able to create the flexibility for those urgent cases. Who wants to go next? Councilmember Garcia.
Talk about direct impact. So thank you so much for your dedication and making sure that the folks that really need it are getting the resources and pointing out these areas of improvements. The only question I have is because the point about a standard lease came up several times. Has it been your experience that you don't see that often, a standard lease? And the reason I bring it up also is that I don't know that I've ever seen a standard lease when I was a renter, right? So like how would you identify that, or is that even something that is common in our city?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Garcia. There have been a few instances through the different rounds that we've experienced so far, where we had individuals that have not had a full lease per se, or an industry standard lease, where if you were to kind of talk with, I would say, some of the different property management companies that are here in the city, there's usually a standardized lease that is implemented by them, with minor variations depending on the property management company. But usually there is some sort of industry standard towards a lease that's issued.
I'll just say what we're trying to clarify here in this situation, and most of the time we do see an industry standard lease. Today, the situation I ran into, I was able to obtain 2 of the leases for the 5 people living in that unit, or that one house, that one property with 5 units. So, but we have had a couple of instances where somebody's been living in the same household with the same people, and it looks like their family, and they're just saying they don't have a proper lease, and in that case, it may not be the right use of the program funding.
Yeah. So with your recommendations, if we looked at this, how do you see the numbers changing in terms of service delivery within the same budgeted amount? We're looking at the budget year of starting in July, $250,000. And I think you were at 67 households helped. What do you expect the numbers would be?
So that's 67 since April, just to be clear.
Okay, so a full year, we don't know yet.
We don't know yet. And I do imagine that we really are trying to make sure that we're helping people who really need the funding, because sometimes it's hard to see that they really need the funding.
Mm-hmm.
And because our guidelines are broader,
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard call. And we see some of these circumstances. So it could be, we'll still hold to reviewing 10. People are still applying. We did see a really high number apply in the beginning of the program. What was our first round? Like 100?
140, 160.
And then it's dropped off, and the last month was 30. And so we're starting to see people not applying as much. We want to see there's a hardship, a real true hardship. We want to see that they've lost a job, or there's some other real need for this money, that we're just not handing out money because it's there.
Right.
And the program's there.
No, and I think that's a great concept too. And we really don't want fraud. We want the money to go to those who need the money the most, that keeps them from that last day where they're having to move out, live in a car, be on the street. So it's sort of the funds of the last resort, rather than someone who really has other options, like you've listed in the recommendation. If they have assets of $5,000 that's considered liquid asset, then they don't qualify. I think that's reasonable. So I'm just wondering, I'm thinking about the numbers, but we don't have a full year. So we don't know what our full year numbers are. But with these recommendations, you're anticipating that we'll probably hit more people and have less money going to those that are on the upper end of the income level that really probably didn't need the money. Is that fair? Okay.
That's fair. And we may end up helping less people because we are tightening up the guidelines a bit, but it doesn't mean we still won't review 10 or 20 applications per month. So we'll keep up our review. We'll just make sure that they're adhering to these recommended changes.
Yeah. And to follow up with Gino, you asked about the lease. If someone came to you where they said, well, I don't have a lease, I pay cash and that's the agreement I have, then would we be able to step in a little bit and have, well, if you contact your property owner and you get us some kind of a lease, then we could take action. And you could actually provide a lease for that property owner.
Yeah, and in that case, it could be something where the tenant and the landlord need to work that out and create some sort of an industry standard lease. And then we could help them. And so we have had some landlords here and there that do not want to participate. And then we remind them that the state requires that they have to accept rental assistance. And so if that's something that needs to be improved upon, and that could also help somebody further down the line, we've seen this, and we saw this in the, when we were doing our outreach, there were people that did not have an industry standard lease and they were getting evicted. There's nothing to prove that they were there, nothing to prove that we could help them. So that could also improve the situation for the landlord and tenant.
Yeah. And today's date, I mean, business standard leases are available free online. And they're about $15 for a packet at Walgreens. So it's not that they're hard to get. So I think it's a matter of being able to, have the form, marry the property owner with the tenant and be able to navigate that. So they're not rejected. Okay, great. Thanks.
Dr. Barber.
Yes. First, thank you for the work that you do. And I know that so many more are appreciating what is being done than what we saw tonight during the PowerPoint of the quotes. But my question is, I think it's great that we are able to help the 67, but of the 619 that's actually left, how many of those were actually valid that we're not helping? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I
mean, percentage wise.
I don't know. I think we'll have to get more data as we go through and we continue to help people. I would say probably a portion of those are fraudulent applications, considering how many, or we did see a lot of people that would use an address, and we saw this quite a bit, where they used it was a golf course, or
They were using, I think the address was 105 Corporal Ewing Road, which I believe is in the Presidio.
yeah. So they would use this address because it looked like they were in the city of Monterey, and then they weren't. And then we'd start digging into we'd ask for their information and realize they were somewhere else. So, I can't really speculate because we didn't look at every single application, but definitely there's fraudulent applications. There's definitely people who are not in the city of Monterey. Boy, the first round, we got nonstop calls for about a week. And I mean, literally nonstop. It rang, the phone rang.
From all over the county.
Yes.
So I guess what, I would be curious to the data of the percentage of how many were fraudulent and how many were actually valid. And then the ones that were valid, are we able to utilize our partners and resources to send them to somewhere else to see if they can still get help? I'm just curious how that's being handled.
We get constant requests from all over the county about people who need rental assistance resources that do not live outside the city, or people who can't get help that month. Usually they come back the next month. I think what we're seeing is if they miss the window that month, they are coming back the next month and they call us, we talk them through it, and then they do apply. So I think this attrition we're seeing as the application count gets lower every time, we are helping people in need. And I think, and we keep hearing from the same applicants. And so I think we're getting to those who really need assistance, even though it sounds like a huge number. Then the amount of calls and requests we get, we always answer everyone who asks us. We are in the United Way Smart Referral Network. So we work with everyone to make sure that we give referrals, and we have detailed list of who else might be able to help them. One thing that I've learned working with the new CalAIM programs and some of the other programs through the Smart Referral Network, you're on Medi-Cal, CalWorks, the doors open for other programs.
Mm-hmm.
Ask people, are you on Medi-Cal? If you're on Medi-Cal, go back to your doctor's office, go back to your primary care physician, or go to the emergency room, because that opens more doors for rental assistance programs through those, through the Medi-Cal. So those are things people really don't know a whole lot about, but we and how we can help everybody and refer them to the right resources at the time.
Excellent. I think that's great. That's what I wanted to know about the other 619, how many are valid, and then how are we helping them by referring them to the different partners that we work with. That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Just following up on that last question that Dr. Barber asked. So because we're seeing that attrition and how many applications are coming in, is there some cursory level review of those other applicants that aren't top 10 to see if they're, especially now that we're looking to include this kind of flexibility for the urgent cases, or there could be a referral to other services if there's a really deep need for those other ones? Is there some level of review of those, or are we just kind of pretty much ignoring those at this point?
I would say that if their applicant is in severe need, we're talking to them.
So there's some level of review of all the applications that are coming in?
No. We're able to review the top 10, and we're usually able to start to review the top 20. And then beyond that, and usually we do have a lot of people who are applying just because it's money out there, right? And so that's why we're trying to hone in the guidelines. And I think, but we have had people who are, I'm about to get evicted. We talk to the landlord, and I will say landlords have been so helpful in this program. Every time we have asked, can you hold off on an eviction until they apply and see if they are able to get funding through our program? We have had them hold off. Landlords have been very willing to assist us in waiting until we get the checks there. They know that the check is coming. So it's been a good partnership with the landlords and the tenants. And sometimes in some cases, the situation is too far gone. I think we've had a few of those, but we know we get the calls month after month. If somebody still needs assistance, like in that first quote, you heard like somebody, they're making their rent, but I've had people come in and I'll say, are you going to the food bank? Make sure you prioritize your rent, make sure you get food. And I had, one person was buying food. I said, stop buying food. It's okay. Go to the food bank, find other resources. We really look at the situation holistically when we're helping people. So it's hard. I mean, sometimes, so they're making the rent payments, and maybe they're finding other ways to, we're finding other ways to help them in between. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of clarification. So our staff's reviewing the top 10. If the top 10, the funds aren't used, then they go to the top 20. The other thing that's happening is our office is becoming a resource for the community. So as people are in those dire situations, we have people that may or may not have applied for rental assistance come in and really talk about when they're getting evicted. And it's these more extreme cases, right? We're going to be thrown out in 3 days. We're going to be thrown out in 5 days. And that's where our staff then starts sort of shifts from rental assistance if they're not in the top 10 or the top funding amount. And we start working with Echo Fair Housing and try to give that tenant resources. Sometimes, like Anastasia mentioned earlier tonight, it was a communication issue, and we can resolve that. That's the easy one. Sometimes I would say it's much more significant and very challenging. So one of the changes to the program we're hoping is we have this first come, first serve. But if we have some of these really extreme, there's just been some really, I don't know, things that make you sort of want to cry, because you've got the child and the mom there, and they're getting kicked out in 2 days. And you can confirm that with the property owner. And that's why we're looking for a little bit of flexibility for maybe 2 cases out of, so give the top 10, but give the housing manager flexibility if in these very extreme cases where they're getting kicked out in 2 days, a way to try to step in and help. So that's what's happening. I hope that provides a little. We're not reviewing all 40 applications. There's no way we can do that every 15 days.
Understandable. And I'm definitely not an ask there. I just wanted to get some clarity. And the only thing I would add to that is if not, and I haven't actually seen what the application looks like, so maybe there's some language already on there, but it might be helpful to have some language that articulates, we may not review your application. If it's not reviewed, contact 211 or something where we somehow connect them so that if there is something serious or dire there that we just happen not to be able to get to because of our capacity, I just want there to be some kind of disclaimer on there so that folks know that they should be pointed to some direction to get some kind of help. And then Kim, what you just shared actually got to one of my other questions around the review of applications. So it seems like we're reviewing 10, we'll go up to 20. I guess, does that review of up to 20 does that typically get us to approve 10 applications for that month?
Yes.
Okay. Because what I recall from when we were implementing the program, it wasn't a implementation of a review of 10 applications. I thought it was the approval of 10 applications a month, but I acknowledge the workload. So I'm trying to just understand how it's operating at this point. But if we're getting to the 10 approved in a month with the 20, then that makes me feel better about kind of, I think, the initial intent.
Yes. And sometimes when we're going through the applications, and it's a lot of back and forth with each client, it's a lot of, it's a very staff intensive process. And sometimes we don't find out till we're at the end, like, oh, wow, this is like, we were reviewing one application and I was like, they like tacos, I'm seeing in their bank statements, all the tacos, and I was getting hungry, I guess, and then we looked and we're like, wait a minute, that's in Texas. And then that was the thread that all of a sudden everything we looked at was Texas, and they didn't actually live in Monterey, and they had doctored a lot of documents, but they left some things undoctored. And so if I just hadn't been focused on the tacos, I wouldn't have noticed this. So it's just, so we went through all this process to get all the information, review it, and then boom, it's too late for us to go to another applicant. So we do our absolute best to get 10 applications through. If we tighten up the guidelines, we'll look at 10 or 20, but things may change in that regard.
Thank you for that. That last comment, actually, the last statement you made there kind of leads to my next question, which is, has there been situations or a situation where we've granted the funding and then later found out that it was fraudulent? Have we been put in that situation yet?
I would say not fraudulent. It depends how you define fraudulent. We had a situation, it was a 2-bedroom situation where the person had illegally rented out the second bedroom against their lease. And so there was just a lot of back and forth with.
Made it look like it was just them staying in the unit when they were actually getting income. Is that what you're saying?
They were actually evicted because they broke their lease by renting out that second bedroom. And then there was a lot of argument between the tenant and landlord. And we honestly, we looked through everything. We just couldn't determine, who was right, who was wrong. So, that was one instance where we got burned in one of those.
That's really the only instance. We haven't really gotten feedback from anything that showed our funds went to something that it probably shouldn't have.
No.
No. not other than the instance that Anastasia talked about.
Okay, beautiful. That makes me feel good about the operations of the program. So I'm glad you all are so thorough.
Go ahead. Okay, I just have a quick caveat. I know you still need to open it up to public comment and then deliberate, but just to help with the standard lease agreement discussion and language, I would propose something maybe a little more flexible than that. I think what staff is trying to achieve is proof of a tenancy, and there could be elements of that that meet a legal standard that are outside of just a industry standard type lease. And so I would say that if the council votes to include that kind of criteria, that we just have the flexibility to work together to come up with what that is. And it sounds like it's just proving that there's an actual tenancy, landlord-tenant relationship verification.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chrissy.
There was a question about the fraudulent piece that came up. So I would define it as when it's criminal fraud. When you would walk across the street and go to the police department, that kind of fraud. Are we utilizing our internal systems where when you have a problem like that and you can't sort out documents, statements, information, that you would contact the police department and engage the police department to help you? Because that might be another tool internally that helps you. Not that you check all the addresses of the applicants, but if you want to see, well, what kind of activity has there been? Because the tenant is saying they're being thrown out for no reason, but the tenant might have called the police, there might be neighbor problems, there might be criminal activity. So just that extra level piece might be something that we don't want to overlook.
Yeah.
But it would only be on, the cases where it's like, this doesn't smell right. There's red flags. I'm not saying on every case, but it's when you have something that rises to the level where, like this guy from Texas who's applying, then that might be, something where you bring in the fictitious fraud documents expert eye to be able to give you counsel.
We can think about that and see how we can implement it for sure. And I think there is some sort of software that does some initial detection, and we'll just continue to look at our options with that.
Yeah, but sometimes the documents can be very deceptive with some professional eyes that deal with those kinds of documents, ID, addresses, it's just that level of, we've got experts that are right across the street.
Yeah, and I will say, the rental inventory does help us. We're able to look into the software and see. We have done that a couple of times where we see this is not the registered landlord for that unit, and so it's helping us verify tenancy and who the landlord is, and it gives us a good information there.
Yeah.
My last question is, there's the element around allowing them to apply 3 times in a year. And the question that comes into my head is why? I mean, if somebody is dealing with an issue and it's month over month, and maybe I don't fully actually understand what the intent is with that. Is it like 3 separate issues in them, or could it be month over month? Like if somebody's at risk of eviction, I guess I'm answering my own question as I talk about this, because I know I recognize that in some of the changes, we're articulating that if we're not seeing financial stability to get them back on track after a month or so. So I'm just trying to think through this a little bit. Never mind. I won't ask my question. I'm kind of talking. I'm answering it myself. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's open it up to public and then we can bring it back. So don't go far. All right. Anybody in the chamber, anybody online? We're going to do a countdown for Zoom. Get your Zoom hands up. Anybody else in the chamber? We have 1 speaker in the chamber. Okay. I'm going to do a countdown for Zoom hands. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I think this is something we should all be celebrating and, you know, congratulations to the council and thank you to the staff, right? I mean, we saw, as was mentioned during the pandemic, this is what works. To Councilmember Barber's earlier comments that, you know, our priority should be preventing homelessness. And we've seen through the pandemic, this is what works. So, you know, hats off. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work on this. Thank you, the council, for taking the step to do this. It takes me back to what I was saying earlier when I was priced out of Monterey. Gosh, I would have loved it if this program had existed. I could have saved myself a very troubling semester that was hard to get through school with because I lost my housing back then, right? I had to make the responsible decision at that time, right? The financially responsible thing to do if I couldn't afford the place was to move. But I'm glad that now there's more options and more resources and more help available. And it should be particularly for those who need it. And I know that in the earlier conversations, there was a hesitancy to get too prescriptive with guidelines, that we didn't want to put ourselves out there as a city. And I understand that. I think for the initial success of the program, maybe that was an important component. But I also agree, you know, I think the staff made some great points and suggestions in terms of improving the program. I think objective criteria so that the aid goes to those who need it most just makes sense. So I won't belabor the matter. You know, Happy New Year's. This is absolutely fantastic news. And thank you all for your hard work.
And we'll go to our Zoom callers.
Esther, go ahead, please.
So I bet none of the housing staff thought that they were going to end up being social workers, because I'm sure you're hearing a lot of the same kind of stories that I was hearing a lot of before people had somewhere else to go. And I am hearing less of it, so they're coming your way. I'm glad that now you've actually got more information and proof that this is happening to combat those that were saying they weren't hearing about this happening in our city, and that, you know, there's nobody coming to talk about this other than me. And there were accusations of there being phantom renters. This shows that that is not the case. And, you know, it's really impressive, and you can see how much staff really cares about this. I think that because they've been exposed to this now and see the need, that it shows. And I think, you know, if more people had that opportunity to gather some empathy, they would be less inclined to combat a lot of the issues that we have, because all of these people are renters that were about to become homeless. I was curious, I noticed in the percentages that the very low income and moderate both had the same percentages. I think it was 16.9. And I was curious, do you guys check to see if any of the low income applicants are already getting any kind of assistance like Section 8 or something else? I know when I was on the Housing Resource of Monterey County Board, they have a triage system that they would use, and that would help them qualify who was going to get help first. I'm curious if you're seeing more evictions from mom and pops or management companies. And are you seeing more problems with people who are renters who have a long-term lease versus month-to-month? I know having a month-to-month is pretty precarious. And even if you have a lease, it's not easy to move, especially if you have kids in the middle of a school year. And I'm just curious if there's some data that can be gleaned off of that. But kudos to you guys. Really, really impressed and happy that you guys are doing the work you're doing, and very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Next is Lori. Go ahead, please, Lori.
Hey, yeah, good evening again. Yeah, I wasn't even intending to speak, but
I just want to thank the staff because it's very good work, reaching a lot of people. I know some of the fraudulent applications that have come your way. And one of them I was kind of watching thinking, oh my God, this person better not get any of that money because it was just wrong. So you guys caught it, which is good. But I think they're one of the ones that went all the way through your system before the very end. But it was amazing the lengths the person went to get the documentation. And you know what I figured out watching that was that the landlord, property owner, property managers, they're going to be motivated to give whatever forms they need to because ultimately they want the money that the person's in the rears. So in this case, the property manager lost out on 2 months of rent, but it ended up how it should have. But really why I spoke was I think I had the same question or thought that I think Mayor Williamson was heading toward. And the only thing that came up for me when I was reading through your data and the report was that people could apply, I think it was if they had substantial debt that you would cover 1 month of rent, but then they could reapply again. And like, yeah, that up to 2 or 3 times. And I kind of thought, well, wait a minute, if they have substantial debt, clearly there's a problem and they're not going to just miraculously then not have substantial debt. So I just was wondering a little bit more about the thought behind that and what you were looking at in this substantial debt category, like what you considered substantial. But yeah, I kind of just felt like maybe that shouldn't be a person that's allowed to apply 2 and 3 times for the same problem unless they're getting some sort of help and counseling or financial planning and management to help that financial debt. But anyway, that was just my thought. And I kind of felt like that was where Mayor Williamson was going. So again, thank you.
And we have a last caller is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 436. You will need to dial *6 to unmute. Telephone caller, if you could dial *6 to unmute, it's your turn to speak.
So I'm Eloise Shem, and I just want to comment about this rental assistance program in terms of, well, and also the rental subsidy or stabilization. I really think that you should find out what the ratio between the number of evictions and the number of people that are rent annually. Say, for instance, I think it said that there was 5,000 rentals. So because landlords, you know, they have the power. They can evict you very easily, and they're always right. There's nothing called wrongful eviction. But you know, there are times when the landlords are evicting people wrongfully. And I think you can find that out if you see how many evictions every year you have in relationship to the number of annual rentals. If you have so many, it's just showing you that they're easily evicting you. And I know that happened to me. I was wrongfully evicted, and there wasn't anything I can do about it. And once you're evicted, by the way, it goes on your record. And it's very hard after you've been evicted It stays on your record for 7 years. Nobody wants to rent to you. So I really think that you should take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you to our public commenters. We'll bring it back to the council. And actually, before we deliberate, I'm not sure if staff wanted to answer any of those questions that came up during public comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and everyone who asked questions. I'll address Esther's comment about, do we know if people already have other subsidies? Yes, we do. We have had some who are in subsidized affordable housing that have needed help. Some of those have been in our inclusionary affordable rental units. So we have seen that. We have also seen people in the mid-pen housing here, Portola Vista, people who have been unable, maybe they received a really high utility bill, or they've had other major issues in their life that have caused them to need the rental assistance, although they're already paying only 30% of their income towards their rent. In the case of Mid-Pen or Portola Vista, for the rental inclusionary units, it's a different formula. So they're paying based on their income level. So that's different. So they're paying a much higher, it could be more than 30% of their income in that case. So yes, we are seeing that. And what we've seen as far as the information that they provided us, that they didn't really need the assistance. They did need the assistance. I hope I made that clear. So it was very clear-cut case that we needed to provide the assistance. A lot of these tweaks that we're having, it's really rare cases, right? So we're just trying to tighten things up so we're not put in a harder position when we're making the final decisions, and we can back it up on the staff level. So it's only going to affect very few people, even though we went through and put a lot of effort into these changes. Let's see. We don't have the data yet. If there's more evictions from mom and pop, I think a lot of the evictions we're seeing are not mom and pops. I think what we are seeing, I'm just going to say from what we hear in the office, are from people, property management companies. But again, I had one property management company where we had an eviction imminent for a family with children, a disabled child, in fact, and they called their corporate office in the Bay Area and held off on that eviction. So I think those were some of the questions that I heard and was able, I hope that answers those. Are there any others?
I just speaking to that last one, I wonder how much that might have to do with property management companies being a little bit more established and having the ability to push through evictions, where maybe a mom and pop would just be willing to like hold off until the lease is over. So I guess it's probably hard to read into it too much in regards to what type of units we're seeing apply for the fee. But yeah, I think that was good. All right, bring it back to the council for further deliberation. It's getting pretty late here.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations for the updates.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Any other deliberation?
Good job.
Please.
Comment. Thank you, staff. I know you're in a position where sometimes it's difficult to measure and chart successes. But this has got to be one that sometimes is rewarding when you can keep somebody in a home, keep them from being evicted, and see the big smile that they get on their face when they get the help. So your impact is recognized, and we appreciate your work. And I think the comment was the social work piece of it, with many members of our city staff throughout. That is a core human side that happens that the public just doesn't ever see.
Mhm.
There is that's built in to every city employee with a sense of strong humanity and the touch and the social services piece to be able to make sure that people are cared for and are not hurt by our inaction. So thank you for your action.
Beautiful. I did have at least one question. Well, two. So, Kim, you were alluding to, I guess I didn't know we were going to be voting on something tonight, and it seemed like, particularly with the ability for the housing department to have that flexibility for the kind of more urgent cases, you were alluding to maybe two, but we're not putting anything in policy. I think we're leaving that at staff discretion, I guess, is what we're doing.
Yeah, we'll take these recommendations tonight. We'll put them into fresh guidelines, updated guidelines with these.
And it'll come back to the
And then we'll
council.
bring it back to you.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then the only other thing I would bring up is, I get a little bit concerned around the timing of when the application period is opened. It's like in the middle of a workday, during the middle of the week. And so I don't know how many people that could be impacting or affecting. I wonder, is there an ability for us to say, open it up on the weekend? Why does it need to be in the middle of the week? Could it be at another time? Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, and what we've tried to do to address that, we did a lot of sessions where we opened it at noon. So maybe people could do it on their lunch hour, and then it was open till 8 p.m. Of course, it is first come, first serve. And then we've also been opening it earlier in the morning, 7 a.m. as well, so that if people were trying to complete the application prior to the workday. So we mix it up so that we're able, but we do it on a weekday, because the application period, we have to be there as well because we get questions, or if something goes wrong, we're there to. Ptolemy's been amazing because it's an online application, and they're there whether we have it open till 8 o'clock and they're in Boston, or whether we open it really early and go late. So we've tried to mix it up a little and give people at least some time where it's prior to the workday, or they have an opportunity to do it at noon.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate because I wish there was a way that we could prioritize certain values, like, whatever it is, like having kids, which is not how the applications are reviewed now. I mean, it's unfortunate. But it is what it is. I thought I'd try, but I understand the need to staff it. So, okay. Any other last minute comments? All right. Let's do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. Thank you so much for all that. And thanks for the work that you all do. With that, we're going to go to council comments. Member Smith?
Okay, I'll rattle these through. Last week, MST board meeting on Monday, we went through a strategic planning workshop. We also received the information. It was a pretty sizable announcement of a check that was received from the Federal Transportation Administration, grant that we applied for the Surf Bus Way and the Bus Rapid Transit project. That the receipt of that check from the Department of Transportation through a bipartisan initiative last year completes what we needed for the busway surf project. We received $22.7 million from the federal government, and we still have some money that's due from a grant from the state. But right now we are at 100% funded for the project moving forward. So that was really good news. And that's a really big check. Also, the MST was able to donate 3 buses retired buses to the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. That happened last week as well. Tomorrow I have a TAMSI transportation meeting, just as a regular meeting monthly. It's good to have the holiday break. It's great to be back, but 30 days was awesome. I missed you all. Good to have you back. Looking forward to the 29th, where we're going to have our workshop. And then also we know that AT&T is coming up. For me, this will be year 27, volunteering at the AT&T at Spyglass. So that all starts on the 30th and runs till February 2nd. So hopefully we see a few people in town, and we'll see you all on the 29th.
Beautiful. Thank you. Dr. Barber, did you have anything on your end?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Barber. And with that, I'll pass it to city manager for city manager reports.
Just one quick thing. We have opened today the special event support program grant where community groups can apply for. The application has have to be in, if I remember correctly, by the 27th of February. So $100,000 up for grabs.
Oh, and then maybe the cannabis update. I don't know if you.
I just heard it out of KSPW. I cannot independently confirm it or deny it. KSPW reports that Off the Charts will have this weekend an unofficial soft opening. And again, I just heard this from KSPW.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate you, everybody, for being here tonight. Happy New Year. And we'll go ahead and adjourn.